Let's go. Let's see something real quick. Get this topic started today, man. Ooh, I can send some invites too. Let's see what we got going on today then. Send these in. Let's see. Let's see. Ooh, I can spend all these. One more person I gotta send an invite to. Who can I send this last one to? I just send these then for now. Oh yeah, man. It's a very kind of sweaty topic, you know, but it gotta be out, man. We gotta talk about it. Gotta wake some people up, you know. Of course, we're gonna have 100 putback today. We know it's gonna be a lot of pushback, man, but it is what it is, man. I'll talk about it all. Hold up. Oh, that's sure. Of course, my volume was up on that, huh? Of course. You ever just kick the weight or something like that and crush your toe? You know what I'm saying? No, it's not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling at all. It's not. Let me go ahead and get into this topic, you know. I just want to eat my cookies real quick. So, get the light showing, you know. Get the light showing a little bit. So the topic, man. If you have to show your body to find love, majority of the time you have hidden insecurities, lack of confidence, and don't know what self-love is. Sad to say. What is up? Everything want to make noises on this thing. Turn that off. Hold up. Tripping. Junk tripping, bruh. All right, man. Hold on real quick. 1 second. So how many of y'all know who gotta take they, you know what I'm saying, gotta show their body off or take their clothes halfway off just to get some love? You know what I'm saying? I know y'all done ran into that. And if you one of those, this might not be the room for you. Or you say all over the social media, you feel it though. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying, then this the topic that's gonna chase a lot of people off. You know, but they gotta get talked about. They got to. Because my thing is like, the thing is, they think that it's confidence, right? They think that, oh, you got to show this off, you know, do that, whatever. It's like, they switch everything around nowadays, I noticed, though. So it's like the only way you can look for love is showing your body off. That's a problem, right? That mean you have nothing else to offer. You know what I'm saying? Because my thing is, you ain't got to do all that. You know, yeah, it is thirsty. You ain't got to do all that, you know, got to most sensationalizing all that stuff, man. If you got to do all that to find love, and that's what's confusing people because they think that really is love. You know, most of the time it's just people want to hit. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. That's the sad truth. Either end, you know what I'm saying? I ain't put no specific gender or nothing on this situation. It's just if you are one of those, you know what I'm saying? It's not a hidden game when you figure it out, man. That's what it is, man. I mean, people be, you know, they not, like I said, that's one thing I've noticed I got to keep in my. A lot of people just not honest with themselves. That's all it is. That's majority of the time they not honest with themselves and stuff. So a lot of people, if you ever notice, it's like just like people with that might not look all that good in the face or something like that. They gotta have some, you know what I'm saying? They gotta have a nice body. I'm not saying that's not a bad thing to do that, but I'm just saying it's just like it's the confidence, right? So that's the only way you can build that confidence of is at least have a body or something, right? But then again, when I'm talking about when it comes to love, it's a whole different thing. Now, if that's what you got to do, you got to take a shirt off just to talk to a girl. That might not be the one for you. You know what I'm saying? Or she got to come with half her cheeks out just to talk to a dude. You know, that's not the person for you unless you just looking for like something real quick. Now that's something else. But I'm talking about love tonight, so I'm not talking about all that. You know, my thing is people be thinking they find the love through that situation. That's where they be getting confused at and get mad at. Then when you get what you get, you know what I'm saying? That's what you. The thing is, people be wanting the whole thing, man. They want everything. They think they gonna get. It's like you gonna get what you looking for at the end of the day. If you looking like a sex icon or something like that, that's what you gonna get. You know what I'm saying? You can't ask for, but I need you to treat me this way and do that. You can't ask for too much, right? Because that's how you came out. You know, if you want to get treated a certain way, then you go off the mental, right? You talk to your person, try to figure them out instead of them. You trying to talk to them while you trying to blind them with that good stuff in their face. You know what I'm saying? Or what you think look good or something. But my thing is like people got it all confused nowadays. They got it confused. But it's getting sad because it's getting taught to our younger generations and all that. And then the thing is, it'd be like the older generation getting mad at the younger generation for how they taught them. You the one brung them up this way, right? And then gonna deem them for how they, you know, how they is. It's like you're not making it no better. Like you're doing such a good job, you know, teaching your people, then get mad at the results. You know what I'm saying? People are just weird, bro. That junk is crazy though. But my thing is, you got to do all that just to get you some. Got to come out to the party with your chest all hanging out. We know what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? We know what you're doing, man. We know what you're doing at the end of the day, man. You got to do all that for love. You got some more work you got to do within yourself. That's all I'm saying. You got to come halfway. And it's sad that it's like that people don't see it though. It's like, they try to play like people don't know what sexualizing yourself is, right? But they like throwing it off themselves just to put it on something else. And like I said, I ain't talking about no gender, so watch how this gonna go though. I ain't saying no specific, I'm talking about anybody. That's why I made it broad like this. But if the shoe fit, the shoe fit at the end of the day. That's why I love making my stuff broad. So my thing is like, I don't get how people be thinking that. It's like I said earlier, you're gonna get what you present. You come out with thighs, you gotta lead with. And I was looking at this one thing where this girl was like, "You wanna be my boyfriend," or something like that. And before the dude even get an answer, she gonna turn her booty around and look, you know what I'm saying, pointing at his face and all this stuff. I'm like, bro, this shit is crazy. It's like, but it's sad because people in this world is really doing stuff like this. It's like you get in the wrong intentions. I can understand a lot of people just don't know no better, but it's like you get what you ask for. Then when that happened, then you get traumatized off the decisions you made or the type of person you chose. That's why we be saying that you chose wrong. People don't like that word though. You chose wrong. What? I'm accountable for something? What the heck? You know what I'm saying? That ain't got nothing to do with much. I didn't know. I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? But no, that's why I'm so big on accountability. That's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? So however you present yourself is what you're gonna get. People want literally they want the whole package, right? It's like, okay, I want somebody that can they get it. I want all the, somebody that bang me out and do this and treat me right. It's like a build a bear workshop type situation, but it don't never be like that. Like you literally nowadays, you got to pick your struggle. That's just how it is. You got to pick what's most important because you're not gonna most of the time. That's rare that you're gonna get a jackpot. But then we get, like I said, with this entitlement and this entitlement mentality and this um unrealistic expectation situation. That's what we be hurting ourselves at all the time. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what I was thinking when I was younger. I thought a fat booty was gonna equal I was gonna get treated right. Ain't that something, right? But hey, something I had to grow from, man. But it's still dudes to this day that's older than me that still think you gonna get a faithful relationship out of a fat booty. You know what I'm saying? That it's just crazy, bro. That junk is just weird. It's like you literally gonna get what you're looking for. Most of the time, people got to lead with that to get it. They got if you feel that that person had to lead with that or get your attention that type of way, that's already should be a red flag in your book already. You know what I'm saying? But you fell for it. You end up becoming a sucker. Then you like, oh man, why does she like this all of a sudden? She said she was gonna treat me this way and all that stuff. But if she had to get you by putting her cheeks out and stuff or whatever, you know what I'm saying, with her body, right? You the fool. At the end of the day, you got to be accountable for that situation. Just like no different from the dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm hearing like, but the thing is like they even lead with that. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. People don't know what love is. Yeah, people gonna know the difference between love and lust, or they gonna refuse it though. But you keep wanting to be freaky, that's what you gonna get. Don't ask for no loyalty or love or don't cheat on me type situation. That's what you want. You can only get what you don't get everything. If people never notice that. You gotta make a sacrifice. You gotta really choose what's really important. That's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? Somebody gonna come in here ain't saying nothing. I ain't say her in 100 years. Yeah, shared a lot, so she must be sharing to somebody. But yeah, my bad. I'm being greedy. My bad. I'm hungry. I'm sorry, y'all. What's the deal, man? If you want to chime in, y'all can come up to. I'm ready for this. Is a serious one tonight, man. I'm already ready for the. I'm ready for all this is what we say smoke, right? All the smoke, right? Well, my smoke ends with some type of resolution at the end of the day or solution. So I try to get something out of it. At least open a couple minds, you know. Yeah, don't start with me. Hey to you too, you know what I'm saying? But my thing is like, however you lead is what you gonna get, man. And like I said, I like the only reason why I speak on a lot of stuff because I was the same exact way. That's why I think in my last live I was in, I know people be like, how can you tell this? It's just because I used to be that person, right? You know what I'm saying? If I used to be that person or if I used to run off ego, all the stuff I literally speak on, reason why it'd be so funny to me, all the stuff I literally speak on is what I personally experienced. So I know it. I can call it how I see it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're not the same person. We two different people and stuff. But it's not that much different. We all the same in some type of way. I know what an attitude look like. I know when somebody is lusting at somebody look like. It's not no different. It's like you can't really hide. Like a fact is a fact at the end of the day. It don't change because it's in your hands or it's personal to you. Nah, it's not true. It's like I can tell when a person's ran off emotion. I can tell when a person is not honest with themselves sometimes. What a person always it's just so many stuff because like I said, I did the same thing. When I gotta point the finger to somebody else or something like that, or if I gotta make an excuse behind what I'm doing and stuff, that's me not being honest with myself. You know what I'm saying? So back to the topic a little bit. Who said you on Super Saiyan this? About to hit somebody with that spear bomb tonight. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to. But man, it's just so like I mean by these, like all three of those. I ain't mean to put and on there. I meant to say it's or. It can be or and or and. But so that's like I said. That I'm gonna redo the topic again. It's if you have to use your body to find love, majority of the time you have hidden insecurities or lack of confidence and or I gotta say and or don't know what self love is, and that's just how it is, man. You can't really prove me wrong on that situation. I'm just saying. I mean, it depends on the situation. I mean, we gonna see though, like, cause I'm gonna see what all these other. I know it's gonna be a lot of opposition if tonight, depending on how they kick my live off tonight. But that's just how it is, man. Like I said, if you have to lead with your body and you're not good enough with your mentality, right? That's a lack of confidence. You might be confident in the body that you can get it right, confident that my body gonna get it and all that stuff, but you're not confident enough that your mental, or you can't just simply talk on the phone and get them right, or you can't be faced. It can't even be a blind date. So that's more you than the external situation though. So if you can't get somebody off your mentality, or what I'm saying, off, just connected with them in that type of way without. Shoot, I've got a lot in my mind at one time. But basically, if you can't get them that way, if you got to leave with your body, then you still got a lot of work to do. You know what I'm saying? You still lack confidence, no matter if you say you confident or not. Because you're not confident enough to just, to be fully dressed up, right? You know what I'm saying? Or come with a suit on or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. But and that's what it kind of ties into the self, like you lack self love, man. You don't love and you never found a way. And like I said, with self love and all that stuff, it comes with understanding. People gonna realize the root of majority of our situations is understanding, no matter how we want to look at it. Is because you got to understand yourself first to even build some type of confidence. You got to understand yourself to love yourself. You know what I'm saying? And to overcome your insecurities. I mean, that's like no way around it. That's just how it is. At the end, no matter how we want to look at it. Sign of growth. COVID exposed that a lot of folks got together behind this. Exactly. It was, you know what I'm saying? It was that when that happened, it had two effects to it. It's like either people grew even heavier apart or people started learning to come even closer, right? Because like we know a lot of people got lost that year, and it was in the mentality, the spark of the mentality is what happened amongst a lot of people. Some people looked at it as, life is really precious, man. I'm gonna have to take this serious to start making moves. Some people looked at it as like, man, whatever, they don't care. It's like I'll put it this way: it separated the victim mentality type people, and it separated the accountability and the striving type people. That's something I noticed. What's the deal, Terra Hawk in the building? What's the deal, my brother? So, and it made it real easy though, because it's like, and that's what I be hearing a lot. Like I don't be trying to put everybody on the spot, but I sometimes I be quiet on certain situations because it's like by me doing this so long, right? On this thing, I can tell the difference though, because like I said, usually victim mentality come with 100 excuses before we even get to any type of resolution and stuff. They don't like resolution anyways. They just, they like to express themselves more. That's why I've been seeing a lot just on this lives, all these lives anyways. You know what I'm saying? Some people just be like, hey, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. But then when we gonna walk about it? Like when we gonna start doing something about it? We talk about it and express ourselves and cry all day, but we don't do nothing about it. That was one of my. Did I cover it up? But I had something like, I don't mind talking about the problem and all that stuff. But then at the end of the day, when we gonna find a conclusion to it? When we gonna find a resolution about it? If we gonna really just talk about the same thing for 10 years, you know what I'm saying? It's just be crazy to me, and I'm done doing that stuff. I've been seeing that stuff since I was young and stuff. Like everybody just do the talk. And if they not talking, they probably just, rioting or doing something crazy where it still ain't gonna get nowhere, hurting one another. It's crazy stuff, but we got to look at the bigger picture in a lot of situations, man. It's more than just sitting here just expressing ourselves. That's all the majority of us doing, and people don't finding that's not a crime yet. You know what I'm saying? People still pressing that you should express yourself and all that stuff. It's nothing wrong with expressing yourself, but then again, like we got to figure out how to, still control it at the end of the day, because a lot of us is losing one another just because of lack of control. And people don't like that word, and I love saying it. I'd rather say control than regulation, you know what I'm saying? But that's what the same thing is, emotional regulation and emotional control. Because, like, it should be so funny to me, though. But I was talking to somebody about that. I'm like, what the heck? The word control is triggering to somebody? I'm like, it just show a lot, though, because a lot of people just... But I feel like that word control, I think it only... Let me see. It seems like it affect like a masculine ego or ego type mentality, right? Because I believe everybody needs some type of control, especially if you're not controlling yourself. You need some control. You know what I'm saying? People be having their ego so dang on heavy and stuck where it's at. It's like they don't think that they need to be changed. They don't think that they don't need no work. Yet everything that come out their mouth sound like is straight up hurt. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if you talking or you find yourself got to cuss somebody out or, it's crazy. Like I be wanting to change my word with the "it is what it is" situation, because people be using that in a negative type way too. So I'm like, man, that's like a double-edged sword. I use it a whole different way when I say it is what it is. But some people just be like, they use it to cover up whatever they got hidden inside of them, that whatever trauma that they got trying to get over. Like, let me not shift over, but it just be crazy though. But what the heck? People scared of this. I done ran people off with this situation. Man, you ain't gonna tell me I lack emotion. People, that's one thing I learned. People do not want to. They literally do not like being checked. I've been running into that, man. People don't like being checked at all. And as long as you got that mentality right, you will literally be stuck where you at. And you will be that one person that's forever expressing themselves. That person that's always wanting to talk and never trying to listen, right? You're gonna be stuck in that. You're always gonna be stuck. Because it's like, in order to get somewhere, we have to all hear each other out. Exactly. I know I could say ego for 1,000. That's most definitely what it is. That's exactly what it is. Ego is what keep us stubborn. Ego is a good and bad thing. Ego is what keep us from not giving up sometimes, but it can be a double-edged sword with that not giving up. Because some people stand so strong on a situation that they're not going to give in, right? Or they look at it, give up as giving in, that they'd rather stand 10 toes on what they believe in and don't give nobody else a chance, right? But yet they want somebody else to hear them out, right? So I'm like, it's a two-way street. People got to hear each other out to make anything happen, because it's like people just only, like I said, what you gonna notice, a lot of people just only think about themselves. That's just how it is. They only think about themselves. They think that they the top of the chain most of the times. A lot of people don't think they don't need no change or none of that stuff. And like I said, it's a wonderful thing to set your ego to the side, man. All these three things I talk about is such a big freedom. It's freedom. That's true freedom to me, right? For real. Because it's like nobody, now that I'm so focused on accountability, nobody got control of my emotions, man. And I ain't gonna say that. Nobody, I realized that nobody can control my emotions but me. It made me, it stopped me from blaming somebody, because it made me realize and put myself in check, right? Which people don't like to do. And I'll be like, you know what? I'm not about to let this person get to me, no matter how irritating they sound. You know what I'm saying? It's like free. It's like free, because it's like when you don't have to blame nothing, or you don't know them to blame it on. You know that you got full control of this situation. It's free. When I put my ego to the side, I feel free. You know what I'm saying? When I hold myself accountable, it's like it's weird. And I wish people just really knew this stuff. Like, even with and I was mentioning this some days ago, I went in the live about the celibacy thing, right? Men don't know the power behind that situation, though. Like, I can see so much, man. Now that I made this decision and stuff, I see so much. I can see an ugly attitude, which is stuff that dudes don't. Because once they see them little chests and stuff sticking out, they like, maybe you can let that slide past a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That's when they start acting like that, And then it happens, you know what I'm saying? So I was in a situation recently talking to this one chicken on the phone and stuff, and I'm like, bro, that junk is powerful. I ain't gonna lie. It's powerful. And I was like, man, whew, you know what I'm saying? But when I came to realize, you know what I'm saying, once my hormones dropped down a little bit, you know what I'm saying, it made me realize, like, all right, is this even gonna be like long term? Is I'm wasting my time? Is this my thing that's trying to take over and stuff? I like, you know what? And I made that decision, man. I'm like, bro, hey, I said, bro, no pause. I'm basically like, girl, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, this ain't gonna work, man. I told her, I got real with her. I was like, I'm more sexually attracted to you than anything. It's more of a sexual attraction than mental. And I know that we are not on the same page when it comes to mental. Because we talked and our differences is too big. And that's why I ain't gonna try to make it work. I mean, I love the femininity she had. I loved all that stuff. I mean, it was all. I mean, femininity. Femininity is so sexy, man. They just don't know that, man. It's a super man. Whew. I'm sweating, man. Femininity making you do some things. I ain't gonna lie. They just don't know. That's why. That's why they don't have no power when they be so when they be so masculine, man. No dude don't want to. We checking it, you know what I'm saying? But it's hard to check femininity. You be like, hey, what you say, baby? You know what I'm saying? They just don't know though. But you know. That's they loss, you know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna never get the guy they want though. That femininity is a powerful thing, especially to a masculine. It's powerful, man. It's the same effect as a masculine to the. I'm pretty sure it's the same thing to them because girls get turned on when they see a masculine man, but the only way they get turned on for a masculine man is that they have to be feminine. But if you're a masculine, let me not make a war and stuff. I'm not about to talk about this though. But if they don't see that though, that mean they more masculine because you know why you talking to me like that? And usually they like when you talk to them like that, but all of a sudden it matters now. You know what I'm saying? But we gonna get somewhere on that. I ain't about to bring that all up though, but. Uh, Back to the topic, right? I just shifted off. I'm good for that, I know. But somebody out there bumping. You can clearly see rain now. It's going right. He said, "Thanks for." I'm just reading that now, right? I was hoping that didn't slide like that. What's the deal, Savvy? Savvy, baby. I like saying a name like that. Yeah, you went. Yeah, I had to pause. You wasn't supposed to caught that, man, but I had to say just in case somebody caught it. Let me go ahead and throw it in there. I couldn't make it be that smooth like that. I was like, oh, let me hear me say cover that up real quick. I can't say that other word though. I can't say that other word. The no domo. Let me not play with them though, cause they got me on that last time. But um. Back to the topic. Okay, I went all the way left. Had a flash and stuff of what was going on though. But the thing is, I was about to quit it, man. Quit it. Oh man, that's why I had to make sure I said femininity about 100 times to make sure to get it confirmed and put that nail in the coffin. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, but you be like, no wonder he put this thing on topic of, man. You don't even like looking at bodies. No. But no, back to the topic though. If you have to use your body, man, because like I said, it's sad, and I think it comes from, like I said, what's influencing us is the entertainment and all that stuff, and people like Nicki Minaj and Meg Thee Stallion needs and all that stuff. You know, they got all this stuff, and that's brainwashing people, and they don't see it though. You know what I'm saying? You could be as old as you can, you still over here on your knees and twerking and stuff, doing like Meg Thee Stallion at 60 years old. You know what I'm saying? That's how much of an effect that entertainment has on people and stuff. So. And they really think it's love you're gonna get out of it. You know what I'm saying? Then most of the time, the ones that's not looking for love, they've been hurt by love too. Yeah, it's at 60. That's sad. You know what I'm saying? It be like that. They hands on the knees, They doing, you know. But but yeah, that's how they get taught. They really think they find love out of it. And like I said, all I was getting to is the ones that's not looking for love. Most of the time, they've been hurt by loving somebody, right, or loving the wrong person. So now they living this free life because everybody want to be loved at the end of the day, no matter how they want to say it or to lie to themselves. You know what I'm saying? So this boy out there, You throwing me off. All right, but basically, what was I getting to? I done got through off because my nephew back here is yelling at John. What was I getting to? A person that ain't looking for love most of the time they been hurt by loving some or the wrong person type situation. So that's why I said everybody want love, but they thinking they're gonna get that shit, but they just letting out they. I used to call it back then. What I was calling it band-aids and stuff when I got hurt. So I ain't wanted to admit it. I didn't want to admit. A lot of us is not going to admit it. All of us going to be hurt at the relationship. That just don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? And then we got different ways of how we handle it. Sure, I remember when I first got hurt, I was talking, these bees ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? My boys was getting on my head about, you wouldn't say that to their face or not. I'm like, bro, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say that to their face though. But I could tell and that's why I be saying that you can tell. And that's why I was trying to tell this other live. You can tell when a person is not forgiving, right? And me over here instantly, as soon as I had a good relationship and it failed, or I was kicking it with a chick or something like that and it failed, next minute I'm talking like, man, bees ain't nothing. Bees ain't this, you know what I'm saying? That's how these bees be. You know what I'm saying? This, but it was me, not being honest with myself that I was hurt. Of course I was hurt. You know what I'm saying? Or something failed and that was my way and I can hit myself with it. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. These hoes ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I meant when I did that. So, but that's hurt. You know what I'm saying? That's still hurt. When you talking like that, that's something you still not forgiving of. That's just what it is. But I back on. I done went off topic once again. I'm good. I straight good for that though. Maybe I done. But so the self love, like I was saying earlier, the same thing. Self love and the lack of confidence, kind of the same thing though. Gigi, she came in here, didn't even say hi to me, dog. What did I do to you, man? I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, majority of the time you have had self love, right? So that kind of ties into all of them kind of the same thing, insecurities and all that stuff. But like I said, most of the time they are hiding something that's within themselves that they not, so they got to lead with that first, right? They got to lead with that first. What was I about to say? It's something. Uh, what the freak was I about to say? But yeah. If they lead with that, that's most of the time it's like that though. They hide something. Um, I think I got a brain for it. I feel like I done said most of this stuff already though. But okay, y'all can come up if y'all want to, man. Y'all can come up. Tell me how y'all feel about the situation, or write it in the comments. Like I said, I'm pretty sure all of us have, ran into them situations, man. Only way they think they can find love is, through their body, you know, because they don't have much else to offer. But that, posting on the medias and uh dating sites and uh even in person, you know what I'm saying? They can't wait for summer, both sides. They can't wait for summer. Even let's get on the dudes, even the dudes that got to put on jewelry just to get a chick. I'm about to get on all y'all heads. You got to do all that to get a chick that said, I think I gotta get, you know what I'm saying? These buffs gonna get him today. It's all love, though. You know what I'm saying? I still love you. You know I love you, though. I just want you to love me for my glasses, my buffs, Oh my man. Like dudes like I guess they lack so much game that they like, all right, this how I'm gonna get it. But like I said, if we not talking about love, which I'm talking about love, I can get it if you're doing it just to get some quick something for the night, right? But I'm talking about love. Dudes really gotta do all this dressing up and all this stuff to get some whatever, to think they gonna get love. That it just don't work like that. Like I said, it's a lack of confidence somewhere. No matter how you want to look at it. If your mouthpiece ain't good enough to get her, you know what I'm saying? You not. You know what I'm saying? It's over. Eventually, it's gonna unfold because they're gonna find out your character after they done looked at you as eye candy at first. They're gonna figure you out later down the line. That's why most of the time it just don't work. I don't do blanket statements. I haven't met them all, but I'm trying to. Dang, I forgot what I had said on that. But yeah, let's see something. Why don't I see? That's weird. I see you in here, but you're not in here. Well, you're not in my thing. Only 4 people in here. People that got scared in this, boy. People that got scared of this topic. I know I'm about to run some people off. What the heck? I don't even see her here. What the heck? Why everybody in here and not in here? But anyways, how y'all feel, man? I mean, anything. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what's that you were saying? That's what you were saying. You don't do blanket statements on? Is this situation? I don't know. How y'all feel about that? What's your experience? Have you seen it? You got a cousin that's like that. You got a friend, or even was your mama like that? Your was your daddy like that? You know what I'm saying? We gonna get somewhere tonight. We know it. We just don't want to speak on it. Or the granny. Was the granny like that? The 60-year-old. Oh shoot. Yeah, I think this that what you call it now. It's tripping like that. I think this like this.
Hello.
Hello. How you feeling?
I I'm all right. And yourself?
I'm good. I'm good as always, man. Blessing. Blessing every day to wake up. What you doing, man?
So
Sound like you over here. You got the worker keys shaking up in there. I hear you.
yeah, I'm on my lunch. I'm walking. I walk on
Oh,
my
okay.
lunch, so just trying to stay
Okay.
healthy,
Okay,
you
I
know.
feel you.
But
So we can all use a walk, you
I
know what I'm saying?
I kind of feel like this topic is like dated to oldest time, right? Prostitution is literally the oldest profession, right? So literally taking off your clothes is a way to gain attention. I know at one point in time it was like, a lot of shame behind it, and as the years progress, right, like we're becoming a little bit more liberal with it and lenient. And I think that some of it's insecurities, but I think some of the younger generation, they're learning from the attention that they see people are getting from it, and
Mm-hmm.
they're not even realizing how it makes them look, because they're just saying, well, if she can get that type of attention, right? They're not really putting more thought into it. It's the same thing with the jewelry, right? I have 2 young boys. They think that if they have all this jewelry or they have the latest shoes, they're going to be more popular. They don't,
Right.
there's no like, I'm sorry, there's so much traffic. There's no actual like thought process of like, maybe it has something to do with your personality. Maybe you have to have something more to offer, because the first thing people want to say is, even in a breakup, right? But she's not prettier
Mm-hmm.
than me. You have to offer more than just looks, body, jewelry, clothes, right? There has to be some substance. And I think that some people they don't take it that far. They just kind of take it to be
Knock
surface,
knock.
you know, to be on the surface of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if it has anything to do with true self-love, but some of these women out here have a lot of love for themselves and they still show their body.
You said they what?
Some of these women are like, they show their bodies and they love it, and they wouldn't. I don't think you could convince them otherwise.
Oh yeah, I already know. You know
You
what I'm
know,
saying?
so
Especially if
I
they
don't
used
know
to
if it's
getting that
always
type of
self
attention.
love. Yeah, so I don't know if it's always lack of self
No,
love that they have. You know,
she's
it might
walking
be.
hard though. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm
We know
so sorry. I'm not.
we hear them calories
I,
dropping.
they better be. Almost inside. I'm so sorry. And
No,
actually,
that's
the thing is,
good.
I'm
Hey, do
literally
your thing,
walking
man.
very. It's just the wind here in California.
Hmm.
Sorry. But yeah, no, that's all I'm saying. I don't think it always has to do with lack of self love. It can really just be lack of knowledge of why they're even having the
That's
behavior.
yeah, most definitely right. Most definitely, I feel you on that. I was saying that earlier. Gigi,
Greetings.
greetings. How you feeling?
I'm well. I had a
That's good.
question for you.
What's the deal?
I wonder, is it innate? When you think about the lions, the male lions have all of that mane and they're actually more attractive than females. Same thing with peacocks. And not saying we're animals, but I think it goes across the species that we try to impress the opposite sex or whatever gender we're interested in.
Hmm.
And
Right.
so that means if you have, you need to have something underneath all of that pomp and circumstance. But I don't think the show itself is all of that horrible, unless you're naked initially.
Mm-hmm. You was done?
Hmm?
I thought my jump froze. Oh, okay. I had to make sure. Okay, okay, okay. So I feel you on that though. My thing is, I'm just saying, if you gotta like lead with your, and people be knowing though. My thing is, they know. You know, you gotta come out with your cleavage out and stuff just to talk to somebody and stuff. You know how many times you got attention off that, right? You know what I'm saying? My thing is, if your mouthpiece ain't good enough, you can't talk to somebody good enough. You know, that if that's your backup plan to get something right, it's still some type of deep insecurity because you feel like you're not good enough. And if you have to show that to get the attention, right, or whatever the situation is, and like I said, the whole thing is like you can get the attention, but it's depending on what your expectations out of it. If you're looking for a one night or somebody to sleep with and all that stuff, but that's another thing too. I was about to say people mix lust with love too. You know what I'm saying? So, um, if like trying to find love out of it, a lot of people I think they are confused, especially the younger generation following after what what's going on now. And I was talking about that. I mean, and that's what I was talking about earlier. But then pure just got us saying something like that too. It's kind of getting taught to them too, right? Because they done seen their parents doing it too. But it's just, and then we got the media, we got the TV shows, all this stuff is like is just brainwashing people, and they really thinking they finding love out the situation. Then you end up getting what you get out of it. You know what I'm saying? And that's where the traumas
Well,
and all that stuff come from.
I'm
But
your moderator and one of them, and I know you don't like people going against you, so I'm not going against you, but just giving it from another angle,
you
right?
said I don't
Like,
like people going against me. What the heck?
you know, when people seem to be trying to say something opposite of what you're saying when you're
Oh
trying
no,
to
I don't
teach
care about
people
that.
positivity. But Pure talked about how prostitution is the oldest profession in the world. And
Mhm.
there's a scripture where I think a young lady named Tamar dressed as a, or maybe it's pronounced Tamar, dressed as a prostitute to get the attention of someone to keep the lineage going in that family. So just to say, it has been around for a long time. So people have learned it from their parents and their parents before them and theirs. It's not to say everyone rolls like that, but people find ways to attract the opposite. It's like you said, it gets to a point where what are your standards and what are you trying to attract?
Mhm.
Depending on how much you reveal. But I don't know.
Mhm.
I think we have eyes, and things are aesthetically appealing to us, and I think we have our ways to attract who we're interested in.
Mhm. I look at it this way: if you got to, if you I don't think you like vice versa on both ends, right? If you get somebody, I'm just saying like once you got your mentor or whatever you decide to get, if people like look for marriage or something like that, right? When if you get somebody that really only or that wants you for your body or something like, I don't think you want to. That's like a setup, you know what I'm saying? And if that's how you attract them, right? Like I say, that's how you gonna get what you gonna get at the end of the day. So we got to realize that if we want mental and we go off the mental and all that stuff, that means you got to attract somebody off the mental and all that, because it's not about uh how fat I can stick my booty out and the dude trying to walk around with the gray sweats to get somebody and all that stuff. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, and that's why be meaning people be mixing lust and love up together, right? Because that's more of a like a a sexual desire or something out of that situation. When somebody got licked their lips and all this other stuff or whatever, that you're not. They mix that up and thinking that's what love is. Love is like it is an internal thing, right? It's an internal thing. It's like off of you know loving a person for them, right? Not for what they doing. Or I can't say that though. But that's like that's depending.
That
It's
might
a
be the
little bit,
case.
but but
But I get what you're saying. From my perspective, it seems like one is to attract just on the surface, and the other, you want to put your best foot forward, so you're doing something to attract, but it's deeper than that. Your expectations are deeper than just what you do on the surface and keep it moving.
man, I got some people in my. Give me a second, man. They tripping.
You better let them kids be kids.
Hey, Pure, what's up?
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm okay. I wasn't sure if you were the same Gigi
As
from the book club.
which one?
Are you part of
No,
the book
but
club?
I love
Oh, okay.
books.
Oh, okay.
Which
Kana
book
has a book
club?
club. Kana,
Okay.
you know who? She has a book club, and we have someone named Gigi, but I thought we had two Gigis, and then I was like, is that the same Gigi? But I wasn't really sure.
Awesome. So while Kevin's doing that, please fill me in a little on the book club.
Sure. So we're a group of women. It's only women, and
Mm-hmm.
we talk about holding women accountable, being dressing modestly. We read different books to better understand men, how to
Mm-hmm.
be in a healthy relationship, how to work. Virtuous women. Thank you, lovely. Yes, virtuous women. So we just speak about kind of some things that seem to have we don't we don't see as much in this culture anymore, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
just
Mm-hmm.
in it. I think I like it because I
All
have
right.
nieces, and I I believe in teaching them some things that my mom and my grandmother did their best, but sometimes things get you forget to teach different things, so it's kind of nice to learn and then teach the
Awesome.
next generation.
Yes. And sometimes we as mothers, we just don't know.
Hmm. We do the best we can, right? But we just
What's the
sometimes
deal,
we don't
Steven?
know.
Exactly. That's all you
Awesome.
can.
Awesome.
That's all you can, man. Be
But
honest with yourself.
I was gonna say like, eat like I never saw my mother or my grandmother portraying that behavior. I was blessed in that sense, right? But I can say when I was in high school, now mind you, my mother's African American and my
So you ain't
dad's
had that twerking
Persian.
60-year-old.
No, I don't have a twerking 16-year-old. Thank, I would be so ashamed. Oh my gosh.
And I'm
But like in
sorry.
my
She called herself pure booty. Instead of
oh Lord. But like, instead, and I have a Persian father, so modesty was a
Okay.
very big thing in my house, right? I wasn't even allowed to wear shorts in my house as a little girl because it's literally like, especially if my uncles were coming over, if a man was coming over, even shorts, weren't allowed because you're around a man. Different modesty tactics. But I could definitely say, even though that was what all I spent so much time with my family, what I could take is what I noticed from the girls at school, right? The attention that they were getting has placed
Mm,
such a big effect on what you take in. Even if your parents are telling you, no, that's not right, we're trying to teach you right. I see that
of
I'm
course.
getting barely any attention, but these girls over here who aren't being modest or are kind of being a little risque, they're getting the attention. And when you're a teenager, attention is what it's like that's what your world is around. You want to be the superstar, you want to be the popular, you want to be this, you want to be that, right? But you can't like there's certain things that come along with it. Nobody wants to be the nerd or the loner, right? So I feel like it's not just always your parents that teach you. These kids are learning from others, and now they have social media at their fingertips. They're observant enough to say, "Hey, this got them attention. It can work for me."
Hey, one thing we noticed though, being popular ain't it when you mature. We realize like, oh
Exactly.
dang, we not trying to follow the masses. That junk be is yeah. I love it, man. I love being lame now. I like that's called that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be that. I take that. That's peace over here. You don't hear me screaming about stuff like I can't believe this happening. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Let me be lame. You know, forget the popular. I don't need no
Let me
Jordan.
be lame.
That's what they call it. You know what I'm saying? The people that's already losing their
Yeah.
mind want to call it, lame and all that stuff. Yet I'm not stressing like yo popular self. You know what I'm saying?
And like I tell
But
my kids, you don't want to peak when you're in high school, because if you peak while you're in high school, you're just gonna be end up being a janitor. You don't
mm,
want to peak then. That's not the time you want to peak. You want to peak afterwards, because that's when it really matters. And I know for them, they probably don't fully understand it, but I'm like, trust me, when you go to your reunion, that's when you want to have your peak, because that's when everyone's gonna be like, oh my gosh, is that so and so?
So
right.
help me understand, Pure. So I guess I'm not getting what peak means because I don't know how peaking in high school makes you possibly end up being a janitor.
So I mean, it's an extreme circumstance, right? But what I'm saying is, for all the if you look at the very very popular kids, majority of the time that's the end of their popularity, right? It doesn't really go on past high school. Once they go into college, they become an adult, it doesn't necessarily always transfer into being so popular and so successful as you become an adult. It it usually is actually the opposite. So you kind of want to just, lay low, and then make sure when you get older you kind of have that peak where you're like, look at me now. I have this, I have that. Because, it just kind of it dwindles. That popularity dwindles. Once you leave high school, it doesn't necessarily stay like that for a lot of people.
Okay, thank
For
you.
some it may, but not. I haven't seen a lot of people who stay popular the rest of their life.
Okay.
Oh my bad, y'all. I got people on my crib over here chirping. I'm glad y'all can't
You
hear my
better let them
background.
kids be.
I'm trying to make sure ain't nothing breaking in my house. But anyway, you're right about that though. But it is some people that just when they came from high school, the popular people right nowadays. I would say this though. I bet money that the popular people is one of the most stressing people too today too. I bet money on that. Because they gotta keep the thing is to be popular, right? That's a stressful thing. You know what I'm saying? You have to keep up with something for the masses, right? To be popular. So you have to keep on living this type of lifestyle that you dang near. Some people can afford it, can't, or some people just ain't got the mentality for it. That's why they so scared of being judged by everybody else. And that's a hard thing. You know what I'm saying? When you live this life of caring or of somebody caring about how you caring about how people care about or think about you and all that stuff. That's a harsh type of life to live, man. So yeah, I would say that popular that that stills in with you most definitely gonna be stressed. I can't even see the opposite of that. I can't see. I can I don't know.
I think it's changed since my daughter went to school because, I taught her to strive to be the best she could be.
That's
And she was popular in high school. She still succeeded after, but she's not everyone. But also, even with my grandson, he's still maintaining what he has to do after being popular. I just I guess it's different for the students now. Maybe they're popular on a different level and it's interfering with their overall foundation. I don't know.
I
Mm.
I think there's a different levels to
I was
popularity.
about to say, I think it's like a
Be,
subjective thing, how I'm hearing this now.
yeah,
Because
Mhm.
it's
but
just that
because
one person.
also yeah, because also you can be, if you're just naturally one of those charismatic people, you're probably always going to be popular, right? If that's just who you are innately, you can't change that. But there are some people who are just popular, and it's just a happenstance. They're popular because they're really good at football. They're popular because they're, really in the acting, whatever may consider you popular at your school. But
Mhm.
once they go on to excel in that, like football, once they go to be a college, they may not be popular in that environment anymore because they
Right.
were only known for that one thing. If that makes sense. But if your daughter just was herself and she was popular because she was herself, then there's a good chance she's just going to remain popular because that's just who she is
I
innately.
was just about to ask that. I want to know. I do want to know what they both was popular for. Can you tell me that?
Well, I can't say that my daughter was popular like a cheerleader or something like that, but a lot of kids knew her and liked her. Um,
Oh,
and,
I
and
was
my
lame and they
grandson
knew me. Like me
and
too.
my grandson played football. Um,
Okay.
but I guess I'm just thinking of it in different ways. I'm thinking of it just in terms of the way Pure gave the extreme example. I'm from the mindset of if you plant the seeds and you give your child the foundation, you'll find sometimes they aren't going to go on that straight and narrow path that you've set. If they go left, they have something solid to get back on track with. And so if they're popular in high school and they miss that a little when they leave and go to college, but they have a strong foundation, it's a good chance of they'll turn back around and they'll still be the best they can possibly be. So I don't know. I guess for me, it's kind of like a phase.
Mm.
Yeah, I can see it that way. I think that's still
Yes.
coming from, honestly, like you raised really well-rounded children, because there are some people who can go left and they can never turn right again. Do you know what I mean? Because after they get so stuck in that way that they don't even know how to get back to where home is. But when you're kind of a more well-rounded person, which I know we all strive to teach our children, we don't know they. I'll use the extreme again, right? We'll use, members of affiliated territories. I don't know if I can say the word,
I
but
got you
they
now.
claim they claim colors, right? Sometimes when you go into that extreme, even if you were a straight A student, right? You can get into that extreme and you can't go back home because you're that extreme. You've gone that extreme. It sounds like you raise kids who, even if they stray a little bit, they can reset and go back home really fast. But not all kids have that, and that's kind of where they get off. They literally just stick to their, that one tool of being good at football, and God forbid something happens, they're not even going to know how to reset to be just a average person because all they know is football, and they've only banked on having football. Or
Okay.
if that makes sense. I'm just trying to make it make sense. Like, if that makes sense, I try to teach my kids, have a lot of different hobbies because you never know which one may make you money.
Yeah.
My son loves basketball, right? But God forbid something happens to his ACL. But he also loves photography, so he still has another pathway. Because if he only invests in basketball and something happens, and don't tell him he's not going to the NBA right now. That's where he thinks he's headed at like 5'7". That's fine, best wishes, right? But have something else just in case to fall back on. Some kids don't take heed to that, and then they get there and then they get stuck, and now they have to look for acceptance someplace else, and they'll go to those other places where they say, well, these people are showing me love, even though it's the wrong kind of love.
Gotcha.
So it's a what I thought about. It's a difference between being known and popular, right? So popularity, that means you usually have to keep up with a certain agenda or a certain uh popularity, right? Certain whatever thing it is. Usually that's what, and that was what I was meaning about them. The ones that got to stress the most, the one that got to have the sweetest cars, the one that have to have all this stuff to look good for the 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 people, the social, right? They got to keep this image up, right, to stay popular. You know what I'm saying? But being known, you know, you could be known for this that person that's known for snapping, so everybody know this person. Here, this that. Oh, what about that guy that just passed away soon? I mean, passed away some weeks ago. He was known as the knockout man. You know what I'm saying? We could say popular though, but he's known. He's just known. You know what I'm saying? So there's
Yeah.
a difference between being known and popular. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because like I was known, I was a loner though, but everyone knew me. I could go to any of the groups. Nobody would say don't hang out with us, but I wasn't popular by no stretch of the imagination.
Right.
Well, I think it really boils down to like attention seeking. Are you popular because you're seeking that attention? That are you seeking that popularity, or
Right.
are you actually embracing the popularity that you do have because you're popular for some reason? Are you
Mm-hmm.
actually expanding on those strengths? And this is what I was in a live earlier, and we were talking about that because I work with a lot of youth and I work with a lot of younger adults. And one thing we were saying is that, a lot of them are being robbed of their identity. They don't even know who they are, even when they're popular. They don't even know why they're popular. So because they're maybe living vicariously through their parents, maybe their parent wants them to be some NFL or NBA athlete when they don't even want that. Maybe they want to be, like you said, pure beauty, like a photographer. Maybe that's where their passion lies. We have to stop hindering our children. If we hinder our children, we're not allowing them to be who they actually really are. We're actually robbing them of their identity.
Not the identity. What about Born Identity? Sorry, no, I'm talking to. But that was a popular movie. It's like, no. I mean,
Love that movie, all of them.
oh yeah, I did too for sure. My boy was like, he was the first. What's my man's name? He was the first.
Jason
Matt Damon,
Bourne.
John
right?
Wick. He was the first John Wick.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
But
John
yeah.
Wick,
it
yeah.
was it
To
was
me, he
Matt
was
Damon
because
though,
he was
right?
tearing people up with pencils and stuff. Like, boy, get up.
But it was Matt Damon, right? It was Matt
Matt
Damon,
Damon.
right?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
That's not
yeah.
damn. Mm.
Yeah. Born Identity. Born for supremacy.
Well,
Supremacy.
and,
What? Can I
and
say that word?
I
Oh, let me
wonder what
another word. I'm
happened
like,
to him as an actor.
well,
What
that
happened
was
to him as
ignore
an
me.
actor?
that was another thing we talked about is that like
What
we
happened
can,
to him?
our kids and people are actually they'll seek out celebrities, they'll seek out actors who are acting, who are actually putting on this facade and putting on all this stuff to make you think that this is who you can be, which actually takes away from what you really are. But yet there's people like us who will actually try and mentor them and try to bring them up and try and expand their identity, and then they won't choose that. What do
Well,
you think our kids go wrong?
when hasn't that happened in our
Right,
society?
right, right.
Hey,
When
music.
hasn't it
I
happened?
Yeah, I think it's
Music.
gotten worse. If anything, honestly, there's music. Kids hate to feel that the music they listen to is influencing them in any way, shape, or form. That's the first thing I'll tell my kids. You need to stop listening to that music. And you know what they'll say? The music is. I'm like the music you're listening to. There's no way you're feeling happy listening to this stuff, right? Listen, oh, I just like the beats. It doesn't matter. You're still listening to, if you just listen to the instrumental, then if that's the case, right? These words are infiltrating your brain. You don't even realize it, right? The things that they see, even if they're like, oh, well, I don't like that, these type of women, but you're still attracted to that, the fact that they're half naked, right? Even
Mm.
if that's not your type, but they're still half naked.
Booty. Oh.
Booty,
Hmm.
titties, the whole thing, right? So it's still infiltrating your mind, and then you go from and everything else, right? There's always something that you have to protect their gates at all time. You have to remind them that although this, yes, this person's gorgeous, they're showing their body. I understand all the appeal. You have to dig deeper because all that stuff can fade.
Mm-hmm.
All that stuff can go. You
Yep.
know, and I think also now we date people for notoriety of who they are, right? If if I can say I have a basketball player on my arm, we will tolerate certain things that we shouldn't tolerate, or we'll do things that we normally wouldn't do, all because we want to say we had that type of person
Hmm.
next to us.
We getting somewhere.
Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
sometimes it's not about your popularity. It's about you're seeking somebody who's popular so that you can look popular.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably because I'm probably older than everyone here. I know at least three people. Um, but I've been around the sun
And
with
you only
that.
24, quit it.
I'm in
This
my
isn't
40s.
new stuff. I'm in my 60s. So it isn't new stuff. It's like when I was younger, Pure Sons, I love basketball. I grew up a Knicks fan. Some of them
Hmm.
were my make believe husband.
That's where you
Uh,
went wrong, growing up a Knicks fan.
see,
That's where you went wrong. Now it makes sense. We're getting somewhere.
now
We about to
now it
change
makes
this
sense
woman's
why we're
life.
opposite. Yes.
We gonna change this woman's life right now. Go ahead, keep going.
But yeah, so I wanted to marry one of them, and that never worked out. I did date a basketball player for a little while, and there were people called groupies. I don't know if they still are, but they got
Yeah,
him
they're
every
called that.
time. Every time they
We
got
call them
them.
D suckers. So
Well,
no,
they were
Hey,
back then too.
Kevin, go on mute. Kev, go on mute. You're not allowed to talk the
That
rest of the
hasn't
live.
changed,
This
Kev.
is no longer your live. This is no longer your live. Go on mute. Go on mute.
uh,
But yeah, so I think it's the same things to safeguard your kids against, but like Pure said, it's worse now. And although I love social media, I love technology because I think we need to advance in those ways, but those are the things that are exposing kids to the extremes the most, I think.
I'm gonna go back to I heard somebody said that because that it made me think about when somebody be like, all right, somebody's about the basketball player and all that stuff. It's like we be trying to push stuff into the back of our mind like it ain't true or stuff. We be lying to ourselves. But that's what I be saying. Like it's like we do like this energy we get from different people and the stuff, all that stuff we do consume it in some type of way. We just don't really realize it. We just try to talk to ourselves like it ain't doing nothing to me that much, you know what I'm saying? It ain't really affecting me and stuff. But it's getting into your spirit. Even the music we listen to, all that stuff, it do get inside it. As much as you want to think how strong your mind is, the stuff gets to you no matter what. Negative stuff that be when people be arguing and all that stuff, it gets to you and all that stuff. But like I said, a lot of us just not honest with it. That's all it is. We're not honest and try to, because we think that we're tough enough. Just like it made me think about somebody I was talking about before when I was telling them, I was like, yeah, I can hang around if my friends is all bad and I'm trying to be on some good stuff. I can hang around it, but the thing is, what you can get influenced no matter how you want to look at it. You will be a whole that energy stuff is like really real. Like so, if all you got five friends and to you, and that all they doing is like negative stuff, and you eventually going to get influenced by them, no matter how strong you think you are. You gonna slip up and do something, right? Because that's just how humans is, no matter how we want to look at it. So it's like that stuff where we just be lying about that situation. We that stuff it gets to us no matter how we want to look at it. Music, friends, all that stuff.
Yeah, it depends. You know, speaking as a woman and knowing some women who did this, the Birkin bag means a lot. So they put up with stuff to have the trimmings. And even when the person isn't famous, there are so many things that women tolerate to have a mate to try and make it work.
Hmm.
Sometimes we lie to ourselves, sometimes we just swallow our pride, I guess.
Ain't the only thing. You're right. That junk is crazy.
Well, it's kind of like
Sorry,
I
I
think
was on the
the
phone.
beauty.
I missed that last portion.
I think I like what Gigi just said, but it reminds me of what kind of Pure Beauty was talking about. And the live that I was on earlier, we were talking about we are the gatekeepers. We're kind of the gatekeepers of these youth that are coming up
So
and
this
trying to guide
AJ.
them and advance them,
Hmm.
to be able to expand their horizons. We're missing out on a lot of doctors, lawyers, government officials and stuff because we're not allowing them to have this identity. We're like these gatekeepers of that. Yeah, you can be popular, but you can also be popular doing something that not anybody else does. Like look at how big anime has got. Look at how big gamers have gotten. A lot of people underestimate gamers. They're freaking geniuses to me because I work with a lot of freaking
Same.
gamers. I work with a lot of gamers. I'm like, they're strategic, you know. They're like they go back, they go in, and they can spend time and hours having to identify a task or being tactical. But if we're taking away people's values, a lot of times we see these on these TikTok lives. Everybody wants to talk about what's going wrong. Well, why can't we talk about what's going good? There's still a lot of unity. There's
Right.
still a lot of community. There's still a lot of joy because I experience it on a day to day. I don't know where everybody's coming up that everything is all bad. If that's all you're going to focus on is the all bad, then that's all it's going to be is all bad. Why can't we focus on what really is going right? It's like strengths and weaknesses.
Or what we can do.
Weaknesses are always going to be there, but the strengths, why can't we expand on the strengths?
I
Wh-
agree.
Why can't why can't we focus on that?
That's why I don't down technology. I know the pitfalls of it, but I think overall it's a great thing. Can't let social media entertainment control us. Yeah.
Right,
I mean, I think also the one thing about social media, right? It's gone from being a fun atmosphere to these serious conversations. Because at the end of the day, if we only speak about the good out there, there really wouldn't be a platform, right? Even when it was just Instagram before you could really do the lives and stuff like that, you had to post pictures that made you look good. If you posted something that made you look bad, right, you got talked about. You're everything is now you're doing it for the gram. Anything that has been given to us to be, it could be a good device, weapon turns into a weaponizing situation. And that's the problem, is that instead of sitting there and saying, hey, we're just going to be honest, sometimes they have good days, sometimes they have bad days, but at the end of the day life is beautiful. You can't do that because people will be like, oh, did you see what her post was about? I know, told you. It's always some sort of side eye, something. If we were all to be honest with ourselves, we wouldn't post anything, because at the end of the day, nobody is perfect. Not even the famous of the famous, the rich of the rich. That you wouldn't post anything,
That's what
because
I think.
everybody gets scrutinized.
That's what I think people need to focus on. That no one's perfect. Um, Beyonce, Megan, um, whoever else. I can't even think of their names right now. I
Doja
just saw.
Cat and
Oh, Doja. Yes.
just them.
Suki Hana.
I just saw. Tom Brady is dating this 20 something year old. That's not against 20 something year olds, but he's a bit older. And she's a gorgeous young lady, but she's not perfect. And they all have their flaws just like we do. But I
Right.
think we sometimes idolize them to the point where we want to see perfection, maybe. And that's pretty unrealistic.
Right.
Right? Because usually when we're seeking perfection, what many people are trying to do is the hurt and the pain or whatever they have within themselves, they project that onto other people. That's and when you project that onto other people, if you're unkind to you, what do you think you're gonna attract? I guess it really does boil down to the laws of attraction. It's like
Mm.
a lot of people will complain about what they have surrounding them when you're the one who made the choice to be surrounded by that in the first place.
Uh-huh.
But let's not also talk about people, especially these younger generations, because of social media. They want everything handed to them. They don't even realize that the person that they are
Mm-hmm.
idolizing
Entitlement.
actually put in work. They
Yep.
think that, oh, well, so and so became a rapper overnight. That wasn't it looked overnight, but how many songs did they have that didn't get any play, any acknowledgement? How many songs that they feel that are pride and joy, they can't even put out there because they know it's not going to be a hit. A lot of rappers will actually say, this is actually the worst song on the album, but it's the most popular one. I have
Mm-hmm.
stuff that's talking about way more real topics, but guess what? It's not going to get played because it's not as catchy. It's not as this. It's not as that. We're not.
I
We're
always say that pure beauty
we're
with
creating.
what you're saying is perfect.
Hmm.
It's perfect. It's like if you look at NBA players, I always looked at LeBron. Everybody hated on him when he went from Cleveland to Miami, back to Cleveland, all that. I was like, you guys didn't go home with him. You don't know the decisions that he's trying to make for his family.
And also, people have an ownership mentality. They don't own him. He can do what he wants to do
Right.
when his contract is up.
Exactly.
So yeah,
I
people
mean,
have a
and
lot
honestly,
of
that's it.
entitlement.
And that's literally perfect, right? Because God forbid you say something against Beyonce, because then what happens? A whole nation of people who have never met her will come and
Yep.
scrutinize
Hmm.
everything you have to, and they've never even breathed the same air as her, was in the same vicinity. But guess what? They will sit here and tell you that this woman is the queen. We literally are putting people on a pedestal, acting as if they make their decisions to affect us, when at the end of the day we're really trying to keep up with them, and we don't even know what we're trying to keep up with and why.
Right. And that we don't even know. It's just like with
We have no
TikTok.
idea,
We don't even know 99% of the people on here have
and
never
probably
met
never
each
gonna meet
other.
them, and we're never going to meet
Exactly.
them.
So my friend, baby Kevin Hart, to go back a little, said LeBron went with who was paying the most money. Well, he's using his body and his God-given talent in a business, so he should make the decision that's best for him and his family.
Hmm. Well, when he went to LA, you have to understand his son is actually in a private school. And I live in California. So his son is actually in a private school in LA so that he can expand his NBA career because his son is going to end up in the NBA. We all know that. We already
I
know
thought
that.
he already was, or
No,
maybe
Yeah.
he has one
No,
in
he's
No,
in
him.
not
college
yet.
right now, I believe.
No,
He's in
Okay.
not yet.
college now.
Yeah,
he got.
so they move around for their family too, and they don't give a damn about us. And I love like his wife, like even Savannah. It's like, and this is how you see relationships at work. It's like they are blinded by the Twitters, by the comments, by any of that. They're not emotional to what other people who know nothing about their life, that they're blinded to it. They refuse to listen to it. That's the problem with people nowadays. They want to listen to what everybody else has to say and validate their feelings when they don't even know how they feel.
And
But
there,
I'm gonna say I don't even know if that's necessarily true. I think some of these people have feelings too. They read these comments,
They
they
do.
see the hurtful things, they have feelings. But you know what? They learn to that. You know what? At the end of the day, I got to do what's best for me. And you know what? If the Lakers are going to pay me more money and whatever other sweet benefits they done put on top of it, right? I'm gonna take me and my family there because that's where it's going to benefit us the most. But I'm sure they
Hmm.
read the comments. I'm sure it's not great. I'm sure these are not great decisions that they have to make. We just act like because we love them so much, they're doing it to almost in spite of us.
well, we
To
But
we
y'all
me,
don't
I,
know
I
me.
think
own
I
them,
think
and
they
they're
laugh
like
at
our
it.
pets.
I think they laugh at it.
No,
They
they don't laugh at
I
it.
don't
No,
necessarily know. I don't think
no,
they
they don't.
always laugh. I
They
think
don't.
some
They
things are
don't laugh
hurtful.
at it.
People are hurt. People are hurtful.
It's the thing about when you playing in the NBA, when you sign that contract, it's certain things that you have to you can do and certain things you can't do. So in their contracts, if I don't know, everybody have read it. Their contracts are very strict of what they can say and what they can do.
Yep.
You know what
Hmm.
I mean? So they do have feelings. They do see these comments. They do see what's going on. I mean, give prime example. Colin Kaepernick. This
Yep.
man forgo all this money to go behind a belief that he believed in. Kyrie Irving, the same thing.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, then you have to look at, okay, am I gonna let my beliefs override my money to set up my kids' future, or am I gonna go
Hmm.
what's on this left? So a lot of times they look at it, they react to it, just like how they went with this in the bubble. They went out, everybody was started wearing the Black Lives Matter shirts. I mean, they see it, they see more than what we realize they see. But can they act on it? There's a lot of times they see it, but they can't act on it.
Hmm.
So
And
Mm-hmm.
I think what a lot of people discredit them for, because some celebrities do not use their platform. It's like, man, you got this platform, you can speak to a lot of people. What are you speaking on?
I
Like
think
Colin
that's
Kaepernick, like
yes.
he spoke of, he gave up his whole career based upon his whole belief system.
Yeah, it's like what I think it speaks to what Kevin was just talking about. You they go out of their contractual agreement sometimes, and that's where they have issues. And because of what
Mhm.
he spoke about was one of the main issues, which brings up a whole other issue of continued racial injustice. And
hmm
so it was layers peeled back. And I'm glad he's doing very well and continues to be successful in his endeavors.
Me too,
yeah,
because he didn't just deal with what he dealt with from the NFL. Colin Kaepernick is mixed. He had a white mother
yeah,
Yeah.
who, yeah,
He's
and there was
adopted. He's
controversy
adopted.
surrounding that. Yeah, exactly.
He's
There
adopted.
was,
We don't necessarily know what he is. We can only speculate. But he is
Yes.
adopted.
yeah,
Mm.
If you
yeah,
saw
he
his
went. Oh,
documentary on Netflix, you
oh,
did see
I
where
love that
he
documentary.
is
But he
mixed.
did speak a
And
lot
in the
Oh, he
news,
knows.
about,
He knows his background.
he
yeah,
knows his mother, and
yes,
yeah,
he
she
knows his
Oh,
disowned
mom.
okay.
him because
Oh
of
my.
this situation. Well,
He,
she had already
he did.
disowned him by giving him up. Then she
Yep.
further
Oh,
disowned him when he kneeled.
yeah,
Oh my.
how you gonna further
Yes,
disown
you have to
somebody you
watch
gave
that
up?
documentary. You have to watch it.
yeah,
Because
I
now
gave
you're
you up.
getting
I don't
into
gotta
the
worry about
depths of
disowning you.
this.
Right. Let me double down real
Let me
quick.
Yeah,
double down.
double dip. Yes.
Now I'm glad I put you up for that. What difference does that? What?
Right.
Get the confirmation
Right,
check. The
And
green.
he
Oh, there
probably
you go.
said,
right.
Checked off. It's
I'm
official.
glad too.
Yeah,
Well,
I
because
was
how
halfway.
many
I knew
athletes
it.
or how
I
many
knew
artists
it.
do you see that their parents turned on them, then they became successful and they became dominant in the different music culture, the sports culture, and all that. And then their parents come in and say, "Oh, that's my kid." That kid already got issues with you. A lot of their music was made because of you.
Tracy
Mm.
Morgan.
Mm.
Yep.
Tracy Morgan has a whole beef with like I think his whole family.
Oh my.
yeah.
It makes it very well known.
You
I
know he the
don't mess
problem.
with you. I don't mess with you. Y'all
No,
wasn't
I
there for me
heard.
when I was coming up. You guys weren't there for me for this. You weren't there. That he's giving them zero grace because they, of course, guess what they want? They want some of his money. Oh well,
Hmm.
no, no, and that's what my son, he wants to be a rapper. Uh, I will not say his name because I don't want anyone supporting that dream. But what I will say is this, right? He'll always be like, if I had 30 million views, you would support my rapping. No, I wouldn't. I don't like what you rap about.
Mm.
And he'll sit there and say, watch when I make it big. I say, when you make it big, that is great for you.
Yeah. So
I'm
you
not
know,
going to sit there and say, oh, well, he needs to give me his money. I'm not in support of what you're doing. You don't need to. Would it be nice? Yeah, it would be nice because I had to deal with you. But at the end of the day, you're right. I'm not over here saying, hey, go listen to my son's album. I don't support what he's saying in it. And at the end of the day, if he chooses not to give me his money, that's a choice that he can do. Jackie Chan just made it very clear. He's not going to leave a penny to his son.
Mm. Or his
And Bill
daughter.
Gates is doing, or no, and Bill Gates is doing the same thing. If you can't make it on your own, you don't deserve my money.
Well, you
And
can go
if
back a
my
little
son
further.
just
I'm sorry.
And I'm just saying, people like we have to stop thinking that just because we raise these children to be people in the world that are not dependent upon others. We in turn, is it nice if our children will take care of us? Of course, I'm gonna take care of my mom, but at the end of the day, it's not a requirement. And when these families say, "Well, you should be giving me," like the black China and her mom beef all the time, "You should be giving me money." That's not how that works.
An entitlement mentality. I be talking.
That's it.
But
I'm about to
but you
just
want to
say
know
that.
what
Entitlement.
An
you want to
entitlement
know what I realize
mentality
is
to a certain point. If you raise a child and you bring them up and you do the best you can and they make it, they should feel a certain obligation to help you out if you need it. In particular,
so Gigi,
That's
can
true.
I ask you a question?
I
sir.
agree, but
Can
Totally
I
I
agree
ask?
agree
with
with
that.
you.
Go ahead.
Hi,
So
Touche in the building. What's the deal, my brother?
touche.
what's the deal? So let me say this. Me and my mom didn't have a good relationship for 29 years of my life, right?
Yes.
We did not have a good relationship. And I think my mom, when me and my mom finally sat down and we had a conversation, she, like I said, I told people this before. She had to open up and tell me like, "Oh, I couldn't be your mother because my dad had passed away. My dad was unalive." So
I'm sorry.
with her saying that, for the longest, I was like, "Oh, bro, I'm not gonna take care of you because you feel me, you the way you treated me as a kid." And then I got older and I was like, "Well, you know what? My parent was just learning. She was going as she was, as she was as best she knew how." But I feel like with this conversation, we talking about people and their family members. Sometimes their family members don't they didn't they that was their first rodeo and they didn't know what they was doing.
Mm-hmm.
In some situations, I feel like I'm not really big into um the Bible, but I'm pretty sure it says something about handling people with grace and having grace because people are human. I think we forget about people being human and they didn't know no better. So, but because we know better as people, we supposed to treat people better, right? Um, that's something that I just felt like I needed to say. I feel like Colin Kaepernick went through a lot of stuff, and the industry will forever have their hand around your neck.
Of course.
And the moment that you say anything as far as no and not agreeing with the industry, they could strip everything from you. And then
Hmm.
you got to look at people who form a habit from being in the industry and living in the industry, and they're up against a lot of stuff that they can't really speak on.
Right.
Do I speak on this and I lose everything?
Hmm.
Do I lose because they go look at Colin Kaepernick? He was blackballed. I still have yet to see him play in another NFL football game.
He
Yet
is
Mm-hmm.
he found,
salty.
you feel me?
Yes.
And that's the thing they keep telling him, like, yeah, well, okay, well, we'll put you on this team, and then it's like, well, we never seen him play in a season. You get what I'm saying? I feel
Mhm.
like people need to have more grace, right? We don't have a lot of grace for each other, and the way to start loving each other and being where we need to be, we need to understand that people are human. One of the biggest flaws that I think I see every day is instead of us finding out a way to fix stuff, we just debating on stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
You feel me?
agree, and I applaud you
Mm-hmm.
for resolving the situation with your mom. I had an even longer, not good relationship with my mother, and she recently passed. And the worst thing we started to resolve things. So the worst thing you could have is for someone to never be here anymore. There's no other talk. There's no other trying to resolve it. So I applaud you for that, and I agree with you.
I
And
appreciate
you know
it.
what I can say, when I was growing up and I was a teenager, I told everybody, I told anyone who would give me ear, I'm never talking to my parents again. Watch when I turn 18, it's over
Hmm.
for them. My mom is currently
Yeah,
okay.
you thought you was
We
going somewhere?
share. Yeah, I thought I was going somewhere. We currently share a wall that connects our houses, right? This woman probably cannot get rid of me if she tried. As you grow up, you realize your parents really did the best they could. You,
Exactly.
Hmm.
it really takes having a child to understand. My
I ain't got no
my
kids,
parents
but
did what. but I'm saying, you
No,
realize
talk about that.
your parents did what they could with what they had,
Yep.
right?
So I try to tell people.
Bad, good, bad, or indifferent.
Mhm.
My son could be mad at me for multiple different reasons. I know it's not going to be until he has his own child where he can say, "My mom really just didn't know better.
She was
Exactly.
learning.
I
She
wish,
was learning.
yo,
She
I
She
wish
just
somebody
she
was in
was
my
learning.
live
didn't
today
know
that I was just
better."
talking to yesterday. I wish they
No,
could hear
I
this.
literally had this conversation
So,
earlier, Kev. I'm telling you, I wish they were here too.
I just got off their
so
live, the
You
Cora,
person I
know,
want to talk to about that, but hey,
will
I
your
feel like
son say that about your dislike for his rap? Will he say you just didn't know better?
he probably says that foolishness now, but I think what he will say is when he gets
I don't
older,
think none of us
or
know better.
when he has a daughter, he's gonna be like, I think I know where my mom was coming from, because I wouldn't want no man talking about my daughter like that. God forbid if I ever have another child and it's a little girl.
but you
Oh,
know,
I
I'm
bet
gonna be
you
honest with
his
you.
music will be completely different. They
But
Mhm.
might be
beauty,
that, but she ain't that.
but beauty,
Mhm.
you gotta understand, right? I listen to an interview. I don't like listening to podcasts. I like listening to interviews when it's just like the artist himself, because usually when it's a
Hmm.
podcast, it's kind of like a persona that I feel like a lot of people put on. But I listen to Vince Staple podcast. He's a young rapper from Long Beach, California, and he was talking about, what he realized, and he said, you want to know what I realized is that the music industry capitalizes off of trauma. They capitalize off of our trauma.
Of
So
course.
Thank you, JJ.
what we see is what we talking about.
Hmm.
What we know, it may not be these people. And I just had a debate. I'm gonna say a debate with somebody on Twitter today, because they was like, "Well, this rapper is mainstream." I said, "Bro, he's They was talking about Gunna and Young Thug, and I said they're rap people. Are you really surprised that these people? Do you think these people want to go away for 20, 30 years and throw their career away? These people don't. They
Who
gonna
wants
tell.
to hold on?
they,
Who wants to go away for 20 or 30 years in general?
Nobody.
but that's the thing. These people are thinking like they like, oh, Gunna snitched on Thug. I said, bro, y'all expecting street
Not
credibility
today.
from rappers. You get what I'm saying? Y'all
Yeah,
expecting
yeah.
street credibility from rappers, but they rapping only what they 9 times out of 10, and this is a proven fact that some of these rappers that all these kids are looking up to is rapping other people's life that ain't even nowhere near rappers. So what
Right.
your son is probably putting, yeah,
Rick
yeah, like
Ross.
what your son is probably rapping about. I know you may not agree with it, but deep down inside, you know your son. If your son say, "Yeah, I'm outside and I'm pew pew," you gonna be like, "Boy, you pee on the toilet."
But
What's
I'm
they
the
not.
got,
deal,
they got,
King? Not today, brother. Not today.
Boy, you
You
have
get
a
they,
you have a
Yeah,
curfew.
Tara
So I
caught
don't
it.
know
He
who you.
caught it.
But the thing about, I would say this, right, about why I don't like what my son raps about is because my son, his mentality is, now I gotta live it so I can prove that I'm about it, and
that's how
that's
they
my
be.
thing. If you want
hmm
to rap about it and stay in your and still wear your pants around your waist where it goes, then okay, that's
how old
I'll
is
be
he?
somewhat. He's about to be 18.
Okay,
But the
and
fact that he's
not,
out there really trying to live this life is what
let me tell
pisses
you.
me off about it.
Let me tell you something. Being from somebody from the streets, like I tell my young people this all the time. Y'all not really ready for what y'all be talking about. Y'all not really ready for, but you gotta. But this is the thing too. The moment he experienced that, he's gonna be like, "Yeah, no, I'm good." Because me being me, like I said, I grew up without my dad. So for a lot of the time of my life, I experienced stuff because my mom really had to work, and I had so much leeway. You get what I'm saying? Like, oh, she's not here. My stepdad not tripping,
Hmm.
but I could tell you right now, the first time that I got like, yeah, I heard pew 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 pew, boom 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 boom, my heart dropped. My heart dropped. I didn't know what to do. I ducked, and I'm telling you, your son is just living it. He talking about something in his rap music because he has not been through it. Because when he get through, if he ever go through that, and I pray he don't, he's gonna have a wake up call.
Not the man.
So I'm gonna be
Hey,
honest with
hey,
you.
you
I
know what,
need him to have
TJ?
a
And
wake up
what
call.
TJ's
I need him
saying?
to have a wake up call. Do you know why?
Basically.
Because honestly, he's going down that road where even people that I know that are actually about that life are telling me, a he put him in the military at this point because he's going down the wrong direction. If
No,
that makes
this
sense.
this is the
That makes it
thing though,
worse.
is that he can only be humbled by himself. By
Experience.
himself. By experience. He can only be humble. Us as parents, we can only control so much of what our kids do. We cannot control their choices. And I think I asked this question in Kev's live like 4 months ago. At what age do you have choice?
I feel like you
Ex-
have
I'm about to
choice.
mute him.
I feel like you have a choice to make a decision when you are no longer being parentally guided, right? So, like I said, I pray he don't go through this, but a lot of people, I seen a lot of people be the hardest people in the world. I even see people to this day, man, I got that thing on me, and then when something go down, guess what they doing? You, you ain't let that thing go not one time. We over here looking like sitting ducks. What is you doing? You get what I'm saying? But he lived
I
like
get what you're saying.
he rapping what's gonna get him attention, right? He's rapping because because the music industry, like I said, I went to school for this too. The music industry capitalizes off of the trauma.
hmm
A group of artists, a group of young artists out here right now by the name of Baby Stone Gorilla said, "Man, when we was rapping basic, we wasn't getting no attention. When we started getting disrespectful, everybody started paying us attention."
Well, how many artists do we know that like their first album is all mainstream and you hear the same music over and over and over again, and then they strayed away from the mainstream and they just said, I just want to be myself and I want to rap or sing about what I'm really going through so that it can tap into the people that I want to tap into.
and
That's
and
all.
And
that's
that's why
usually
people don't
so
find it.
that's so
That's all
that's
of them.
usually yeah, that's usually artists who kind of got on and they done built a fan base and now they like, okay, I have such of a big fan base now,
Right.
I
Yeah,
don't
they
have to
change.
rap like that no more,
Yeah, they
right?
change. They evolve.
Yeah, and we could say that, and I could say that about artists that are looked at as goats, as Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar, when he first was
Oh,
rapping,
yes.
is not rapping. This rap style he rapping now is nothing what Kendrick Lamar was rapping about when he was, fresh into the game. The same thing go with J.
hmm
Cole. J. Cole had that song.
J.
Oh, say
Cole,
I heard you
exactly.
got a maid chick, a mistress, and then now you hear J. Cole. He talking about some. I look out for the people. We're not trying to do it. Like these people aren't rapping like that no more because they have their core fan base. Rod Wave is another person. He probably wasn't rapping that way when he first came out, and now he got his core fan base, and now he's showing the real him. Because like I get why you don't, like I said, I get why you not supportive of it, but deep down inside, he just trying to get the traction of the internet, right? I feel like because he's young and he 18, he's just trying to get the traction of the internet. He's trying to get something that's gonna get him seen, get him his fan base, and then after a certain period of time, he can. You're not gonna be like that, bro. Like your son is 18 years old. If I was in his perimeter, I'd be like, bro, I get what you rapping about, but that's not you, and we
hmm
gonna know that it's not you. You don't
Hey,
want
not
to,
too
Yeah,
much on Kendrick, bro.
but it's
and
the fact that he's trying to go out and live that life. Do you get what I'm saying? It's
Well,
not
all of
like
them.
I'm
Yeah.
seeing my son actually make attempts to go live this life where he's even putting himself, he has put himself in danger trying to prove his loyalty to people who would never prove their loyalty to him. And I
hmm
understand he may need a wake up call. And actually, at the end of the day, if that's what it takes, as long as my son is alive and doesn't go to jail, I really wouldn't care, if that makes sense. And I say
but
that
the
as
military,
a mother. Oh
And
no, I'm just
uh,
saying that's what people
I
are.
get
That's
you,
what
Pure
people are
Baby.
telling me. I'm not saying that's what I'm going to do or make him do, but that's what they're saying because they're saying he's getting too caught up into trying to be what he's seeing and what he is trying to portray that he's forgetting where he came from. We live in San Francisco. What the area I live in, where we live in, that he grew up in, I can see the San Francisco Giants baseball team stadium, and down the street are the Warriors stadium. Where he didn't live that lifestyle, but he's going out of his way to go to those neighborhoods to do that. That's what I'm saying. And
And
this
you know,
is
a lot.
why all of that pisses me off because it's you saw this on the internet, you thought it was cool, and now you're really trying to mimic it, not even knowing that the person that's you're listening to that's rapping probably never even did the stuff that he's talking about. But you want to
Right.
never.
believe that so bad,
No,
A
and
lot of
now you're
times
mimicking it.
they have to experience something in order to gain the understanding of something. You know what I mean? You can't keep pushing them away because you keep pushing them away from it. You keep saying what you're saying. All you do is push them towards it. You know what I'm saying? So don't support the music, but support the child. For no matter what he decided he can do,
I
long as
mean, or
it's
find an
positive.
artist and find an artist that is themselves and be like, bro, this is better rap than this and that. Because that's what the thing is. He's trying to think of money wise. What's gonna get me paid? Okay, this is the only way this is gonna get me up there. So this is what I'm trying to do because I don't want to be like this. I want to be able to do this for my mom. Probably I don't know the young man, but I'm just telling you, like, nope, not.
Uh, that's J. Cole.
What the?
Yeah, he just had a call, but
I
yeah,
think you better
just
call.
support him. Do what you can. Do your due diligence as a parent. You know what I mean. Support your son. You know what I mean. You ain't have to like the music, but support him. Do it all. You know what I'm saying? Because
And
the
then
better
I
you see
think I should
support,
specify. I
yeah,
should specify. I love my son. There
we
is
know.
nothing I wouldn't do for my son. My son has a home. My son is going to get fed. But when it comes to that part of his life, I'm not going to fund it. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to support negative behavior. But at the end of the day, he knows I love him. He knows I support him. You know, and at the end of
I
the day,
think
if
I
he
get
wants,
what you mean, man.
Yeah, yeah,
and he can, if he wants to
I
actually
do.
change
I
the
do.
lyrics to the type of stuff that he says, I would probably be more supportive. You know, he could,
what
if he was,
I'm not about.
it's just really the words that he's saying that are pissing me off more so than
Yeah,
anything.
I
Deep
feel you
down,
on
he's a
that
good
though.
yeah.
kid. He's loving.
Don't play
But
off
that's
the
He's
like
a
word.
loving
supporting
kid.
like a negative behaviors and all that stuff. Like I talk about that, and that tomorrow. That's my live tomorrow about loyalty, man. I'm gonna talk about that though. That's gonna be my whole live tomorrow. I got that. But this thing is like we be like you could love somebody. That don't mean you got to support everything they do. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah,
like I'm like somebody that like buys cigarettes. If I know cigarettes hurting them, I'd rather not buy it for them. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to do it because
hmm
you want me to do it or something like that because I know I'm hurting you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not about to, or you know, this is just in general, right? I just can't support something I know that just ain't right. You know what I'm saying? Even if you feel like it's right,
Yeah.
you
yeah.
just
I
gotta
mean, I
understand
Yeah,
it.
feel
yeah, you know, like
and I feel like this too, and
you may know like how.
I'm gonna also be 100 with this. The military. You think your son in a bad position right now? Please don't send that boy to the military.
What's wrong
Because
with the
Huh?
sometimes
military?
people,
It's a
some
it's a good and
Well,
bad
the
thing.
thing is,
It's a good thing.
it in some
Hey King, what
aspects,
you got to say
but
about that?
I've watched people sit there and go to the military and come back and they can't get into a normal civilian life. I have a brother that's in the Marines right now, and when he came back after doing his tour, he was like not he could not adapt to being back home.
True.
He had to go fight. He said, I don't feel right living a civilian life. I have to go over
Right, I knew
here.
you
And
about
he
to say
was a
something.
soldier.
Yeah, because I mean, but you have to understand, even in society, you know what I'm saying? Some people can't adapt to society being in society.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. So give him some structure. Give him
Hmm.
No, but
give him some
that's
discipline.
understandable.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what the military is for, is give you structure, give you
Hmm.
discipline, give you
Hmm.
something
Okay.
to look
I,
forward to other than
Right.
what's the norm. The
And
norm is
responsibility.
we out here and responsibility. So and out here being in this world ain't showing you responsibility, ain't teaching you responsibility. The world is teaching you how to be uh, disrespectful. Showing,
Free and
this world's gonna chew you up and spit you out.
yeah,
So give
people
him
gonna realize
something
that.
to look forward to in the long run, because you giving his military lifestyle, it would give him something. Okay, when he's 60, he got something to fall back on. You get out here in this rap game, what you have to fall back on. Once that money's gone and people ain't listening to your music, then what you at?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't see nothing wrong with giving any young child a military lifestyle.
I
Any,
mean,
you know what I'm saying? Anything
I
positive.
don't see, I feel like you got to let some people choose that life, right?
Of
I
course.
don't
but the thing
think
is,
Oh,
I
y'all
force,
about to
can't
I don't,
learn
sign
about
him
my
up
boy.
for it.
Me and Touche, we especially with this type of thing. Y'all about to learn him
Yeah,
today.
you have
And
to
she
allow him to
changed
make his
coming with
choice.
it.
But as a child, you have to say so right now.
yeah, but
As
that's what I'm
an
saying.
parent, you know
He's
what I
I'm
mean?
18.
taking
I
that
don't have
from
a
him.
say so. He's
Oh,
18. I
okay,
don't
he's
have a say
18.
so.
So no, you don't have to say
Yeah,
so. I thought he was younger. My fault.
I can't sign him up for the military,
I got
but
you, I got you. I mean, I
but
thought he was
it's not
younger.
like it's, yeah, but it's an avenue that when we do talk, I do educate him on it, right? Because not the military is not all, oh well, you have to be on the front lines. There's so many things in the background that you can do that will help with discipline, right?
Yes.
It's there's just a lot of different things about it. I just try to give him different avenues because he's newly 18. He's going to realize life is not as easy as, I guess I made it seem like life was easy, but it's not easy out here. We all know that. It's false advertisement. It's ghetto. It's everything being an adult, you know. But I try to give him as many options as he can, so he can think upon them, so he can make the best decision for himself. Because all I can do is
Yeah,
talk to him.
Yeah.
and I know, like I said, that's why I feel like I'm not against it, but forcing them to go somewhere like that, like I don't think that's something like
Come
I
on,
like
Touche.
you.
Come on in. Show him that damage you be giving me. Go ahead. Cause he's
No,
strong at his stuff too. Go ahead.
no, I'm gonna stand on it because, like I said, I watched my brother come back from the military, and he was so happy to come back at first, and then when he had to live a civilian life, he did not like it. He
Yeah,
was
but
so miserable.
you can't
Hey
put it all
Gigi,
you
this
can't
go
put
back
it
to
on.
earlier. Remember this when you said I don't like this group? That's why I said I don't know where that came from though. But me and him, we go toe to toe all day. But I don't stop being somebody's friend because they disagree with me.
Right.
So I'm
Right.
just,
Yeah,
And then you know
yeah.
what? And
Y'all
it's like this right
touche.
here. It ain't just because you can't look at one individual and put it into a whole.
I'm
My
no, I'm
nephew,
not saying
I
I'm
got
not. I
I
can't.
got
And you're
two
right.
nephews. I have two nephews. One been in the Navy, one have been in the Army. They adapt to civilian life very well. They use what they had from the military to get what they wanted. So you know what I mean. There's a and don't get me wrong. There's a good and a negative side to the military. And King
Hmm.
is up there. He been in the military. He can speak and tell
right,
you
the summon king.
Yep.
You
what
summoned
that
him,
lifestyle
Kev.
is
Don't
like.
say somebody done come. So you said, Kev,
I
what you?
didn't.
You said, King. What do you have to
Hey,
say on
This
I
this
is
knew
what
he was
subject?
about to say
Straight out
something.
of
I
your
knew he was about to
mouth.
say something. He said something about the
Straight out.
many,
military.
Talk about somebody
many,
summoned him.
many.
You summoned him.
yeah.
I'm
Many
not.
of
This
my
Like
is
I
what it is.
said,
nephews went into
I'm
the
just not.
military.
I'm
There's
not.
a lot of benefits that come from it.
Of
Many of
course.
my nephews, because they didn't have an option, if you don't have an option, if that is your option, many of my nephews went that route and they
Hmm.
come back home and they get transferred from state to state to state to state. They still have families. They're still bearing children and they're still, but they're also benefiting off the benefits that the military actually provides. And now they're getting degrees and the
Hmm.
military is paying for it.
Exactly. So it's
Well,
good.
I'm gonna be. Well, like I said, it's. I'm not all the way negative about it, but I also realize too. Like I said, I'm Kev telling y'all this. Once I say something, um, I'm just
I
not.
get you,
I mean,
Touche.
yeah, I'm
I
not
get you.
like I watch I watch people mentally struggle, and now we speak on emotional intelligence, and as many people that I know that's in the military,
Uh-huh.
any branch,
Hmm.
they be struggling. I
Yeah.
can't leave. I don't know what
Well,
else to do. This is all I know. It's like a chokehold on them. Like they want to be free from that, but they stuck.
Hey,
They
touche,
can't.
well,
look,
if you
touche,
think
look,
about
I'm
it
gonna say
though,
this.
Touche,
You,
can I say something real quick? Because I got to go into an appointment in
yeah,
like
go ahead,
five
my friend.
minutes.
Go ahead.
Um, but if you think about it, a lot of the era that we come from, that we have experienced with other military members that come from it, they came from war. They came from Iraq. They came from Afghanistan. They were in basically World War III. So we got to experience the traumatic effects of PTSD. That's not going on right now. You can choose to be in the military for 4 years or for 20. And like what Pure Beauty was saying is that there is a lot of different constructs within the military that you can decide to go in. You can be a jumper. You can be in technology. You can kind of choose your little avenue that you go through. So it's like we can't look at it as like it's a traumatic thing and assume that when they come out they're not going to be accepted. Yes, they have challenges because I work with a lot of PTSD veterans that come in, but most of them went through war and had to learn to unalive people. Not all of them do that.
And some of
Right.
them have mental illnesses that the stress from the military brings out. So it isn't the military itself, it's just how they were equipped pre military.
Hmm.
That's true, Gigi.
Look, as a veteran, I'm gonna say this, touche. you are correct. Everyone's not built for the military. I was
Mm-hmm.
an active duty engineer, and everyone's
Hmm.
not built. But I don't blame it on the military. I blame it on the communities they're raised in. The military is always going to be an option. I'm not negative against the military. I love. Matter of fact, I'm telling my son to check it out. But there are some people who are not built for it, and what we have to do is we have to assess what would this person gain by going to the military. For those that are undisciplined, they may struggle, but the same to what Touche is saying, he couldn't adjust when he got out. But some people can't shake the street mentality, and they struggle with that. That's a form of PTSD they have in themselves. So it goes on both sides. There's two sides to every coin,
Yeah.
and just because there's two sides doesn't mean you don't flip the coin. So I always tell people, military should be an option if what you're doing is not working, because
Right.
what the military will offer is discipline. They will give you regiment. They'll give you things. Now, what you do with it, that's on you on the backside.
Right.
And not everybody's built for the combat environment. I was a combat person. I can tell you I was built for it. I can do what I got to do, come back, and don't bother me none. No PTSD. That's me. But everybody in my team, some people in my team wasn't built like that. It was more traumatic to them. But that trauma was already set there before they even came in the military, and they didn't do a proper job of evaluating what job they gave that person.
Right.
So just like living in the streets, taking a job somewhere, going to the military, if you're not adequately prepared, it could be traumatic to you. So I don't think the military is more to blame than any other type of job. It's just another option, in my opinion.
Right.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Like I said, I'm not. I mean, I feel you. Some people, like you said, some people uh can handle it. I just always was looking at it like, you know what? Like it's a certain way to talk to people, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
just how when people join in fraternities, the first thing they do is break you down and to rebuild you up. Some people can't be broken down. Some people components once they broken down, that's it. Like
Yeah,
that's it. They can,
that's
they'll
look,
never be the same
that's
again.
that, and that is true to say. And the thing about it, I had a conversation with somebody last week about the military's tactics, right? We have to train you for the worst case scenario. If you're in combat, nobody's going to treat you nice. They're not going to be polite to you. They're not going to say, please, mother, may I? They're going to beat your tail and torment you and torture you. That's a possibility, and you know that going in. My life expectancy on the battlefield was 8 seconds. I knew that when I got in there, right? And
Hmm.
I was able to handle that and process that because, being here and not here is just part of life as far as I'm concerned. And I don't always get to choose. I'm gonna try to prolong it, but I don't always get to choose. And the tactics of the military, not everybody can handle that. Some people are mentally fragile or too sensitive to even go into that environment.
Hey
And
King,
that's what I'm
wait, wait,
I'm
wait, wait,
agree
wait,
with
right
that.
there, right there. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. In 2023, you don't think that more people are mentally fragile than the 90s, the 80s, and the 70s, like the 70s? You don't think these people are way more mentally fragile?
Oh, I agree. I
Emotionally
agree with you. That's
fragile.
why I said something. Yeah, they are. I think people are more fragile now. Look, when I was in the military,
We
when
in
they
it,
start
bitch.
giving out these cards, right? In basic training, they can hand the card saying, I'm too stressed. Those of us that were soldiers that were brought through this, we was like, what in the world is this? Because we know if you couldn't handle basic training in a non-combat environment, how you gonna come with me into a combat environment?
Is that a dog or a
What
cat?
the?
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
don't know
Yes.
what
That's
that
my
is.
that's my dog.
I knew that
He's
was
Seems
a
like
very
somebody
spirit
opinion.
really
dog.
don't
That
like this
that's
here.
that's my
Military
dog.
stuff. What?
He's very opinionated. He all okay. I'm sorry. I'm talking about you. I know. I'm sorry. He's
I,
very opinionated,
Hey, you heard him
and
say,
don't
yeah,
mm.
say we
he's
soft
very.
around here. I ain't soft.
Is that,
He said,
is
"Mom,
that,
I
I
don't
want to
want
say
to go to
something.
the military." I wasn't talking about you. I was talking
Thanks,
about your
I said.
brother.
Not I'm talking about your brother. But no, that's why I'm
Somebody
saying
got the
like
big
I'm
money
not
in this
I'm not
boy.
against it. I'm not against it. You feel me? But I'm also like, hey, some of y'all can't handle it. Like I struggle with survivor guilt. It's a lot of times I shouldn't even be here.
Dog.
Like I
Yeah,
struggle with
yeah, yeah.
survivor guilt, and I feel like
Look,
sometimes even some of my friends that are no longer with us, I'd be sitting there like,
hmm?
dog, I
You
shouldn't
should.
even be here.
Shay. Man.
And I'm agreeing with Touche, right? I'm saying this though, that you gotta assess each person's ability. Like, if my son is pulling towards the streets and he seems like that's gonna suck him in, I'm telling him to go to the military. I'd rather him take his chance there with purpose and possible good outcomes when I know the outcomes. Because look, I come from a family where we know the streets, we're well acquainted with it, we know in it. My dad had a tattoo in his face, CRIP.
Yeah.
Bottom line,
Mm-hmm.
and I knew I had to get away from that in order to break away from my family tradition. So that's why I went to the military at 17 years old because I didn't want to be in that environment. I needed to learn something different, and it helped me. I'm not going to tell you that works for everybody, though. You really got to see the situation the person's in and use it as an option if the other option could be a worse condition or does not benefit them if they stay in it too long. Because we know the other side of the streets is only one thing: it's either 6 feet or behind bars. So if
That's
that's the
it.
But
options, I'd rather him take his chances over there in the military.
That's
King,
it.
Right.
thank
but you
you
know
for your
what? But
service.
yeah, thank you. I do
Hmm.
want to say that.
Thank
Yes,
I want
sir.
to do. I definitely want to
Yes,
tell y'all
sir.
thank y'all for your service. Like I said, I have longtime friends that's in the military, and it does matter to me. Like I said, I'm just big on just kind of like sometimes these people can't like we our community of people are very soft. Like I wouldn't
you. Yeah,
deem
it's true.
India. I wouldn't say hey go in the war and fight because some of them is soft. They can't handle it. They
What
Hmm.
it
can't.
is.
They
No,
Is
cannot
that
they
handle
can't.
it.
Only the strong survive.
And
is it that the way
Now,
we raise our kids nowadays is the reason why they're soft?
no, I think it's just based on all these rules that we have now. Like comedians can't even say something. I remember watching, Bernie
it's
Mac and all
sensitive.
them say
Yeah.
whatever they wanted to do. And they was saying whatever they wanted to say, and they was like, "Hey, you don't like it? Oh well, you came to a comedy show. I'm gonna say what I want to say." Now you hear kid, oh well, we're gonna cancel him because he said this, and it's like, no, the
Yeah.
world has accepted so much and that it's just kind of like yeah every these people are soft and I wouldn't
Yeah,
and
touche. I love what you're saying because I had this conversation with somebody, right? When you remove
hmm
controlled conflict from an environment, you weaken the people.
Yeah.
Every species
yeah
on the planet practices
Hmm.
conflict to a degree so you can toughen up and learn how to
People
defend and
gonna learn.
protect. When you
Yeah.
take that out of the equation, call everything bullying, you can't
Hmm.
tease each other in a playful way, then what you do is you create people who are now hypersensitive to any conflict. So all they do is
Yes.
extreme
Preach.
reactions. When they have any conflict, I'm going to get a GUN. I have any conflict, I'm going to hurt
Preach.
myself. So that's the
Right.
hmm
reaction when you don't
Come,
have
Literally
come
practical
on.
preach.
conflict.
I
When
wanna.
we grew up, you know what? When you got in a fight with somebody, that was your best friend after that. Today you get
That's
in a
it.
fight, you suspended, you're bullying, you're in detention, you're going to jail. It's instant reactions that keep any conflict happening and doesn't allow you to grow through conflict. Because one
Right.
way conflict, you're supposed to go through it, not run from it. And
Right.
that's what's
and
happened to
It,
our
that's
society.
Hey,
Is run
King, I
from
need
all
you to
I
turn your
conflict.
know.
camera on so I can give you a
Wait,
salute.
I know
and then
Kev
that's
didn't come in
Yeah,
here
okay.
eating and didn't
Kevin,
bring
you know
enough
what?
for
I'm
the
gonna let you have yours,
class.
Kevin. I'm gonna,
Please.
and
I'm gonna let you
Kev
have
brought
yours.
food and didn't bring enough for everybody. This
My bad.
is
I'm sorry.
rude.
I'm
There you
sorry,
go,
King. I
and
Kev.
got you, man. You know I got
like
you.
I said that's
I
why
just wanted to.
kid that's why I look at people now and even with being a part of the streets I be like
There you go.
y'all not built for this type of situation. Y'all not gonna last. Y'all think
Right.
that y'all not gonna last here, bro. Y'all, it's not gonna work for y'all. And people be like, well, you think I'm soft or no, I think you're not prepared for what y'all really think y'all be getting into. And like I said, that's why I
Hmm.
think the military should
Absolutely.
be somebody's absolute choice. Like if you want to go to the military, go. But
Mhm.
but that's something like I always say too with Kev. Like that's why I don't have a lot to say about what people go do or what they should do, because guess what? These people is soft. They don't have their own mind. But they said we're gonna
Hmm.
cancel
Yeah.
you for that, so we're gonna cancel you for that. You get what I'm saying? Like and that's why I
Right.
mean, Kev may look at it sometime as like, you know what, Touche, you stick to your little, you will never, you won't, you just stick to this. I'll be like, bro, because I'm a man and I grew up in an era where what you did, you had to stand on. You have to stand on it. If you can't stand on it, don't do it. Don't do it. This not gonna work for you. This ain't it for you. It's the same thing as being a part of the streets. If you ain't prepared for what's gonna happen, you don't need to be here. And I think the
Well,
military, the
And
only
that
thing about the
and look,
military is, I think the only thing about the military really to me is once you sign up, you can't back out.
nope.
look,
And you
Touche,
know,
you said
and you
something
know, too,
beautiful.
shit.
Don't run past that. Because what she said earlier about her son in the streets, that's the truth, what you just said. Can you handle the fullness of it? Whether you're going to give yourself to the streets or to any industry or the military, whatever the case may be, you better do research and see if you're built for the long haul.
that
Because
part.
Mm-hmm.
there's people that got
Hmm.
into the whole entertainment industry was not built for it, and they unalived themselves when the pressure got too heavy.
Right.
And
Right.
some of them, got up with mental conditions in just that industry, right? It seems
Hmm.
kind, but its ruthless part of it, right? The
Yeah.
military got the same thing. Matter of fact, corporate America's got the same thing. You can get in corporate America and the standards get so heavy that you feel
Hmm.
like you ain't nothing anymore. So now you got these thoughts you didn't have before. So it happens everywhere we go. It's
Right.
really about what you just said to me, which I love. You really got to see if you built for the long haul of whatever it is you're trying to do.
Yeah.
And I think that's like that's why I said what I said. You feel me? Some people sign up for the military and find out that they're not military built, and now they ain't got no choice. Now you stuck
Well,
because they not
you
letting you
know
go
what?
home.
You know what,
But
Touche?
that
I've
happens
heard
in
I've heard that
various
from people
aspects of
who,
life. You go do something that you don't fully know if it's for you or not, and you have to go to plan B. That's
yep.
what the alphabet is for.
Right.
But you know the
Well,
thing about
a lot of people will go into the military and they'll think that it's better for them, but then they'll get out and say, "Man, that was not an experience I wanted, but at least they had it. At least they didn't." So now
Yeah.
they can't take back the experience. They
Well, it's
learned
probably
something from that.
and it's probably better than 4 years of incarceration.
That part.
I
Exactly.
mean,
But here's
Uh-huh.
yeah, but here's the thing, right? People that look. The thing is, whatever choice you make, just be willing to accept the consequences. People think you're stuck in the military. No, you're not. If you get in
Nope.
there and you don't like it, you can go AWOL.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
okay,
Now,
that was
once
that
you go
a
Uh-huh.
AWOL,
dishonorable? Is that a dishonorable? Isn't that a dishonorable
so
discharge?
Yep.
that's a
Honorable.
consequence. Who cares if you decided you didn't want to be in there?
I'm,
if you feel like
I
You
your
mean,
know
what
what
are
life
the
they
is not
gonna do
right
to
consequence? You
you?
know
and
what
this
the
is hurting you,
consequence is?
then you make that tough decision.
You know what the
The
Right.
consequence
consequence
is
is?
jail.
Is your pride. Pride.
No, I don't
Yep,
think you go to
that's it.
jail. My uncle definitely was dishonorably discharged, and he
Yeah,
definitely never went to jail.
No, I'm
it
talking
takes
about like
extreme stuff to go to jail in the military. Yeah. I went
uh
AWOL one time in the military. Most of us from Louisiana did. I went AWOL and came back. I fought my Article 15 and I stayed in and I kept going. So that
I
rumor,
can
you all go to
totally
jail.
picture
Trust me, the
King
ones who went to jail, there
AWOLing.
was some
I
more
can
to it than
totally
just
picture
AWOL.
you AWOLing.
Yeah,
I
we
mean maybe
Louisiana,
I
we was
watched
built
that.
different. I was one of the last one to stay there.
I'm my bad. I think I watched that. I thought going to jail he would go to jail because and this is gonna be funny. Don't laugh at me. And I thought this was kind of real. Remember on the movie called This Christmas when he went home and they came
Yeah.
and got him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Hey,
I don't
I
think
was
he
like,
went to
that's
jail. I think they
propaganda.
just came and picked him up,
no, he was
though.
in jail. He
They
was
went
in
to
Yeah,
Oh, he
jail.
jail.
went to
if you
jail.
go to jail, if you go AWOL and they take you to jail, trust me, it's more than you that went. It's more than just the
Right.
AWOL that got you in jail. Trust me.
Well, hey,
Right. My,
isn't the military jail is different than citizen jail? So
right.
a
Listen,
lot of people
jail
It
don't
is.
even
jail.
I've been in one
understand
of them
Look,
that.
too.
Touche said
I've
I
been in
don't
one
want
of
to
them
be
too.
behind any bars, so I
Any
don't
bar.
care
Let me
which
tell
jail
let
it
me
is.
let me tell
Bars.
y'all because I'm gonna be the first one to tell y'all I've been to jail before and it's not the funnest experience and it's very boring.
Really?
It's
Really? Because from what
it's
I heard,
very
it's a 10 out of a 10 experience. I heard a lot of people
yeah,
like to
all
go
right.
back. I heard
Mm.
The
that
worst
there's a
part of
lot of
jail.
freedoms. I heard there's 3 meals a day. I've
Um
heard a lot of positives about that place. Which one did
I
you
don't
go
know who
to?
Three hot foot
Processing is
the
cold. It's cold in the
process
processing room.
Right.
it's cold
It
in the
ain't cold.
processing room. You gonna be eating uncrustables.
I mean, what part of jail it was ever advertised to be fun? Like, I mean,
I
like, I've
mean
never I've never heard of somebody going, "Yep." I mean, besides people who are career criminals or like homeless saying, "Yep, I want to go to jail." I mean, at the end of the day, I
I
don't
mean
Hey,
if
think
you homeless
anybody
actually, actually, there are people
and
out there that are homeless that actually prefer to be homeless.
well I mean
exactly,
Absolutely.
but
What?
and honestly, I'm gonna be honest. On
Yep.
TikTok, I'm gonna be honest. These they got iPhones now in jail. I'm a little confused at
But
with
that's easy.
how they being how they
That's
no
Be on
they're
TikTok.
allowed.
that's
They're
simple.
They got
allowed to be
cable,
in.
PlayStations, they
man
cooking in
listen
They're
there.
listen
I
allowed
my
mean,
to
they
brother
be
got
on these
YouTube, they got TikTok.
iPhones.
one of my
They
one of
got.
So
my
y'all
They're
about to make
allowed
main
to
me
be
in
on
commit a crime
iPhones.
tonight.
They have Cash App. They're allowed to go. They have
that's
PlayStation. They
I think
have a
that's prison.
TVs.
That's prison. That's
Oh, you
not
said
It
PlayStation is
doesn't.
over now.
That's yeah, right. Everybody want to go.
that's
They got a
yeah, I
PlayStation
mean
5 in
I
that
don't
joint.
That
But
they're
I mean, it
beating.
doesn't
Mm.
matter if it's
They on
prison or jail. Who
MGM
wants to?
betting. They got
It doesn't look as bad as it used to look at the end of the day.
Right.
That's
as
not
bad
even
as it
that
jail
looked.
depend on hey,
anymore. Then
that depend
that's
on
like being
that
on
also depend on
timeout.
what crew you part of.
Exactly.
Right.
That's like
I'm
sending your
not gonna.
kid
Hey,
to
you
their
gotta make sure
room.
you're in the
Like,
right crew though.
okay, send your
Because
I
that,
mean,
teenager to
that
the room.
2K
That's their
game will
favorite
send
place
you
to be.
6 feet under in jail.
Right.
You lose
Right.
2K on
I
it.
know y'all are being facetious, but I used to work in a maximum security prison, and it is not like going to your room. It's a place
yeah,
where
it's
you don't actually belong there. You should circumvent it by all means.
That part.
But
Right.
what it
Yeah.
like?
Because
But
Never
the
been.
actually,
privileges that
when
they
you
have
first,
now in these jails are kind of like they're a lot more plush, I guess you can say, than they used to be.
Privileged.
When you
Privilege,
yeah,
don't
yeah.
have your freedom
but when you
and
first
your
enter
son
jail
could walk
nowadays,
around, excuse me one sec. When you don't have your freedom and your son can be led around on a leash like a biatch, that's not a lush place.
What's
I
the
no,
like?
I agree with that. I'm just saying to see, my uncle just did a 45-year bid. He's out now, right? And the stuff that he was telling me they had in there, I was like, what kind of like punishment is that? If that if that makes sense. You guys have phones, you guys have laptops, you guys have TVs. It's just it's very much not the same. It doesn't look like
Ain't got to pay no bills
it's
either.
not. You're not bored anymore.
Well,
Like, isn't that the whole
45
point?
years is a long time out of one's life. Even if
Oh
you're
yeah,
yeah.
especially when he went
celebrating.
in at 17. Yeah.
Oh
Yes,
yeah. I'm gonna
yes.
be
But he
honest with
still had
y'all.
all of that stuff, and that's something that he didn't have for the first 35 years of that time. They
Yeah,
didn't
because
have that. They gave him coloring books.
because they get he went from jail to prison. In prison,
No,
things are a
he's
little
been in
bit
prison for
different.
45 years.
Yeah, he had to
He
go to
went
jail
straight.
first. He had to
Yeah,
go to
he had
jail
to go to
Yeah,
first.
but
jail first.
I'm just saying they just started giving these amenities to these people. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
And the
Yeah.
minimies.
yeah,
Some things you
yeah,
have to earn. When you're in prison, some things you have to earn. It ain't just a given to you. It's like it depends on if I mean I'm only speaking from hearsay. I mean because I had a brother that had a nephew. He was in federal prison for 16 years. So talking with him, it was like for the first 3 years,
hello,
4 years of
Moose.
his incarceration, he didn't have anything. He had to earn
yep.
those privileges. And when you have those infractions, they take things away from you.
Yep.
So just speaking with him, I don't know I never been to prison. So
Uh-huh.
I can't tell you from experience, only from hearing someone else speak about it. So
Right.
I don't know the ins and
Yeah,
I
outs.
when
mean,
you
my
have
I
to
went
brother,
to
my
earn it,
prison
brother,
in
like being a Maytag.
2006. I
my
went to
brother
prison in
is in.
2006, and I had to do 2.5 years in there, flat, in a 10-story building, and I was on the ninth floor. Let me
Mm.
tell you, you never
Yeah.
got to go outside. You never got to go outside. You never got to come out the dorm, period, at all. You stuck in there with 54 different people. You know what I'm saying? And that
Oh
that
my.
was just, oh yeah, try
I
living
mean,
with 54 different women, and I can't even live with one.
Right?
I'm telling you, it was horrible.
I know
It
your
was.
pain.
right, right.
as of right now,
I
I
know it's
understand
hard living with
Members
exactly
one.
what
I
only.
Kid
know
is
that.
Play.
saying.
That's true.
I mean,
It's
I
it's
understand
the
exactly
truth.
what y'all
I
talking
know a
about.
lot of women that can't live with other women, but when you got 54 different ethnicities in that group, I mean, in that one
Ziana.
dorm, I mean, we had Mexican, we had black, we had white, we had
Hmm.
freaking, we had two Chinese people, we had
Two Chinese
one
people was
Indian
funny.
girl, and she was like really rich, but I mean, she's like, I'm
Like you
like,
said,
this
when
was crazy. And I stayed up on my top bunk and I did not come down until it was time to go get my tray and go back to my bunk.
Hmm.
But
Well,
Y'all
we
remember
need
we
a
weren't
were
watch
allowed to
talking
eyes.
have
about
nothing.
we.
We were not allowed to have nothing in there except for maybe a little clear Walkman radio. That was it. A little
Hmm.
tiny
But
square
yeah,
clear Walkman radio.
and as of right now, the
Remember
prisons,
we were
they yeah,
we were
you
talking
right. They
about
got
division.
tablets. They got tablets
No, what
now.
Well,
it is it was in 2006. That's all anybody got for as a privilege then, and you had to have money to get it because they weren't just giving them
right.
out. I promise you.
Well,
You had to
remember we were
you
talking
had to have
about
money on
division
your
earlier.
commissary in order to go buy it, huh?
When you first enter prison, do you know where they put you with who you look
Yes,
like?
spin.
Yeah,
What do I look
were
like?
they
It's already
racist?
division. Yeah,
well,
No, they
well
they
don't
put
put
you
you.
where
divide you.
put
They do
they put
not
you where to
divide
go.
you, ma'am. They only divide you mentally. They
Mm.
what they do is they go in and they do like a what do you call it, an evaluation on your stability, If you ain't mentally stable to go in them dorms, you're going to segregation.
Mm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and then
I love
people
how they feel
forget
like
now
that's the best
people
option.
want
Segregation's really gonna
Baby,
make
I'm
that
gonna tell you
situation
something.
better.
I would
Right.
love to live in
Right.
segregation. Try living in a dorm with 54 different women.
Nah,
Oh
I don't
God.
like
Mm.
living with the
That
two
sound
kids
like
I
heaven.
got. So,
Man,
oh,
let me tell you something. I couldn't even live in the same home with my mom and my sister.
didn't I tell you
54
you was
different
on
Who
women.
punishment,
me?
Kevin?
Huh?
Didn't
Huh?
I tell you was on punishment?
Oh, you're
Go back to the corner.
Kev, you could always identify to get in there if you want to.
right.
Baby,
Yeah,
when
like
I
what
was
is
in
I,
like
I'm a one
segregation,
man. You can't tell me
I was
anything
in
else.
segregation for
Yeah.
4 months in
I
county.
just tucked it
And I'm
in.
gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why they put me in segregation for 4 months in county. This girl, the first week I was there, they put me in the regular dorms and regular population. But this one girl, she knew I was a fish. It was my first time ever being in trouble. I was 30 years old. She literally just picked on me, pulled my hair,
yeah.
thumped me in the back of my head or my forehead. I mean, I put up with it for a whole week. But when she threw my tray up in my face, that was it. I put her head through the bar.
Hey, but
It
that's the
sounds
thing
like
that
she
I think.
deserved
I
it, to
think.
honest.
But you know
Huh?
what? In gladiator school, because I call it county gladiator school. Gladiator school
Right, that's exactly what it
is
is.
gladiator school is officially like welcome. you better
Right.
stand up for yourself
It's kind
because
of
if
like
you
when your
don't,
daddy threw you in the middle of the ocean and said, swim or die.
yeah. And
Yeah.
in gladiator school, like I said, I got people. I got one of my closest friends is in prison right now. Prison is
Yeah.
probably is the quietest people right now because they done gave everybody in Los Angeles, California tablets. And I said, "What you
Oh,
doing?"
yeah.
He
They
said,
just
"What?"
got
I said,
tablets
"What?"
here.
Oh yeah, I
Within the
said,
last
"What
six
you
months, they
doing?"
just got tablets.
Yeah,
I
and they
got
got
another
free
hour for y'all.
calls.
Hit them likes and share.
But they
So,
did have phones before that. But the reason they're giving them tablets now is because some of them want to do their GED and they're letting them do the GED on tablet.
Yeah,
mm,
And
yeah,
some
but
of them
y'all
are
y'all
just
know where I'm
TikTok
from, right?
stars.
Huh?
Louisiana don't play that. Angola ain't about to do none of that. You got to farm your own
Really?
food out here in
Right.
Louisiana.
Well,
It's different in
they just did
California.
it here
Very different.
in
Excuse me.
Mississippi. They just did it here in Mississippi, so I don't know.
If you
Maybe
can,
Louisiana do something.
you can
Hey,
Google.
they got
There's
documentaries of
TikTok.
Angola. Y'all, you need to go read. You need to go check out Angola. They ain't never gonna
Yeah,
happen
They
no
have.
time soon. It's
you
surrounded by
see, the
They
land
prison
and
I
have.
went
swamp
to,
land. Ain't no, you
the
can't even
prison I
naturally
went
escape from
to,
there.
right, the prison I went to, y'all probably seen it on the news or heard about it sometime or even read about it in a book or whatever. It was a 10-story building in the middle of downtown Dallas.
a
You talking
ten,
about that
the
Barbie
10 story
house?
and a ten
Hmm?
and a 10 story building. I don't even
Yeah, that
know
was actually
how you gonna
leaning.
get past that
It was
10.
right there beside the Trinity, and it was leaning. It was eventually going to fall in that Trinity.
It was
You know
leaning.
what?
Somebody just
I
requested
It
just
was
tell
us.
people
leaning. They had to actually shut that prison down. It had been open for many, many, many decades, but I mean, they eventually had to shut it down. Not only were women, only women, passing away in their sleep in the middle of the night for no freaking reason at all. Yeah, that's one thing. You could look it up.
okay. Listen
Dawson
here,
State Jail. Look up the
but
history of Dawson State Jail.
where's the little what's your dog name, sweetheart?
Which
My little
one,
dog.
Kobe or Gigi?
No, whatever one that's growling in my ear right now. What's that
They
dog?
both growling at the moment. They have a
Okay,
lot to
check this
say
out.
about.
I got
Check
three.
this out. Whichever one of y'all is growling the loudest, if y'all want me to take y'all puppy child for the next 2 weeks, keep on growling.
Why she look at me like? Did he just threaten me? Yeah, he did.
But I'm gonna
He
tell you
threatened
something.
you.
Everybody thinks that they feed you well in prison. You might get three. No, you only get one hot and two colds a day in a cot,
One
and
hot and
that's
two
it.
colds is crazy.
One hot and two
I
colds
mean,
is all we got.
and I ain't
I
gonna lie
I
to you. I
That's
just
if
feel
we
like
were lucky. There were sometimes we didn't even get dinner because nobody wanted to go down to the kitchen and prepare it.
so
hmm
I took my son to Scare Straight, and I'm sure we all heard of it. San Quentin, right?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've heard of it.
Very well known
They got
out
it all
here
over.
in California,
Yeah.
in California. And when I signed him up, I thought all I gotta do was drop him off, right? Because I'm a woman, it's an all male jail, and I can't go in. And they was like, no, no, no. Part of it is you gotta come in with them. And I was like, well, but Lord was traumatized. I don't. He clearly wasn't scared straight, but I was. And they went to go hand us something to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And when I tell you, this peanut butter was the consistency of a brick. And I, not thinking, it was it was cold. You couldn't spread it, right? I had to ask them. I said, "Is there a knife?" And the prisoner just looked at me like, "Did you
Go to
just
bed, go to
ask?"
bed, go
I
to bed,
said,
go to bed.
"I said."
In a
I
prison,
was
y'all.
like, yeah, but you, my mind, I had to look. He looked at me, and I was with
Our
those things.
consistency of
But
our
you,
peanut
do you,
butter was
but do you get
water.
what my mind wasn't even there to be like, oh, that's right. I had to remember that they're not allowed to have those type of things. I was so the way that some of those the people
The
that are a
guys
part
looked
of they
at
call it.
you, right?
They look at you. They make comments. I was like, this is more of a like
I don't
I'm
ever
more
want
on
my son to
punishment
come
than the
here, kind of
child.
thing.
I don't want my son to come. I don't ever want to come back myself. You know,
I'm gonna
you
tell you
if you
something. You know how some people do the revolving door? They're in and out of prison their whole life. I have
yeah.
a husband like that. I had a husband like that. He's probably gonna go back again. He just got out 2 years ago. He'll probably be back. But anyway,
He'll probably be back.
I
He'll
hope
probably
not.
be back.
he'll probably be back. He's in Texas. I'm in Mississippi. So anyway, I went one time. I got out at the end of 2008. Yeah, right there, December 28th, 2008 is when I got out. I went in April 6th of 2006. Yeah, and I didn't get my good time, which was my probation time. I didn't get my county jail time. They did not give me my county jail time.
Ooh, they
They
didn't.
made me
Ooh,
do
they
a
didn't use your
whole
cat.
two. They did not use my
No,
county. They were supposed to, and I was supposed to get out in August that year. No, nope, it wasn't happening.
I'm not liking that. They didn't even count your county
I didn't
time.
like it either.
Oh,
I thought I was getting out in August, but I didn't get out till December 28th.
I'm gonna be honest.
oh,
I
oh
wouldn't
look,
like
look
the
at the
sound of
dog.
going there.
You heard the dog. The dog
I
said, "Where's?"
didn't. I didn't. But see, what I did is I listened to my baby sister about some girl supposedly being pregnant, but she wasn't. She had a hysterectomy and she looked pregnant. And it was in the wintertime. She asked me if I could bring her in and let her stay with me. And she knew I have a big heart. I would take anybody in. I don't care who you are. If it's cold outside, I'm gonna bring you in if I can help you. But her and her boyfriend were doing things they weren't supposed to be doing in my garage, and I got caught up behind that mess.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Because I told them
Not
they
the
could
dog.
turn the garage into an apartment because it was off the house. It was behind the house. It wasn't attached to the house.
The dog said they didn't count your county time.
They did not count my county time, sir. And I'm gonna tell you
That
why.
dog was not
I
happy
had
about
a
that.
Go to
I
bed,
had my
Tony.
sister's check in
Yeah,
my pocket.
somebody's
She
like,
asked me if I would go
Kevin, go
cash
to
it for
bed.
her. She actually endorsed the back of it, but she didn't have an ID. So she endorsed the back of it. She gives it to me and said, "Laura, will you go cash this for me and bring me back the money?" I said, "Okay, but you're gonna pay me $20 to do this." And she said, "Okay, I could do that." But she didn't have an ID. That was the only way she can get her check cashed. So I take it to Cliff's check cashing. They got me for forgery,
Oh,
literally, because she didn't come with me when
Uh,
I went to go cash her check.
Mm,
Yeah, that's when I was on
mm,
probation for getting
oh,
them
we would
in the
need.
other mess.
I would be
I
like,
know,
Your Honor, Your Majesty, whatever. We need to talk about this. She didn't
right?
have her ID.
Right. But they didn't want to hear
No.
that because I had
she
already
said.
been in trouble before that by letting those people stay in
She
my
said, "I'm
garage and they
telling."
were doing things they shouldn't have
She
been
said,
I'm
doing.
snitch. First 48. You ain't gotta. You going to jail for forgery, not me. Cause let me tell you what Linda did. No, no, no,
Now let me tell
no.
you what Linda did."
Let me tell you what
Linda,
Linda did on
Linda don't do nothing.
Saturday.
She just don't listen.
snitch.
Let
It's
me.
like,
oh,
No,
can't be
I look
snitching,
it.
girl.
Look it. I'm a snitch.
My daddy
One thing that
my
scares
daddy
me
raised
more
me
than
well.
anything is going to jail. That scares me more
Okay,
Hey,
well,
than
that you better
baby,
be
let me
like
tell
Kevin
you
Hart
one
anything.
thing
did.
that my daddy taught me a long
Kevin
time
Hart
ago,
just
and that's
stand
why
up.
I
He
went to
said, "I'm gonna
prison.
tell you right now. You do something
One
wrong,
thing
I'm
you
telling."
do not do if you
I'm
value your
telling.
life,
Thank you,
if you
Kev.
value your life, you don't.
Don't.
Don't
If
snitch.
I
Snitches
value
get
my life,
stitches.
No,
Yeah.
they don't just get
let me.
stitches.
I may
Yeah,
not
they get
make
their
it
eyeballs
out of
stitched
prison.
shut.
Snitches,
Listen, you
I
gonna make
will
it.
snitches
work.
get
Listen,
stitches.
let
Baby,
me tell you something.
baby, I
And
would
make
rather stay
wishes.
alive.
Let me
I
tell
would
you
Let
rather
me.
something.
stay alive in prison knowing I will get out someday than to be unalived in a ditch somewhere I can't say that word either. Beheaded in a river somewhere, and knowing I
I
ain't
Look,
mean,
ever coming back. No, ain't
look.
You
nothing.
got
If
a
I'm gonna keep
Linda
it
haircut?
in
real with
jail,
you.
then
A
if
haircut?
Linda is in jail, I should be good for a while, and I can go into the secret society program, or whatever it's called, and
Not
it'll
the
be good.
not
Cause
You
protective
think it's that
custody.
easy? Do you really think
Not
it's that
I
easy?
not
look.
not
I don't even
If you
protective
want to know.
snitching
custody.
on, only if you snitching on Putin or Trump or something, maybe. You
Mm.
got
I
to be
will snitch
snitching on
on whoever
somebody
I gotta
very
snitch
high
on.
class. You got
I'm
to
gonna
He
tell you
said, I
like
don't
this.
care.
snitching on
I
somebody
will
in the one
snitch on
percent in order to
anybody.
get that.
I'll be like, let me tell you
I'm gonna
what
be honest
Trump
with you.
did in 2022. He
They're gonna be
lied to
like,
everybody.
get the mic. They're like,
Baby,
get the mic. Are you
they can
contesting to
go to
this?
jail and get out the same night if they got money. It's called bail.
That money.
Money
But I'm gonna be
talks
honest with you.
and
All
BS
I'm gonna say is
walks.
this. All I'm gonna say is this. If you not scary and you willing to protect yourself and you willing to fight, you'll be all right.
I'm
Yeah.
not.
And I
I'm
mean,
not
you
any of
really
those
need
things.
a whole army to fight some of these people.
I'm scary. I'm not willing
You
to
gotta,
fight,
you
and
just
I'm
gotta bite the
terrified.
first person you see.
Okay, then
So
don't
you need to
Boy,
go to
I'm
the
snitch.
not.
military.
I'm just gonna stick with hugging lions. I'm just gonna stick with that.
Of course you
I
hug
Leave me
mean,
in there,
lions.
just bite
honestly,
somebody. Soon,
honestly, I mean,
just bite somebody
if
as
the
soon as you get in
world was
there.
all good and
Ah,
everything, and you didn't have to worry about your life, yeah, I guess you could. But baby, I'm gonna tell you one thing my daddy told me: if you value your life, keep your mouth shut.
but
I
I'm
just
teach
told
you what
them
my
my
because
name
daddy
was
taught
Bennett and
me.
I ain't in it, and they said, "Well, you going to jail then?" And that's what I
Exactly, because
did.
your
uh
name
huh.
was Bennett, and they knew that wasn't your real name.
All
No,
I'm
you
saying,
know
I
what
ain't
my
going to
daddy
jail
taught.
for
You know
nobody.
what?
She didn't get that in
You know what?
audition,
You
y'all.
know.
Exactly,
You know
Kev.
what my. You know. You want to know what my daddy taught me?
What?
Don't hang out with
Tell the
people when you don't
truth.
gotta worry. No, you don't hang out with
I
people you ain't
didn't. Now
gotta worry
hold
about
up,
nothing.
though. They
That's
came in
right.
on a lie through my sister,
that's the
though,
first rule.
and I really
Oh
wasn't
Yeah.
no,
keeping an eye on them when they're like 50 yards behind the house in a garage. Come on now.
Laura, I'm not blaming you. Let me say something.
Okay.
I'm not blaming you. But as life goes on, because I'm that same good-hearted person that takes in everybody. I've taken in more homeless
That's what she
fools.
said.
Okay, you know
I don't do
what,
that no more.
Kev? Now you
I
sit
had
back
to.
on.
I had to. You gotta
I
admit that was a good one.
I
I
can't do
think
it no
almost
more.
any dude I've almost dated has been basically homeless, right? Taking in more people. I'm
Oh
forgiving
wow.
all those things, but as life goes on, right? I'm starting to notice
Are you
that
married?
no, I'm not married, but I'm starting to notice that the people will that do good by you are the only people you need to be around, and that will
Right.
show within
But
time. You
who
know,
is that though? You know, honestly, you might not find that one until you get like up in my age, which I'm 51 now. I found a really good one at the age of 39.
are you talking about a man?
He ain't. Uh huh. He ain't never
I'm talking
been in
about
trouble.
friends. I'm just talking
Oh
about
well,
Oh,
friends
you
in
talking?
yeah.
general.
I mean,
Just talking about friends
well,
in
that's the
general.
thing. Well, that's
I
the
don't
thing.
hang
You
out with
make it
nobody
just.
now. I stay at home. I stay at
And,
I
and
mean,
home in this little house.
let me tell you about me in this room that I'm in at this moment. We are best of friends.
Okay, me and my
Hey,
couch are best
preach.
of
oh
friends.
yeah.
Me and my
Hey
couch are
man.
I
best of
Hey.
pay
friends, and when
I
I
pay
get
too
tired of
much
my
in
mama,
rent
we are
for
best
me
of
not to use
friends.
every second that I can in this mug. People be like, "You always at home? Do you know how much I pay in rent? I need to get every second in here."
Okay.
You speaking that
I
language
Look,
up
feel you.
there.
mortgage ain't cheap. Look, mortgage ain't cheap either with these interest rates.
And that's why you got
But
to spend
see,
every second you
my
can
man
in
has
that
been in
house.
this house for 40 something years, but we
Whoa.
keep having to refinance because of this inflation, and
Oh
it's
wow.
just
Oh, did you
about
have one of those mortgages?
we had rocket mortgage.
No, I'm saying it's one of those. It's called a balloon mortgage, where like it can
It's not
change
a
every
balloon
year.
mortgage. It's a refinance.
Oh,
It's a refinance loan.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's what it is. Anyway, that's why we still paying on it, and he's been here 40 something years. But I ain't been letting him go nowhere. He's not going to no retirement home. He been here right here in the same house for 40 something years, and I'm gonna take care of him. He's 71. I'm 51, and I'm gonna take
Who
care of
are you
him.
talking about?
My man, the
Oh, your
best
man.
man I've
Okay.
ever met in my life. The best one I've ever met in my life. He ain't ever smoked, drank, done drugs a day in his life. He ain't even had a traffic ticket.
Oh no,
He
you ain't
only
going
high on
nowhere.
you.
You ain't going nowhere, lovely. You stuck.
Okay, right.
She got an
It's
appointment.
better
Let her
than going
go.
back to Texas and being
I always got
homeless because
appointments, you
that's where
all
my
know.
heart
I gotta
All
is.
drop
right.
down though.
I
I'll be
appreciate
All
back
you,
right.
if
man.
you're still here.
That's
Appreciate you
My
as well,
heart might be
Kev.
in
And
Texas,
tell
but
while
I
you
tell
go
you
while
what,
you do that, tell me TT to go to bed.
Okay,
go
Kana.
bed,
Time to go to
go
bed.
bed, go CP ride.
but Laura, that's good that you met someone, and that's good that you are willing to take care of them, because not everyone's willing to do that, you know. So like,
I
I
know.
hats off to you for doing that for him, because I'm sure that means a lot to him as well.
It does, but let me tell you something. I turned his whole world upside down. The man ain't never had a woman live with him a day in his life, and I moved in with him when he was 60. He never even had a pet fish, much less a pet dog or a woman. So guess what?
Oh,
He got a woman and 3 dogs in here now. So guess how he's feeling,
Uh-oh.
gentlemen?
he should feel
Explain.
loved.
He feeling like
He
he's
is
50
very. He
now.
knows he's loved. Oh, he does know. He feels very loved. But his whole privacy and being a hermit and not having to work, deal with the real world except for when he went to work. Oh yeah, all that's over with. He got him a younger woman that loves music. I play a loud stereo. I do. The dogs
Hold
bark every
on,
time somebody rides
Kev.
down the road.
Everybody's telling you to go to bed, okay? Because you haven't been acting right since you started this live.
I'm
So
sorry.
you need to go to bed.
He's just sitting there listening.
I'm just lit
No, he
right.
been
My
making.
He's
people don't see
tired.
No,
my innocence.
he making
Right.
because he got a mouth, and that mouth ain't innocent, and he
That's
been
the most
making
bit.
comments.
His mouth is innocent. Just
Thank you. You
because he
see
tell
it.
the
I'm
truth,
glad you see it, man.
just because he tell the truth, don't mean he's not innocent. He just telling
You
facts.
see, I'm, I'm getting bullied everywhere. First, my TT coming in, but no, first King coming here bullying with these cowboy hats, man. They gonna get me again too. And now TT
Oh, they
coming
got a
in
new
telling
one.
me to go to
They
bed,
got
and
a
Pure
new
want
one
me to go in
now.
the corner. I don't
They
know.
got
What
a
did I
new
do to
gift
people,
that'll go
man?
with the cowboy hat. They got a
You know
new
what I'm
gift
saying?
that'll go with the cowboy hat. They got a
I'm glad you
horse
the
that
only
looks
one that
real.
see this. And my boy
I do.
BK, I know he got my back. You know that you see this bully in this, man. You know what I'm saying? All I'm trying to do is be a good,
But
positive
look,
man
they
on
got
this
a
thing, man.
horse. They got like the side of a horse head. It looks real to go with the cowboy hat now.
Put
I
it on
saw it on
Kev.
DJ Slick Rick. Baby, I ain't got
That's
no
what she
money.
said.
I've been sick, so I
That
can't even work right now.
Well, I gotta be right
I'm
there.
not. Listen,
You see it,
I'm
see.
BK, man. He
unable
don't.
to
He got
work.
my back, man. Laura and BK got
Right.
my back for sure, man.
Right.
And
But no, I've been sick, so I'm not even able to work right now. I'm trying to get Social Security, and it's been hard because he's on Social Security. But that's why I can't even gift nobody right now. I wanted to give what's his name, the Frank Show. That's my boy right there. He's funny as hell. Him and this other dude was battling. Okay, the one that was losing. Hold on, listen. The one that was losing
I
had
can't
to
wait to get him,
literally
bro.
say, "I lick ass." Like,
I
oh
can't wait.
no. It was hilarious, y'all. This dude was sitting there through the whole battle saying, "I lick ass." I said, "No."
Ah, that
I wanted to gift him though, but I couldn't. I can't even give Rosie right at this point.
what you said. There's one with a donkey,
Okay,
or a
then
what is it?
I think it's a horse. DJ Slick Rick had it on his live yesterday morning.
leave me
Yeah,
alone.
Oh,
because they kept giving him the cowboy hat of the horse, but I don't know where it's at. I haven't seen it.
I don't
I
see
looked
it
through the
either.
gifts and I
Gave me
can't
a
even find
necklace,
it.
bro.
Do they? It might be in the exclusives, maybe. Let me
Is
see.
it like a horse with a knight on it?
It might be.
It's
Oh
cool.
yeah,
That's
I'm
not
not
it.
giving him 4,000 coins.
Oh, okay.
Hit him with
I
it.
think it's pretty hefty. What I want
It's
is that
cool though,
pink.
cause I'm about to
I want that
transfer this
pink
right over. I
Bugatti.
can't wait to see you live.
I would love the pink Bugatti.
What the freak is?
There you go.
Why is the head
Hit him
moving
with
like
that
that?
hat.
The freak was that?
It was the Chiquita banana
Hit
hat.
him
What
with
was?
the hat, y'all. Y'all give Kev a hat. Y'all give him a hat.
They got
Nah,
some
man.
real
Man,
new ones.
Mariachi.
let's
Ay,
It's
ay, ay,
cool.
ay.
Cause all this about to go. Watch
Yes,
this.
ride.
that's it
What's
right there.
this?
I
I
think it's
can't
the night
wait.
with the horse.
I
It
Oh,
comes
that
can't
in
was a
wait,
four
regular,
man.
thousand
but when
dollar
it comes
gift.
up,
See, I never
when
did
it
you
comes
this
up, the
bold, man. I
horse
thought we
head
was
looks real.
boys, man.
When it comes up, the horse head literally looks real because it's like the side of the horse head, but it looks real.
So back to the topic. What was we talking about, man?
I don't even know.
The original topic
We was
is
talking about
women
prisons.
take off their
We went
clothes.
from jail to prison.
What? And
It
Yeah,
snitching
when I
wasn't
was going to
originally
prison, we didn't
about.
have no cell phones. We didn't have no live connections where we could communicate with the real world. We didn't have no tablets. We didn't have none of that.
hey,
None of
that's how
that.
you know this new day and age, man. They getting spoiled now.
Man, they
Spoiled
spoiled
and soft.
rotten. Baby, we weren't even allowed to turn pads into tampons when I was going to prison. That was
See?
Then what were
what
you
do they
supposed to
call
turn
it?
them into?
Contraband. That was contraband, and you could be put in safe for that too, or get a free world case for turning something into something it wasn't made to be. I'm like, it literally
Really?
does the same thing.
Mm,
Anyway,
that's
so what is your
that's
topic? I
crazy.
can't really read it. It's so small.
Oh, hold up.
The
Everybody
topic
did
is why
drop. Let me
does
switch it
Kev
on
take
up.
off? His topic is why does Kev take off his clothes to get attention?
What the?
Isn't that
I
how
think I'm
most
gonna
people
like
get
her, though.
attention?
She's funny. I like her, man.
That's
That's funny.
is it because he has low self esteem? What is his
Honey, I
reason?
think that's how a lot of people get attention. If they really want that attention, it depends on what kind of attention they're trying to get.
Kev got an
I
Tiziana.
don't
OnlyFans.
know,
You
Kev. What
have
kind of
to
attention you trying to
use
give?
your body
None. I
to
want me
find
some.
love.
I want a wife. I'm
Majority of
not
the
looking for no
time,
attention.
you have a hidden,
I'm
oh
trying to get
yeah,
their
like a
attention
hidden
with the little
agenda.
gray spot, gray patch phone. You know what I'm saying? Maybe just pay
Is that
attention to
real or
this.
did you dye it?
No, that's real. I ain't dying nothing. I'm natural, man.
That is natural. I've
It's
seen a lot
tough.
of people with like a little patch like that
That's
on the
wisdom.
side,
That
in the middle of their
that's wisdom.
forehead, in the back of
Wisdom.
their
Thank
head.
you. See, Tiziana.
Do you have a weave on, Kev?
What?
Look at that poor
Oh,
man.
Kev, you ain't got no
Do you
They
have
uterus.
a
You
do
do
not
you
wearing
have
a
have
a
uterus
things
glue
on
for
your
a
men
glue
titty.
now.
on?
They have
It's
glue
Do you have
ons for
a
men now
glue
that
on?
look real.
all right.
Be
I'll take it off,
honest. Is
man. I
that
got you. Hold up.
Hey,
I
Where are
scared
you
myself. I
from,
thought this
pull
boy
the
was
Tiz?
top
gonna
back.
come off. I ain't know what it was. I'm like, hold up. I forgot to see his
Tiz, where
real.
you from?
Pull up on a scene with your ceiling missing.
The
right?
what?
Can, I
Right.
can
Come
only
up with a
Pull up
little
on.
imagine
beep.
I can only imagine
Oh,
like
let's.
as a woman you dating a guy for a while, right? And then like okay, it's time we gonna actually like have a sleepover, right? And he come back from the bathroom and he just bawled, and you just like something is off. Like where did your heck? Oh, I just have it chilling in a bathroom until tomorrow. Like
Mm.
no, no, you don't. You put it
Oh
back on. You
my.
got to sleep in it.
How would you feel with that though? If y'all, how they if the dude came out
I
with the
have a
bald
hidden
head?
agenda. Okay, I would have to. Okay, let me speak on this. I have literally,
Shell
when I
shock.
was young and stupid, naive, and just plain dumb. I used to use my body to try to find love because I thought that's what they wanted. But that's because from the age of 3 to 7, and at the age of 11 and 15, that's all they ever wanted. Literally, so that's the mindset I had. Okay, if I want to find love, I got to do this because that's what all them other people did.
Mm-hmm. I
So,
fell for it too. A lot
but
of
then
us
I
fell for it.
realized once I got older, they do not, because when they decide to settle down and get married, they going after the one that conserved herself, that protected her body, that took care of her body.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got soul ties. Every man you ever sleep with in your life, you're gonna have a soul tie with them. Yep.
I agree with that. I think we misuse the word love with when, as Kevin said earlier, with lust, right?
Right.
We we sit here and we think we're in love, and at the end of the, we like that person, right? And I think having hormones and being young, we're thinking that we're doing the right thing, right? And as I
Yeah,
told
because
my
that's what they
kids,
tell you. That's what they tell you.
well,
Oh,
it's
you
not
give
just
me a
what
little
they
bit, I stay
tell you,
with you
it's
forever.
It's how you
No,
feel
I don't.
too.
but
Mixed
also as a
emotions.
kid, right? As your kid, you get your first love. My oldest son, the one we were just talking about, they just broke up. They were together for 2.5 years. You couldn't tell that boy they was ever gonna break up. In his mind, they was getting married. And I remember being that way, thinking like, "Mom, you don't understand. I'm gonna marry this man. I don't know where that man is to this
Oh
day."
yeah, I said
You
that
know
a
that,
couple
you know
times.
what I mean? It's part of it. But I also think that as we were saying before, right? It's what's seen out there for women, right? Guys, we hear it all the
Did
time
it?
say, "Look,
At my age,
we
we didn't
don't,
see
we
that.
don't like those women, right? We don't like those women. We'll only play with them, but we still see and notice that they get that attention, and some of them get married.
But
So we
but
can't
listen,
always believe
hold on
that.
though. But ma'am, listen.
Women don't know
Okay,
where they fall
you
with men,
can
right?
turn a
Men
hoe
that
into a
when they're growing up,
housewife.
they
I promise you can.
You
I'm not
can.
taking that risk.
Yes, ma'am, you absolutely can. But I'm gonna tell
I
you
mean, I
why.
wouldn't
men
know.
particularly
I've never
young.
Because she
tried.
didn't want to be that to begin with. It was actually, what do you call it, human trafficking? That caused her to have to be that way. She didn't want to be there
Look.
to begin with. So what she did is she went out and found her a good man that was willing to get her out of that.
I think
So
human trafficking is a little bit different than
No, it's
choosing
not.
to
It's not.
prostitute
It's
yourself.
not. No,
so
it's
hold up.
not.
You said you could change a 304 to a housewife?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I don't. I would
Yes,
totally
and you
disagree with that. I would
absolutely
think they would
can.
have to be housewife material. You can't make nobody do anything.
Yes.
No, you
But
can't.
sometimes it's
If
the
you can do it,
housewife that they kidnapping and putting them in that situation.
what I'm saying is, you said that mean. The thing is, if they got a housewife mentality, that's different, right? But if you got
Yes.
a 304 mentality, you can't count on
Right.
somebody
That's what I'm saying.
giving you
There's
a
a lot of
wife
them out
mentality.
there. Right. I was housewife. I was housewife before I ever had to do that. Long
Right.
before I ever had to do that. Right. So, but when I was forced into that, and I didn't have a choice, yeah, I did everything I could trying to find somebody to get me up out of that. But I didn't
Yeah,
want to
that's
just choose
different.
anybody. I didn't want just anybody because they just gonna bring me right back up into it. That's what a lot of people don't understand.
Mm.
You can choose anybody to get you out of it. They'll take you out for a little while, but then as soon as they get tired of you back out there. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. We just lost power, Willie. I'm scared
Uh
now.
oh.
Yeah,
Kana,
we
are
got
you up there
floods out
asleep?
here in Mississippi.
She
We
heard
got
me. She
all
listened to her
kinds of
nephew finally.
floods.
That's good though.
Kana, if
We've
you're
been having
asleep,
floods
that's
out
a
here in
I'm not
Mississippi. I
asleep.
don't know if
I'm
you've been
not
watching the
asleep.
news. Oh, Lord Jesus.
Who said that I was asleep? I
The
ain't
lights
asleep.
keep flashing on
I
here,
just
y'all.
I just
I hate
asked
to go.
because I don't know if you ever actually even lay in your bed.
She don't.
I'm glad I
Pure
got y'all
beauty,
on the phone with
pure
me.
beauty, pure
I'm
beauty.
scared now.
She sound like she want to monitor me so she make sure I'm getting some rest or something, huh?
I can literally go take a nap. You'll be on live. Wake up from the nap, take a shower, and you still on live. And I'll just be like, it is 11. We on the same coast, ma'am.
It's called
I learned
taking
from
But
her.
cat
that's
naps.
early. That's
That's where you
early for
fall asleep
us.
for about an hour or so, and then you wake back up and get back on.
That's
See,
early
I
for us.
like to take a little nap before I go to sleep. So I guess we just different like that.
Yeah,
You're
you just
young.
gotta get you some more energy. That's all. You gonna be okay. You just get your
She's
pure
young.
beauty sleep. Get
See,
your pure
I've been
sleep.
studying her, so I found out how to stay up. I think my longest was. Well, I think I might have passed her by now, though. One of these days, I stayed on for 19 hours. Let me say that kind of low.
Really?
That joke was crazy.
Awake?
There was
You
one
you still
fall.
ain't beat my record. My record is 23.
What the? Okay, all right, you win.
Oh
You
wait,
win.
hold on.
So
I
every
Awake
time
the
I think
did,
whole
I'm about to
time?
beat
but
her,
that's only because I was passing a kidney stone and couldn't sleep anyway.
oh my!
Oh
Oh no,
yeah. I was up for
19
Because she
three
hours is
started off with
days.
10.
horrible.
I'm like, you know
I
what? I
was
can
up
do
for
this. I was like,
3 days.
Kevin just went ahead and started doing these lives so long, and he was like, She stayed up that. Oh, I inspired him.
Look,
Yeah,
I've
he
seen
did. I tell people that all the
man,
time.
I've seen Callie and Neek stay on for like 2 or 3 days at a time. Callie Messiah and Neek 16, they can
Mm.
stay up for 2 or 3 days at a time. Neek 16 does music and then Callie Messiah does speed dating. Baby, quit doing that speed dating. You just
They
totally tearing
they
up
don't make you
everybody's
eventually turn
mental
off.
state.
Like, hey, you've been on live for
They
like
will
way too
reset over and over again. They will
ethically
reset.
They
long.
got a new
Yeah.
thing now.
They do
They got a
that.
Right.
puzzle you got to do just because people been falling asleep on the lives and stuff. So you got to do a puzzle or it's gonna shut down now. They just did that
Oh
update like
no.
2 months. Yeah, that's just funny. I was like, what the heck?
That don't even
I
sound
can't.
fun. Staying
I
up for
He
want to.
said,
19
connect
hours.
these together.
I
Make sure
want
you
to.
up.
I want to drop something real quick. Before I do that, though, Pure Beauty been missing from the book club, so I'm glad she alive and everything.
Get
I
her a
ain't
whooping.
seen her. I ain't seen her in the book. She ain't been in there, so I don't know what her problem is. But
I will explain on
we
Saturday, on Sunday.
I be trying to tell Sunday no more book club. See, you don't even have the updates and stuff. See,
Oh, I think I have to re-download Discord then, because I haven't gotten anything on the Discord.
I need to get. What is
you in the
Discord?
Okay.
Discord, you
Can
just
somebody
ain't
please
in there.
explain Discord to me?
Oh, y'all got Discord? I
No, I'm
want to
saying I
join
think I
that.
have to re-download
You
it. It may
ain't
have
coming in the
it.
Discord.
Okay, I'll go. I know I'm in the Discord. I'm just saying I haven't been getting any updates, so I gotta go make sure that I'm still in there. Is what I'm saying.
I
Oh,
have
you
no
are.
power.
You in
TT,
there.
let me know when you need a build or something.
Did
I'll
you
go
get
ahead and
a
Oh,
apocryphal?
I know you not talking, Kevin.
Wait. Pure Beauty, did you get a book?
Yeah, I did order
No, but did you get a
the.
apocrypha? Did you get one?
Yeah, I was supposed to get one, but it never came in the mail.
You was supposed did we get your address?
I don't. I gotta look. Maybe not.
Well, if we didn't get your address, you didn't get no book because I got everybody a book. All right, so I
Okay.
heard something up here, and I wanted to further clarify what soul tie is, okay? Because a lot of people talk about this stuff and they don't talk about it
Right.
thoroughly, and I don't
Right.
want people thinking that okay, well, if you have a tie is just what it is. It's a tie, and if you have a tie, don't that sound like it can be broken,
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, it
right?
can be
could
So
broken,
you
but
It
don't.
be
I mean,
untied.
you're never gonna forget that
So
person though.
because you have a tie with someone doesn't mean that that tie is forever.
Hmm.
Oh
Okay,
no.
soul ties can be broken when you in a relationship with somebody, or if you with a man, and it don't have to be between a man and a woman. This kind of a tie could be just like David and Jonathan. The Bible says that David and Jonathan had a friendship, or they was close like brothers. They souls were knitted together. That's actually where that comes from.
Hmm.
Okay, that's where that derived from. Pastor King can back me up on this if I'm wrong. That's where that
yeah,
comes from. So that was between two men. But what it was is that David and Jonathan had a tie or a relationship so close that their souls were knitted. They love one another. Okay.
yeah,
And some people would try to make that out to be some homophobic thing, but that's not what it was. It's just if you have a friend in your life and he's a man, Kevin, he a boy, you love him like a brother. You know what I mean? And so that's a tie. So that's where
Hmm.
that comes from. Now you dealing with ties in terms of you being with somebody, a man and a woman together because they have had intercourse, right? You can
So
get a
they're
tie for
foolish.
that, but you can untie it, like King said. You can untie that thing can be broken. So how do you break a soul tie? You break a soul tie in a few ways. The most effective way to break a soul tie or to untie it is to fast. Okay,
yeah,
you have to
I
fast,
don't
and
know
you
how
have
to
to
do that.
meditate. You have to pray, and
yeah.
you have to be on a consistent spiritual walk. So in
Hmm.
order for that spiritual or that soul tie to be untied or to be released or broken, you
Good
have
deal,
got to
OC.
you have to turn your way around, and
Mm-hmm.
you need to fast, because what the word says about fast is that it's able to break wickedness or wicked bands from your life.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I just wanted to give some hope to folks so they don't walk away with thinking that I can't break a tie. It's a tie for a reason. Ties can be just like when you tie your shoe, you can untie it too, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Right? So you can untie that tie. So ladies, if you do have a soul tie, men, if you do have a soul tie, or you connected to somebody like that, and you can't get out, and you haven't been able to, I'm telling you the most effective way to untie the soul tie. All right,
Mhm.
it
You
takes
are
work, but
But
it
you
can be
can get
done.
out of the you
you
can
are
get out of the
100% correct.
relationship, but that don't mean you're gonna forget
Hey,
them.
King,
You are 100% correct.
thank you. I just wanted to clarify
Yeah,
that.
what Kanai is talking about is very much documented, right?
Yes, sir.
In that story she talked about, David and Jonathan, Jonathan's tie was so tight to David that he violated family protocol. He went against his own father's
That's right.
wills and desires. And the point of that is that sometimes your ties can make you go against the very thing that you should be doing. So you got to
Hmm.
Right.
know a healthy
Right.
tie versus unhealthy soul ties. And if it's
Mhm.
unhealthy, then you have to find a way to detach from that. And that requires fasting, which is an abstinence from something that you are dependent upon. You got to
Mm.
refrain or be absent from it
No.
long enough to develop a new habit of not being tied to it. That's why fasting becomes important when you're trying to break away from something.
That's true.
Right.
You better preach that.
Preach.
I'm kind
Y'all
of
better preach
really
that.
scared right now.
Mm-hmm.
There ain't no need to be
Getting
scared.
really
Kanai,
dark
you're
outside
gonna
here,
stop
but it's
making me
still
preach up in
scary.
here, Kanai.
You
No,
Right.
you're
better
gonna
preach it
want to
now.
keep on
Cause
going.
I
Come
gonna need a
on, keep
belt
on
soon
going.
too. She about to beat me and getting banana in a minute.
But that's, and you know what, and you, and there's, and like he can back me up on this too, because you can be tied to anything. You could be tied to food. You could
Yeah.
be tied
Right.
to
I'm
TV.
Yep.
tied to Pepsi.
You could be
I
tied
am
to
tied to
anything.
Pepsi. I'm
So
not gonna lie
hold
about
on,
it.
Laura. Hold on a second.
Okay, go ahead.
So you could be tied to anything, right? So if you have a bad habit, you tied to bad habits, you could do the same process. They say it takes 21 days to break a habit, right? So it's still, you still tied to something, or you still a slave to something. You know what I'm saying? So like King said, it could be unhealthy or it can be healthy. It's like he's a married man. He's tied to his wife. There's a
Mm.
cord. The Bible says that a two-fold cord is not easily broken,
Right.
right? Right. And so when that one woman and that man is together, that man and that woman have made a vow, right?
Hmm.
That they
Hmm.
tied together, and that nothing can come between that, and it cannot be easily broken, right? Especially if God is in the midst. When you add that third cord, which is the Most High or God, or the spiritual aspect of it, then it definitely cannot be broken, right? I
That's it.
forget the other part to that, King, so you help me out. A
Yeah, and
twofold cord
that's
cannot
why
easily.
the man is referred to in a relationship as the husband or the house band. The band is a threefold cord that holds it together. That's why a lot of responsibility is placed on the husband to hold the family together. And when the husband's out of order or not abiding by the things that hold the family together, he's held the most accountable and has a lot of the flack when the relationship falls apart. And because you're supposed to be tied to her, to God, and to yourself. And those three things collectively hold it all together. When you break that, that's whenever you have trouble and dissension, or when you let something come in between that.
Right.
Mm.
Right.
Let no man or no person come in between.
That's
Mm.
it.
You
Right.
speaking
But you know,
facts.
as far as soul
I'm tired
ties,
of that.
and I know I just wanted to, because you know, we all have to you know, you just have to find your way. And when you, that's why I'm all about doing that work, you know, because you know, I believe, and I'm not trying to change this into a God conversation,
Hey,
but
do your thing. I love
I
it.
Right. No, go ahead.
I find
I'm great
myself
with it.
doing it. But that's why I believe that what the word says is that the word is sharp. Okay,
Hmm.
it's sharp,
Hmm.
it's powerful.
Hmm.
You know, King, help me out if you there. Sharp, powerful, even to the marrows and the bones and all of that.
Yeah,
Meaning that
cutting asunder to the, even to the marrow of the bone. It
Hmm.
goes that
right,
deep.
Yeah.
Wow.
right. There you go.
Now,
So
see,
that
I
means
believe.
that means, hold on, Laura. That means that I can sever. I can sever this thing, like this thing with the word. I can sever whatever it is that has me tied or attached to something that's destructive or toxic to my life. And
Right.
the way that I do that is with the power of the word. That's why I can't understand why folks don't, that cannot walk with this thing. I understand that there's unbelievers, but if the unbeliever understood the power of God and his word, I'm telling you, it won't come back to you void. You will, your whole entire life, when the word says that you become a new person, when you
Mm-hmm.
become a new person, a new creature in Christ, when you become new, your whole mindset, your whole action, your whole life begins to shift and turn for you. And what you felt in the world, or what you feel with your old habits, if you connect with that, I'm telling you, like, I understand people want to, let me go to the psychologist, let me go to a therapist. That's all great. But there's no power. There's no power greater than the
There sure
delivering
ain't.
power of God.
And all they
It's just
doing is making you religious.
Tonight,
literally no power.
let me back up into something you said that I don't want people to miss the full context of that, right? You said it cuts all the way down to the marrow, right? And here's the
Yep.
significance of that. The marrow of the human body actually produces the blood cells, and the life is in the blood. So everything about you and how you flow comes out of that. So real change inside of the blood system comes through the marrow that you have. I have a daughter that has sickle cell, and we tested her and her sister to see if they had a match because we're going to do a bone marrow transfer.
Right.
So when we
Yeah.
talk about the cutting down to the through the bone and into the marrow, we're talking about getting to the source of the matter, to the root of the
Right.
problem, to
To the
where
root of
it
the
all
problem. Yeah.
originates. Because that's the only way you have real change is to get to the source of it. Because sometimes we treat the symptoms of the problem and not the real issue. There's a lot of people that like, because symptoms, you can make you feel good by treating the symptom, but you can't be healed if you get to, unless you get to the root of the issue.
Boy, you better preach. You better say
Exactly.
that good
We
word.
treating the
Preach it.
symptoms and not the root. And what did Christ say about that? What did he talk about? Expound on that when he talked about the tree.
Don't be like
You cut it.
You know, when he talked about the tree, because
you,
see,
you,
that's why you can't produce nothing. You can't
right,
produce nothing
yeah,
from a dead place.
Mm.
he
Once
uprooted.
you can't.
You dung
Mm-hmm.
it, you give it opportunity, you give it a chance, and it bears no fruit. So now it's time to chop it down and uproot it. Because it's encompassing the ground and it's serving no purpose anymore.
that's it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And when you
And
don't,
see,
that's why he said all of this, all of these things, get the bushels together because we're gonna put that in the fire. So everything that's not productive for us or that we cannot let go, just think about a stinking body being attached to you wherever you go. I mean, just
Mm.
think,
oh, I know.
how are you gonna go into a bank and get a loan? How are you gonna
You
go into,
can't.
ain't nobody want you around
How
here.
you gonna go to the
You
bathroom?
you
Come on
you,
now.
you
Isn't that a
smelling.
reason why forgiveness is important?
Very
Ain't that
important.
like a stinking body?
It
Exactly.
is.
I
You have
do
to
believe.
forgive.
I
It is.
do believe forgiveness is very important.
Yeah, you have to
Forgiveness
Yeah,
is
forgive.
it
very
is.
important.
But that we
Even
can go.
though
We can
there's
go.
been one that has been hard for me to really forgive, but that he did
Oh, see
something
me
really, really,
Saturday.
really,
We'll
really
talk about
bad
that
to
every
me.
other Saturday.
Mm-hmm. It was
Grudges and
my
Oh,
father.
forgiveness.
oh, oh,
It was
and
my
then that's
father. He
it.
took my oldest two children from me for no reason. Well, he had a reason, but it wasn't because of anything I did. It's because him and his wife couldn't have no children, and she never had a chance to be a mother.
Mm.
But you know what? That man and what he did is nothing. Is not more important to me than the God that I love. See, when
No,
you
I know. Oh,
understand, hold
absolutely.
on, hold on, hold
Yeah,
on, hold
you're
on, hold on,
true.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Wait, because I'm speaking in general. I want to show y'all
Okay.
something.
Okay.
I understand where you're coming from, right? But what I want to say is your relationship with God should be so important to you that no one has that much power at any time or any given moment. That's not to say you won't not forgive them or just have some resentment. I get that, we're human. But when you understand that when you don't forgive people like God forgave you, and when you understand that your relationship can be challenged or contaminated or
Right.
severed in some kind of way, disrupted with the Most High, you will learn to let things go. I learned that even though I was not a unforgiving person, but my heart was challenged at 4 a.m. in the morning. My
Mm-hmm.
heart was about to become bitter. There was a fight going on between me and my spirit, my soul, and God was there and the devil was too. You understand? And
Right.
God saved me at 4 a.m. in the morning from allowing my heart to turn over into bitterness and unforgiveness. Because
Mm.
one thing the enemy tries to do is he searches and he chases off the one with the pure heart. He wants to get to the one that is like childlike, right? He wants to
Right.
poison you with this unforgiveness. So what all I'm saying is he came to me at 4 and said, wait a minute. I know you don't like it, but I made you like this. And if you do decide to not forgive this person, then our relationship is 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 uh
Null and
is
void.
is tried. You know what I'm saying? It'll get
Right.
disrupted because he said to be like a child, right? So I from in that morning, that 4 a.m. in the morning, I can remember it. He saved me. That from allowing my heart from becoming bitter over something somebody did. And I just said from that day forward, I will remember this. I will forgive this person. I'll forgive myself. And I will never, ever think that the heart that God bless you with, right, is just too much. Because it can be too much for some people sometimes. So it's just
Right.
better to, because he said, look, vengeance is mine. I can take care of
Mm-hmm.
whatever it is that person did to you or what happened. Don't you do nothing. Just back up, sit down, let me take care of it. And I'm telling you, the
Right.
way I would have took care of it versus the way he did, I wouldn't have got it done that way.
Right.
Well, my dad, my
Preach.
father's
I
been
wouldn't
gone
I
for
wouldn't have got it done
29
that
years
way.
now. He's been gone for 29 years now. He passed. But
That's okay. You
it's
still can
still
have a resentment for somebody that's not here.
Yeah.
right. And I'm trying to
True.
get over that, but I mean it's like I never got to raise my daughter or my oldest son. And now I can't even find my oldest son. I
Find a
can't find
lesson.
I haven't been able to find him for the last 4 years. He's
Find
in
a
some
lesson
group
in it.
home somewhere.
Find a
Huh?
lesson. Maybe you haven't been asking God to show you why you had to go through that, or what
Mm-hmm.
what what. See, sometimes things happen for
What's
us
up,
to get a lesson.
Stays? Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we get if you can start seeing the lesson, you get the blessing. Hey, Stace, you could get the
That's
blessing.
real.
That's what he showed
I'm
you too. Don't get bitter, get
Okay.
better, and learn the
gonna
lesson
say
from
this,
the
right?
lesson.
Yeah. And
Un-
Lord, let me see me Saturday,
unforgiveness will
man. I'm
make
trying to tell you.
unforgiveness will make you focus on what you lost and not pay attention to what you still have.
That's it.
That's the dangers of unforgiveness. Is you won't see
Right. I
clearly the
understand what you're saying
opportunities
on
that you
that.
might have.
Right.
And for me,
I
right,
did
I'm
have
speaking
two
from
other
experience
children
because
after them.
my
Yeah, I did have two more
that
children
is
after them.
right.
I had two
So
more boys.
Hold on, Laura. Let him speak.
right.
Let
So
him speak.
so my daughter, my ex was very vindictive. She manipulated my son and my adopted daughter. And I was frustrated, got out, I was discharged and divorced at the same time. I knew I was feeling frustrated, so I decided to say, look, God, whatever your plan is, I don't know how long it's gonna take, but I'm giving it to you because I don't want to live with that frustration. I handed it over to him. Let it be
Right.
known that 20 years later, my adopted daughter reached out to me and they surprised me on my birthday, which is December 31st, and showed up at my doorstep. And there was redemption there. It took 20 years to get that. But because I released that a long time ago, I was able to give my other children the attention they needed because I knew if I did not do that, I would have been distracted and not been the parent they deserved during that time because I was holding on to something I had no control over. So it's important to like forgiveness is just not forgetting, it's allowing the emotions associated with the stagnation to go and flee from you so you can live forward.
Mm-hmm.
And when I
Right.
did that, everything is coming to fruition. It's coming in time. It's coming the way it's supposed to be without me trying to control it. And I have a lot of peace on the inside of me. My kids love me. My adopted daughter came around. I still got a son I ain't seen in 20 freaking years. But I can't confine myself to those moments and hold her accountable to that because I got to let God do what he's got to do. Why he does it, that's the most dangerous question you can ask. I just got to know how he
Right.
does it and when he's going to do it and be ready for it to bring me the joy that
That's
I need because that's how life is supposed to be. I can't
I know that.
control that. And a lot of time we control freaks. We want to take the control that God has over us and put it out our own hands and work out our own way. And we spend a lifetime of frustration. I didn't want
Mm-hmm.
that. The military let me down. My ex-wife messed me over. Child support did me in, and I could choose to be angry or to be free. And I chose freedom. And look at my life now. I control more of my life now because I let it go, and I know for a fact, and I tried to control everything back then, I would not be where I'm in now. I could promise you that.
That's true.
Right.
And
That's
you
true.
know
I'm
what?
in a
Too,
lot
you
better
said
place now
something.
than
You
I've
said
ever
something.
been in my life.
You
Right
said
now, I'm in a
something
whole
key
lot.
about the gaining, but it's like you also gain something. See, you got what you have, and then it's something you said, but from that point you was talking about gain. but you can gain something. You
Mhm.
can gain something from letting go, right? You gain something from letting go, but we have such a fear because we think we're getting something by holding on,
Yeah.
right? We
Yep.
think we gaining
Look.
something by holding on, but I tell you what you get for holding on. You get chaos. That's what you get. You
Yeah.
get chaos, like he said, frustration, chaos, worry, money spent,
Yep.
you depleting your resources. And God is like, when you're ready, I help you out because there's something on the other side of this that you don't see because your feelings is in it and you trying to fight because you thinking, well, it's the right thing to do. But did God say do it?
Absolutely.
Right.
I know it's not the right thing to do, and I have prayed for God to take this bitterness off of my heart for my daddy. I was a daddy's girl up until he did that. I absolutely was. I
Mhm.
didn't care what my mama or anybody else said about him. I was daddy's girl. But when daddy put his hands on me and took my children away from me for no reason and lied to the judge to do it, I
Hey,
lost
been
all
there before,
respect,
my
all
friend.
love, everything
So,
for him.
all right, I guess it's I don't know if I'm gonna see you Saturday, so I'm gonna try to see if I give a little stuff I be telling people, right? So some of the times, and like I said, do got to do with a lot of prayer, right? You got to, but you got to have put in work too at the same time, because faith without work, you already know that
Yeah,
situation, right?
I don't know how
So I would
fast.
tell
I
I
mean,
tell people to look at things at a different point of view and stuff. Sometimes that's all it really takes most of the time, because you're not going to forget, right? So you got to change the way you look at things and try to figure out why this probably could have happened, or and realize that
I know
everybody,
right.
like, because a lot of time we get hurt from other people, and we got to realize that everybody has their own mentality. They got their own way they express their emotions and all that. Some people just mentally messed up too. You know what I'm saying? So
And he
a lot of
was.
times we got to also look at it that a lot of stuff get allowed in our life so it can make us stronger. You know what I'm saying? Make it the character we is today. You know, we
He
might not
was.
like how life goes, but life had to be life no matter how we want to look at it. So, and that's what make our character. That's why we was talking about earlier, only the strong survive. You know what I'm saying? Because you gonna either get broke by that situation or you're gonna grow from that situation. But you still
And I
here
feel
today
like I've
for a reason,
grown.
right? You know what I'm
Right. I
saying?
feel like I've grown and I've gained knowledge from that situation, but I still feel that broken heart from not being
Laura,
able to raise my
Laura, let me tell
children.
you something. Laura, let me tell you something that I know you can relate to. Unforgiveness is
Mm.
being in a prison with the key in your hand.
It is.
Mm.
It very
Mhm.
much is.
You gonna have to reach through those bars because you want it bad enough and unlock the door and just walk out of it.
That's
You
true.
can't wait for nobody to rescue you. There's no one message that's going to deliver you. You got to deliver yourself from unforgiveness. It's an inside job.
That's
You
it.
got the
Yeah.
key. Nobody has. If you're looking for people to release you, none of them have the key. It's always the key
Right.
that God has given you already, and you just got to stick your arm through the door and unlock the door and walk out. The thing is,
Right.
walk out and don't look back
That's
and
it.
leave
Right.
it as it is because the feeling that you're feeling now is bars that you're familiar with. You don't
Mm.
like being behind bars. So I'm telling you that you made probation, you've made parole, you have the key, it's whatever you're ready to go. And it's
Mhm.
not about a feeling, it's about taking that necessary step. Because forgiveness starts off with one simple thing. You gotta want it.
That's
Got
it.
to.
Right.
Yep.
And Laura, I don't want you to think that they're trying to take away from your experience or your feelings. Everything you're feeling, everything you're experiencing is valid. Nothing about it is untrue or you're
Hmm.
or taking away from it. The thing is that you've gone through this for so many years. It's serving you zero purposes. And the thing is, people are afraid of change,
Right.
right? And you are so conditioned and you're so used to holding this resentment that almost having a free heart is so scary because you're going to be like, what do I do with that space? And what you're actually going to do with that space when you let go is you're going to let in for new love. And you can sit there and you may not have your actual child to teach and love on, but there's a ton of other kids out there that need somebody that can have guidance. And yes, it's not the same, but you could still be doing those acts of kindness, other things that you never know how that might end up reaching your child, maybe even your grandchild. I've heard some amazing stories about people
I got 8 of
implementing things
those.
into their district and it affecting their grandchild, their great grandchild, and they had you
Right.
can still help out and help raise a community. It doesn't always have to be holding on. And I get that it's hard. And trust me, the queen of not letting go is me. I am horrible at it. But the one thing I can say is whenever I have let go, you feel the best that you've ever felt.
Do you
And
have children?
you'll be so amazed at how many things once you let go, you actually that are beautiful that you're letting in. Because
Do
it's
you have
taken up.
children?
I have two children. I
Do you
have
have a
two
boy?
boys. I have two
Yeah.
boys.
And if
I'll
one of
ship
them
them
came
both
up
to
missing
you.
and you couldn't find, you probably say that now because they little and they getting on your last. I know how that feels too. I had two boys after I lost my daughter and my oldest son, but it's like that oldest son is like to a mother is her everything.
I understand. There's nothing that we can say or do that's going to make what happened right. All you can do is move forward and heal yourself. You can't confront your father at this point, but what you can do is make peace with it and pray
Right.
that somehow you and your son are reunited again and you guys can sit down and talk about it, and whatever he may feel against you, whatever you may feel against him, y'all can talk about it and come to a certain understanding. But
It's
no
gonna
one,
be hard for me to find.
I don't want you to think anyone's trying to sit here and undervalue your experience or your feelings. We care enough to want you to not be in pain and not hurt. And I just want to make
That's
sure
the
you
only thing
understand
that
that.
hurts though. That's the only thing that really hurts though is that I can't find him. I don't even know if he's still alive. And I'm not on the birth certificate because Daddy altered those two on him and Jamie. But Jamie found a way to find me. She went through her Aunt Valerie, which is my stepmother's sister. Well, my stepmother and her sister had a falling out, and Valerie told my daughter, "Yeah, you do have another mother," because she knew she didn't look like my stepmom. She knew my stepmom was her mama,
Hey,
and
listen,
Laura,
if
Laura,
you have
put yourself
any,
on go to ancestry.com and put yourself through the DNA test.
I was
You'd be
just about to
Yeah.
say,
surprised how many people reconnected that way.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I was about to tell her that because I did ancestry myself to find out my history of my family because there's things, questions
I
that I
did the
have
23andMe
I know
just to
about them.
find out what my ethnicity was because I'm a lot confused about all that situation too.
Exactly.
But
That's exactly
Yeah,
what that is.
that's all it
23andMe,
is.
ancestry.com,
okay,
all of
but
that. You
it
can
didn't give me no. It didn't give me no information about where he is. Now I do have the white pages and Truth Finder and been verified. I got all that, and I've been trying to find him. I found three different addresses. He's not at any of those addresses anymore.
Do you have his name?
But if you
Julie
keep
Henry
updating
Campbell.
it, you don't know what they may. He could put her to test in the next 32 days, and it might be a ping. You can check that thing as much as you
He's
want.
mentally handicapped. He is mentally handicapped, so that he's not on social media. He don't
Well,
have
no,
a
no, no.
Facebook. He don't have none of that.
What I'm saying is, as long as you have his name and his last name, you can find anybody anywhere. It doesn't matter what they are, what they
Right, but the last
posted.
three addresses they had on him, he's not there. My daughter went and checked, but he's not at any of those because she's right there in Virginia Beach where it said he was. He's not there. I think they would move him from one group home to the next. Is what I think.
I'm sorry, Laura.
Yeah,
I understand that that's not easy. I really
No.
do. And my heart really goes out to you. I kid you not.
yeah.
And I don't want to be like my mom. You know, my mom, me and my mom both looked for my brother for 18 years because he kind of just up and came up missing. He ran off is what he did. He didn't run away from home. He was grown, but you know, he just kind of detached himself from the rest of the family because of what my mom had done when he was a teenager. But it was because of what he had done to me that made her do that. So, you know, I forgave him. Everybody in the family pretty much forgave him, but he kind of ran off, and we couldn't find him.
But he haven't
I got a
forgiven
phone
you.
call. He never forgot me though. I was the
Right.
only one he kept down as his emergency contact. And 2 years ago, and this is after 18 years of looking for him and my son. I got a phone call from the L.A. coroner's office saying he was gone. So we tried though. We never would have thought he would have been in LA though. We thought Orlando or New York because he was working for a national chemical company as a salesman. So he would go all over the nation, like door to door salesman or something like that. But he always stayed mostly in New York or Orlando. But I never could find him, and then I get a call all the way from LA. That's crazy. At 1:30 in the morning. And then they told me it took him a month just to find me. I'm like, why?
Hello, everyone.
What's the deal, Cadillac? Welcome to live.
All right, all right, all right.
Hey,
Lord,
Cadillac.
I remember my dad passed, I guess, it's been probably about maybe
Right
6 years
there.
ago. And
Yeah.
his son, he had a son. He had two sons, I remember. One I met, and I remember my dad telling me that I guess they fell out or whatever. So I never seen him, but he had another son that looked identically to my dad. And he would just come and visit my dad. He used to come and visit us as a kid growing up, like every year. And when my dad passed, his last known address was in Milwaukee.
Right.
And my family soul searched him and soul searched him and soul searched him and soul searched him, and we could never, ever find him. And to this day, I think about him, where is he at? Because his last known address was in Milwaukee.
I wish I
And
could find my half brother. I have a half brother somewhere in Virginia because my father had a girlfriend before he married my mother, and he got her pregnant. All I know is it's a male, it's a boy. It's a yeah. He's a brother, and I'm like, I don't know if he looks like my father or my brother or who, but I mean, I don't even know the kid's name, and I don't know how I could find him. But I wouldn't mind finding him. He probably looked just like my brother.
You
That's what
now
I'm
have a
thinking.
new family. Kev is your half brother. Okay. What's I can't I can't remember the guy before on top of me. He's the new son, and then we got King. That's gonna be your new. You got a new family now. We're your new family.
Okay.
You don't have to. You don't
Oh,
have to worry about that. And when you find them in God's timing, it'll be a beautiful thing. But
yeah,
yeah.
holding on to the I wishes and all that stuff, you're putting it in your hands when the God when God above has it in His hands. The sooner
Right.
you let go and you let him take control of it, the sooner you'll actually get the answer to these questions. And I know it sounds so backwards. Oh, they're gonna think I gave up. Trust me, it will all come. Once you sit down and have that talk, it will all. They will. Everything will make sense. But you
yeah.
You
you
Mm.
know,
have to.
my son knows I love him. I mean, it's like we had a bond. We had a bond before Daddy took him from me. I was pregnant with my daughter when Dad went and filed for custody of the kids, but I was all the way in Texas and he was in Virginia. But he already knew what he was fixing to do before he even sweet talked me into going down there. All it was a brainwash because I was Daddy's girl and he knew I would do anything he wanted me to do. And I was having complications with my mother because of her and her little live-in boyfriend and my stepdad. Yeah, that's a messed up shit. I had a very dysfunctional life, but I tried to make my life more functional by going to. I mean, I went to beauty college on a lie, just so I could have a better life for my kids than what I had. But then Daddy messed all that up. But yeah. But he
What
sweet talked me into going to Virginia, saying that he'd help me go back to school. I was on bed rest at the time he talked to me because I had a placenta previa, which you probably know what that is, right, lady? Who's that? What's your name? Pure something.
I know
Yeah.
it's a discipline.
Anyway, yeah, I had a placenta previa, so they put me on bed rest because they said if I didn't go on bed rest, I would lose her, and I wasn't about to lose my baby. That was my baby. I don't care how I got her. That was mine and God's baby. And it was a girl. I mean, I already had my boy, and she was a girl, and I'm like, oh yes, I'm not letting my baby girl go. I'd rather go before her. So I went on bed rest. But Daddy Sweet talked me into flying to Virginia. He's gonna get me my own apartment, help me get a car, help me get back to school after I had the baby. Him and Michelle would help me with the kids, babysitting them while I went back to school. None of that happened. Not a bit of it. No.
Mm.
As soon as my daughter was born, I was out.
Well, in order, and there's just me telling you from experience. We have
Mhm.
to learn how to let a lot of things go in order
Man.
Yeah,
for
I mean,
God to work
I've pretty much let that part go. The part that
everything.
that's hard to let go is the fact that I can't find my baby.
But that's the part that you have to learn how to let go and allow God to
Mhm.
direct. When you have so much in you that you're not allowing to come out of you, you're not allowing God to work in your life. You're not allowing God to reach deep in you, like they said earlier. Allow Him to cut you down to the marrow part of your body, to pull everything that out that is wrong with you out. Because
Yeah.
a lot of times we sit in our own little holes and mildew in it. But we have to
Mhm.
allow
Well,
God to
I quit
wash
going
us
to
clean.
church. I mean, I didn't stop believing, but I did quit going to church. But the only reason I quit going to church isn't because of me
But
disbelieving in anything. It's
hold
because
on,
I got tired of going to a gossip hall.
but you
They
don't
weren't
have
even
to go to
preaching about
church.
the Bible.
Right.
Right.
But you
Right.
don't have to
Tell
go
the
to
story.
church to have God in you.
Right.
Oh,
You
yeah, I know that.
you could be right there where you're sitting at.
Right.
Because
I
I'm
can
gonna
read my
tell you,
Bible.
a year or two ago, as was Kanai
You at
demonstrated
church now?
earlier. Yeah, you're in church now. You know what I'm saying? I allow God to come into my life right here at my own home. You know what I'm saying? In my bedroom, on the floor, I was bawling I was crying like a newborn baby. So when I say, you know what, God, come into my life, do whatever you need to do. So you have to get to that point and place in your life where you say, you know what, God, you come into my life. You come into me, not me going into you. You come into
Mhm.
me.
Mhm.
Decrease me and increase you. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So you have to allow that
I
to.
feel like I have a
So
good connection with God. I mean, I feel like I got a good relationship with Him. I might
you have
not know how to fast. I might not go to church, but I know I do keep
I
in
mean, you got to have a little
communication
bit
with
more
Him at all
faith then in them.
times.
yeah,
Then
there you have it.
Right.
Because God will teach you all of that. He will teach you how to
Laura,
fast. He will teach you how to forgive, and He will teach you to love things unconditionally. Period.
Oh, I know how to love unconditionally. That's one thing I got in an
Mhm.
argument about on Melanated Live with some people. They say unconditional love don't exist, and that women don't know how to love at all because they're not even born to love. I'm like, are you freaking serious?
Y'all
Women are
strong
the ones
lovers.
that ultimately love. We are the
Yes,
ones that,
ma'am. Yes, yes,
right?
yes.
I mean, it's like y'all
I'm just gonna
feel
keep my
y'all's
mouth
love
closed.
through us, right? Now, the women of today, the girls of today, I'd say the young women of today, they might not know how to love. I don't know. I mean, I
You're
know
right.
they've gotten a little aggressive with the men, or they got fed up with the men, is what it is. But it's just like it's a circle. It's a horrible circle that's going in between these men and women today.
Well,
Men don't even want to stay in the
but
states anymore, and it ain't just melanated men and women. It's women all over America and Africa and all over the world. It has drizzled out to them. I'll put it like that, to where
Can I?
women are
Can
becoming more masculine and more dominant.
and
Go ahead
Laura,
and make this room jump up to 500 real quick. You know
But
that's the
see,
algorithm. That's
they
how you
jump
make it
I'm
me
like,
move
hold
in
because
on.
here.
I
Here,
say
you
they
wanted to
jump
jump
me
here. Here
because
we
I
go.
say
I'm
I'm
an alpha
feminine and I'm
female.
submissive to my man,
Here
Exactly.
we
and they're
go.
like, there
Now
is
I'm an
she
no
only
way
got
alpha
you
booted off
gonna
the
be.
female.
box saying that. Well, that
They
scared
say
me a little bit.
they said, how you gonna be submissive to a man and let him control you? My man doesn't control me. Submissiveness doesn't mean control
it
at
does,
all.
bro.
Period.
Oh, only to a masculine woman says that. I'm just put it that
Only
way.
But
Right.
That's
you know
what
what?
I came to the
Exactly.
conclusion and figure that out.
The
But
word submissive is
submissiveness is
also
like a
used
natural
in
thing.
so many different as a adjectives in so many different things, right? You'll see them say, they'll tell prisoners to submit. They'll tell
Hmm.
slaves to submit.
Right.
So submission is not used in positive terms. So when people
Right.
hear it without knowing what it means,
Right.
they think of a negative connotation that goes with it,
Of
right?
course.
Right.
Not realizing that submission is beautiful,
It
It
right?
is.
And
is. It
Mhm.
absolutely
as
is.
although women will submit to their husbands, what they don't realize, your husband submit to you as well. It
Yeah.
just looks
Exactly.
different. It
It's
just
like a
looks different. They're
compromise.
not. They may not be.
Yep.
They may
Compromise.
not be, just cleaning and cooking or whatever, but they're doing other things to give you peace. But it has to do with it's a give and take, right? But
Hmm.
Right.
if you go based off of what you are told about submission, like from
Right.
school
That's the whole
and things
part
like
right
that,
there. The
that's where
mothers
you get
aren't
this
vetting their children.
negative
They're not
connotation.
raising these
Yeah, no,
daughters
men
right.
don't submit, Kana, you're right, but I'm saying they give you a form of submission as well, right?
They
Don't we
submit to
submit to
you
God?
by telling you their plans, and then it's
they're
up to you to
loving.
submit to them to agree with it.
But yeah, you
But
do.
they're loving. People take this word
I
submit
understand.
and make it
Yeah.
seem like it's just us giving them all of our love and attention, and men don't give us anything back, if that makes
What?
sense.
Oh my God, they will give you the
And
utmost
who's saying men
respect.
don't submit?
They will
Men do
treat you
submit.
like a queen and put you on a throne, but don't take advantage of that. Just just be there. That's all you need to do is just sit there and be pretty when he does that for you. And just don't say
Look,
nothing.
Lord, Lord,
I'm,
I want
What?
to say something. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
from what I've been hearing, sometimes we can find ourselves in denial a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, can I give you a thing that I went through over the last 8 months?
Okay.
Me and my significant other broke up, and she ended up sleeping with a friend of mine. Now,
Oh
in
Lord.
her words, the reason why she slept with him because we broke up. Y'all not friends no more, so I do what I want to do. But I was in denial,
What?
and I was in the denial to the fact that no, we ain't broke up like that. We just separated, and it took me a
Right. But y'all ain't
long time to deal
divorced.
with that,
Yeah.
to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
But through God kept showing me things. He kept showing me signs. I got up when he said, "Go over there and look and see if that car." Your
Is
friend,
that that
so-called friend, is
house?
at that apartment, and it was there
Really?
every time. But I
Oh
had to tell
wow.
myself I need to stop that because it's
Because it
not
was
doing me
eating
any
you up
good.
inside.
It's leading me
Right.
into a situation
A
that I don't want to be in,
volatile
but I got too much
situation.
to live for. I
Right. You
have
don't
too
want to
much
be
to
in no
live
volatile
for.
situation.
And finally, I became comfortable with he's been telling me, and I find solace with myself to move on. But it was hard. And I
Oh,
think
I've
a
had to
lot of
move on.
times we find ourselves in denial more than anything and understanding things for what they are. And he's
Then you
given
start
us and we
acknowledging them.
ignore it, but he's given us something to move on. Now, you may accept it. And
I'm sorry, y'all. I had a phone call.
this is where
Yeah.
I fell victim of accepting what he was showing me. He showed me everything. I didn't have to go nowhere. He was showing me
Right.
things. But I kind
Right.
of backlash on some things that he was showing me. But he did say to me, and I know, if you want to continue the journey that I showed you that wasn't right, then you keep going. But I'm gonna be there with you. I'm not gonna let you fall off the face of the earth. But when you fall back down, it's like being hitting rock bottom and picking yourself back up and say, I would not go back from what you showed me in the beginning.
Yeah.
I would move forward. And sometimes I just think maybe there's a little denial going on there with you. You gotta let some things go because once he operates with you, he's going to perform it. He's going to heal you, if that makes sense.
there you
Yeah.
go.
I mean, I've healed to a point. The only thing that really I haven't healed from is not knowing where my baby is. If I knew where he was and that he's okay, I'd be okay. But when a mama sits around a house and she don't know if her child is still here or gone, that's
Right.
the hardest part right there. That is so extremely hard.
Eh,
It's
eh,
it's a
So
pain
you
I
gotta
can't
pray even
even
harder then,
imagine.
if that's the case.
yes.
See, I always
Yes.
tell people to. It's best not to complain about. I'm not. I didn't mean to say complain, but basically, we if it's something that we is not under our control, it's nothing we can change about. It's like we got to either pray about it or put it in God's hand. It's one of the two things because there's no use in stressing ourselves about something we can't control. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you could talk about it all day or project about it all day, but at the end of the day, you're only stressing yourself out. And I'm pretty sure
Right.
you don't
I
want to
don't talk
stress
about it
yourself
all the
out.
time. Yeah.
Huh?
I don't talk about it a lot. I really don't talk
I'm
about it.
just
I
saying in
hardly ever
general
talk
though,
about it,
like
but
if you really
yeah.
have your faith in God, then you really we serious when we say this. We ain't just
I
saying
know
it for
he's
no
gonna.
reason.
I know he's gonna reunite me and my baby one day, even if it is up in heaven. He's gonna reunite my baby with me one day.
So you that
Yeah,
should I
It's
mean,
just I
then your
remember the
worries,
last
if you
time.
put your faith in God, right, you shouldn't be
Right.
worrying so much if you really believe in what you saying,
and Laura,
I
right?
don't
I
know if it's
think
a worry as much as it is a pain. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's still that hole in my heart,
yeah.
but that's because that's where he was, and he's not there now, and it's like,
I can say this. I would tell you, I can understand a lady's pain losing a child. One
Right.
day, one of my kids, the mother left, and the baby, my son, ran outside, and the mail lady seen him, took her to the police department, knew where I stayed, and didn't bring my son back. And I was so discombobulated. I just didn't know, I mean, so many things go through your mind. I feel what you're going through, not knowing. It's like if your child just ran away from the house. Ran away from the home. Is he okay? It's the anxiety and all that comes with that to know, is he safe? Is he alive? I mean,
right,
I understand.
exactly, because I
I
know what happened to
understand
him
that
before he
because
came
I
up missing,
understand a
and
woman's pain when it
I'm
comes to a
scared.
child. And a mother's love is much stronger to a child than a man. I could say that. I don't know
Yeah,
about anybody else feel about that, but a mother's love for her child is unconditionally. I mean,
exactly.
1,000% more than what a man's love for
But
his
my
child
daughter told
is. So
me,
I feel your
my
pain.
daughter had told me that their whole life, all he ever said is he wanted to go back to Texas where his mama was. He just wanted his mama his whole life. That's all he wanted.
Laura, can I make a suggestion? And I'm only making this suggestion because it really helped me. Every day I walk a lot, and I'm not saying you have to walk, but I
Yeah.
while I walk, I go onto YouTube and I find a sermon, and I'll literally just put in whatever is comes to my heart, whatever topic, right? Heartbreak, love, lust, right? Whatever, and I'll just put sermon and whatever, and I'll listen to something that pops up. Maybe if you start listening to these sermons that are online so you can just get the message, you don't have to be part of the gossip thing, it will help renew some more faith in you
Oh, I
to
have a strong faith. I mean, I believe in God more than anything, but I don't practice the traditional Christmas or the traditional um, Easter because I mean, I don't, me, myself, I don't believe God was born in December in the wintertime. I don't.
Right.
I don't think any of us know exactly when he was born. You know what I'm saying? But I really don't think it was in December in the wintertime. But
I don't even think we on the right calendar. That's why I'm be taking these days serious. I
right,
don't even think
exactly. Because
time is real,
I
none of
don't.
that
Right,
stuff.
Right,
right.
they're
It
fixing to give
was.
us a new
We
calendar
be thinking
anyway
Saturday is
because the
Saturday.
old one
Saturday
is
not really
just
Saturday.
Yeah.
no. I
So,
think we're
Lord,
on a totally different thing too.
Lord, can I ask you a question?
Mm.
Do, how can I say it? Um, do you find yourself actually listening to what people say
I do. But
without truly listening to them and take the advice that they give you, or do you find yourself
I was
mostly
just about to
challenging
ask
people?
that. It's crazy.
no, I'm listening. I'm listening. It's just it's just painful. That's all. That's all I can say. It's
I
just
was literally about to just say
that
that too until you
Right.
switch it. I was
But the
about to.
reason why,
it's just really painful not knowing if your baby is still here, and if he is gone, did he suffer? Was he? I mean, because I know what happened to him before he came up missing. My daughter told me, and I was scared then. But he ran away from that situation to the to the fire station because he knew the fire chief because he used to date his girlfriend, the fire chief's daughter, which was autistic in the same special ed class he was in. Okay, supposedly that fire chief helped him get into a group home and that it's supposed to be confidential where he's at so that the people that actually harmed him can't find him. They were pretty much torturing him, wouldn't let him go nowhere, wouldn't let him try to find any help or anything because they wanted his check. Yeah. But
So
she's in jail now, she's
is
in
that a
prison now.
what's that you got in your hand over there? Is that a drink?
What?
Pepsi.
No,
That's
I had a
Pepsi.
Pepsi.
Oh, that's Pepsi. Okay.
I was I'm a union rep on my job, and I deal with a lot of
Right.
people. It was lately a situation that she she listened, but she challenged everything that people
I
would
was
say to
dog.
her.
That's literally what I was
Oh
thinking. I was
no.
waiting for
She,
one
I'm
more
she,
of
not
she
those
trying to
too.
challenged
challenge it. I know I need to just soul search. I need to pray to God and I mean I need to get in my
Lord,
Bible again.
I mean, you can admit if you
But
just trying to express yourself. I get it
yeah,
though, because it's like we trying to give you solutions and you just don't. It's like you got
right, but
pushback on
right,
everything.
I'm
right.
trying to figure out a way I could find him since I'm not on the birth certificate anymore. Me and the father are just not on the birth certificate anymore. My father and my stepmother that never had a child a day in her life never laid down to give birth to one child.
But how
And then
can
she altered the birth certificates
how can they alter a birth certificate? Because I
Right.
feel like
because of
once
the
you
open
sign it,
adoption.
huh?
We
You
had an
still
open
can't
adoption
change it.
after my father died. After my father passed, she had already had the children so long. I didn't want to just uproot them out of their stable home, and I didn't have a stable home at the time because me and my husband had separated. You know what I'm
So
saying? And I wasn't.
But Laura, there's a paper trail for all of that. So if you go down to
Right. I'm trying to
the
figure out where the paper trail could be.
so I'm gonna help you.
try
If
to
you go
say
to
that.
vitals and statistics, right? Your vitals and statistics in your area, right? You can find
I'm
they have
right,
to
but I'm
have
not in the area they're in. I'm in Mississippi. They're in
It
Virginia.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
vitals and statistics
It
is
don't
also
matter.
online.
Yeah, it
No,
doesn't
you can
matter.
also go online. Your name
But you
is on
gotta
the
have money
original.
for all that, right?
Not really. It's
Huh?
not that much, but
It's open records.
at
Right.
the you
Right.
it does cost money. It's not free, right?
Right.
But
Thank
at the
you.
end of the day, we're talking about let's say $300 maybe for your peace of mind.
Okay. If I had $300, I promise you, I would be happy right now. I
Well,
can't
No, well,
even work,
I mean, I'm
baby.
not saying it's
I
gonna
can't
cost
even work
right.
right now because I'm sick, and that's
Okay, but
what.
wait, Laura,
I'm sorry,
really?
y'all. I'm sorry. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
she just had a lot of pushback
I'm
for
sorry. I'm just
everything
gonna
that
let.
we're
I'm just
trying to
do her a
benefit.
favor though. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Because
Cause
we're not getting nowhere. Cause
no.
that's too much. That is literally too
Yeah.
much. So
Did
Yeah.
you
I'm
block
gonna
her
just
or
give
did you
you a
drop her?
chance to do your thing down there, in the chat. I ain't block you or nothing, but it's just like we
Oh,
not getting nowhere. Maybe you could just listen to
Right.
us and hear something that help
Right.
you, right?
I agree.
But we not
Agree.
getting nowhere for real, man. And I'm
I
not that.
agree.
Like I said, I'm gonna remind everybody, I'm not that type of live. I'm not a the pandering type of live and all that stuff or whatever. I can only listen for so long. But if you keep
Hmm.
doing pushback after pushback after
Yeah. That's
pushback,
what it
we're
is.
not getting
Exactly
anywhere.
what it was.
Nah,
I
because
Exactly.
just
you're not trying to learn and understand that, you know what
Right.
I mean? We're not here to hurt you. We're here to help and try to
yeah,
help
trying to
you
help.
get through
so
it. You know what I'm saying? Because I know that we all haven't been where you've been, but with some
Right.
shape, form, and fashion, we've been there. You know what I'm saying? Because, I wanted to know about my family history, ancestry, public records. Public records only go back but so far. So now I have to do the other footwork to find out more information about my family history. You know what I mean? And when I was
Hmm.
getting to what pretty was saying, paper trail is something serious. If you can find a paper trail, you can find just about anybody in this world.
but Laura, what I'm trying to say is I don't know if it's $300. I was making up a
And
number. But I'm
yeah,
saying over time, you may have to make little investments here and there to get your peace of mind, right? So you start off with vitals and statistics. You look for a birth certificate. What it might start off with is $35 for the birth certificate. Okay, now we have the birth certificate. Now we have we have to look at how many
Mm-hmm.
times it's been amended. How it
Mm-hmm.
all goes back to there. So I'm going to tell a
Mm-hmm.
true story about the vitals and statistics about it. For whatever reason, my on my actual social security card, my birthday is not my birthday. So when I file taxes, I actually have to put some made up birthday. But to change it on my social security card, I had to go get my birth certificate. I still have these certificates that actually say I was never ever born. Never born. They actually had to find my birth certificate by going through my sister's because there's a paper trail that connects everybody. So when they went through my sister's birth certificate, they were able to find me because my parents were on there. At one point, you were on your child's birth certificate, which means they can still find you. I'm not saying it's just going to be an easy, oh, go down there and get it quick. But if this means that much to you, you will do whatever it takes. And I understand that money may be an issue right now, but even if you have to, do some babysitting, doing some gardening or whatever to save up money, that's how you start. But
Well,
it's not
let me
impossible.
let me ask you a question. What if she was never on the birth certificate,
She said
or
she
her
was.
dad?
She said that at one point she
Okay.
was, but then they changed it from the open adoption.
Okay. All right. Okay.
But once you're in an open adoption, they cannot change it. They can only give the person a new birth certificate. They cannot change the old birth certificate because
Uh,
once it's signed, sealed, and delivered, that's it. Once you got that approved, a state approved on it, they cannot change it.
It might be different in every state because
Oh,
yeah.
she just said it cost
Yeah.
165 to get her birth certificate. In California, it's like 35. So
I'm about to
it
say, yeah.
every place could be different. Ours are only 35. I don't really know. Yeah, like 40 at I've never heard it be that high
Either.
to get your birth certificate. Maybe if you're doing everything online, but if you actually go to the vitals and records dot edu or org or whatever, it's generally about $45 at most. I've never seen it that high, but every state might be different about how it goes about. And like I
Yeah.
said, we're not belittling your experience, but we are trying to we're trying to help you get through this. And it just seems like each time we tell you something, you have a reason why it can't go that way versus just taking it in and maybe like sitting on it and,
Hmm.
maybe coming back next live and be like, I thought about what you guys said. Can you maybe help me through it? It's almost like you keep putting another barrier in front of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That's what listening to respond look like. You know what I'm saying? If you listen to understand, you're not gonna come with a pushback. So that's the reason why you in the comments, not so you can actually hear what we saying. Because every time somebody say something, you either cutting them off or you trying to, well, what of this? What of that? Just actually listen to what we saying because we can try. We just trying to help you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's like you're moving the goalpost from every situation. When you keep
Right.
moving the goalpost, I mean, yeah, you're gonna feel like you're at a dead end. Nothing wrong with trying. Keep trying until you can't try no more. You know what I mean?
Right. Knock it on.
Just because one situation failed, don't mean the next one's gonna fail. You know what I mean? You can go 100 times, and on that 101, and bam, there you have it. You got it. You know what I mean? Just don't give up. Don't sit in this pity party where
Right.
you feel like that you can't get through. You can get through. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So never
Yeah.
give up. Never sell yourself short. And what Kev said, Kev's favorite line, is a mindset. Once you release that
He be in
mindset,
my life.
you can do a wonderful job in finding your children.
Yep.
You know what I
Yep.
mean? Ain't nothing can
Most
stop.
definitely.
For me understanding listen to women, you can't stop a woman from wanting to find their child. Come hell
Tell
or
the
high
story.
water, she's
Tell the
gonna
story.
go through hell and high water for her children
Yeah. Tell the
to
story.
find.
Exactly.
That's if you want to find them.
Right.
You know what I mean? And Pretty is a
Exactly.
female, and she's giving you some vital information to help you find your child. I love my kids. I do. And I thank God for my 3 children. And I know one thing about it. The love that I have for my kids, ain't nothing on this God green earth is gonna stop me from trying to find my children.
And guess
Cause
what? Unconditional love will make you go through the
un-
most, right?
yes,
Yeah.
sir.
I thought we got
Yes,
some
sir.
unconditional love around here, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Amen.
I
Ain't
have
no excuse
unconditional
behind
love.
unconditional love.
Yeah.
I love
And
I,
my
uh,
kids.
and
and
Laura, I will say, just from the little bit of the story that you told us about your life, you know what changing your mental can be like, and
Mm,
how much further you can go. Because even you said that you changed your mental. You were put in some even worse, some like almost like life defining situations that you were able to get yourself out of that. Some people can't. So that mental mindset really does change it too. And not to sound mean, because I hate to sound like that, but if everyone has that martyr, I'm a martyr, we're not going to get anywhere. And I understand that you you were listening, but you weren't listening to hear and digest. You were listening to respond.
mm-hmm.
Mhm.
People weren't even getting their statements out, and you would automatically cut it off. And it's not even, we're not even trying to be critical. We're really trying to be more of a blessing in your life than anything, you know. And we don't want to see you cry. We want to see you prevail,
He cut
you
you off
know.
in the chat.
Mhm. And I think, and another thing
He didn't
is,
even finish what she was saying. I
Lord,
cannot work though. He just listened to one
you need to
part.
quit feeling that you are the victim of
mm.
what
Oh,
took
I was
place.
trying not to get there, man. I wasn't even trying
You
to, and I be
know,
trying to hold it in, but I be knowing it. I be knowing
right?
it.
You're not
Come on,
the
Kelly.
victim, and once you
Come on,
realize you're
Kelly.
not the victim, because I went through a situation like that. Different, I mean, same scenario with different situations. I've been through that. I had to literally fault myself being the victim so much that it made me better. It made me look at myself better, to look at the next person less. I mean, look at the less. I mean, look at the next person. What they was doing wasn't so much how much I was victimizing myself. So you got to stop thinking that you're the victim, and once you do that, you can grow.
Okay, how do we, so
Okay.
Laura, do you have any hobbies? Do you like to bake? Can you possibly start your own little baking whatever? Do you like to sew? Can you, I mean, there's way to be an entrepreneur and make some side money. I'm not saying it's going to be, life changing, but you can, you can do some side jobs here and there, whether it's baking, whether it's, if you can cook, you can, make plates. I've seen people do don't really even require them leaving their house. Maybe get some ingredients or a few items or whatever, but there has to
It can be, one thing about being free from or deliverance from yourself or from what you're going through. You have to be honest. And to be honest, it's a hard thing for
Mm.
a lot of people to do.
Mm.
And
Yes,
once
sir.
you be honest, people can understand you more and help you more. But if you hide behind denial,
Mm-hmm.
self-centered, and
Mm-hmm.
all that, you can't really help nobody.
Right.
And that's what people don't do. It's a person that, you can sit there and see a person that is really mentally going through something. And you can say, okay, I see this, but I need to know what you're going through other than what I see for me to help you. And some people are just not good about that. And it just doesn't make things better when you're seeking information to heal
Mm-hmm.
and to become better. So it's rough. And we have to really like look at, in these days of time, the pandemic really reconstructed life in a matter of a year. and we're still dealing with some things that um we still don't know what's out there that people are going through. But until people just be honest and say, hey, this is what I'm going through, the better we can overcome that part. Because I never thought that anxiety would be a part of my life.
Mhm.
And I'm not afraid to talk about it. I'm not afraid to talk about anything that I'm going
Right.
through because you have to have a support system.
I forgot about
Lord,
that.
you have to have a support system. You have to have people you talk to. And most people that like Laura is somebody of a person that's by themselves. They really don't have nobody to talk to. Because if you had other people you can talk to, they would probably you'd probably be a little bit further along per se than where you at. But a lot
Well,
of people want to continue to hold things in and don't share with people because they don't have nobody to share with, or they're afraid to share with somebody because they may use it against them. I'm gonna say this: constructive criticism, people cannot deal with. They can deal with criticism,
No.
mhm,
but constructive criticism is the best criticism that you can get in life to change your life and
Right.
put you in a direction it is
I like this
positive
guy.
from negative.
right. And I'm gonna say this to Laura, and I want you to be totally transparent because my heart is leaning towards you. I understand what you're saying, but I don't feel like you're being totally honest with us. I don't
Right,
feel like it. I
right.
may
Hmm.
be wrong, and I don't have a problem being wrong about us because I listened to you, I heard you, and everything. See, this is what I'm saying. See, now we've. I feel like I'm getting somewhere. Not being critical, hypocritical, or anything. I want to help you, Laura. I really do. But I felt like that you wasn't really listening to understand. I
Yeah.
think you was listening. I think you was saying things to get us to have a pity party for
Mm-hmm.
you. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? I don't want to be rude or disrespectful, but I listen to people and I listen to what they be saying.
Yeah.
And what you're saying is not all of what you were saying in the beginning. You said your husband, we know your husband is elderly. Now he's disabled. Somebody got to be bringing some type of income to stay where you're staying. So in order for you to have that Pepsi, you have to have money to buy it. You know what I'm saying? You have to have money to
Mm.
buy food. I'm just saying because make help it make sense to me because where I'm seeing it is basically you're homeless.
Hmm.
You have a
Wow.
phone, so you know what I'm saying. I'm
Wow.
just being
Hey, if
just
y'all
Yeah.
not
listening
following
and
BK,
understanding.
please follow him, man. He the homie for real.
You know what I'm
We be on
saying?
the same page.
I got you.
Understand that you're not totally being transparent with us.
Mm-hmm.
I was with you, and I was sympathetic to the fact that you want to
Mm-hmm.
find your son because I love my kids. Lord knows I love my kids. And they know it.
Amen.
I mean, am I the perfect father? No, I'm not.
Tell the
I
story.
had to learn how to be a father at 47 because,
Laura, how you on TikTok, man, and you got all these problems? I don't get it. How
you
you
know,
paying that bill?
that's what I'm meaning is, okay, how did you get all this through this? Your husband only is 71, disabled, and before I get sick, a door dashed. You know what I'm saying? So money has to be coming from somewhere. It ain't falling out of the sky for nobody, I don't think. So somebody has to be getting some type of income into their household. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Whether it's your husband or whether it's by you. So if you can't afford a birth certificate of $30, $20, something is wrong. I want to help you. I want to help you, Laura, but I don't feel like you're being totally transparent with
Right.
Right. Right.
Right. Well, we have to think about it as a and Laura, because I came in on the kind of towards the tail end, but I was here an hour ago before I went into another appointment. But we can't seek anybody else for validation.
that
The
part.
Mm.
only people that we can create value with is within ourselves. So we actually have to look at ourselves. What are we doing
Mm-hmm.
that has put us in this
Mm-hmm.
situation? What are the choices that
Mm.
we're making? What are the
Yep.
choices? What if we're missing out on resources, if there are people out there willing to give you resources or to actually admit that, hey, I'll help you. But one thing that I won't do, and then I've when I work with students, when I work with young people, is look, one thing I'm not going to do is enable you to
That part.
continue the same lifestyle that you actually created for yourself. I don't mind helping you. Like, let me give you some resources. Let me help you reach out. You're seeking validation. A lot of these systems, a lot of these SSI, because you mentioned the Social Security Disability, it's like welfare. It's temporary. It's temporary. You know,
Oh
what are we
yeah.
going to do long
Let go
term?
that
What are the
lion today.
solutions that we do long term?
We ain't
You
hugging
know,
lions today.
I hug lions every day. You know that.
No, let that lion go. Keep on talking.
Yeah, I mean, we have too many
What
resources
does that
out here.
mean, hugging lions?
Well,
No, this
okay. So I know nobody's ever asked me that. Except I think Kev may know. But when
it's
I
only me
think
and
of
you.
hugging lions, think of hugging lions is that lions are very aggressive, right?
Hmm.
They're very naturalistic, they're very physically aggressive, and they're hunters. But if
Hmm.
you can hug a lion, you actually form and they come from a challenges. Like I've never been in the jungle. I ain't never been in the desert. But if I can hug a lion, it means that I'm actually willing to accept their adversity. I'm willing to accept where they've come from. And I can hug them and they can hug me back so that I know,
Right.
hey, we're on the same page. Just because I didn't go through what you went through doesn't mean that you don't know what I went through. But at least we're together,
Yeah.
and you ain't
So
gonna
I'll
attack me
expand
because
on it a
I
little
gave
bit
you a
more how
hug.
we got that started though, because we was back because I was telling her this. I'm like some I don't know how this went though, but basically it started off was us talking about being confrontational sometimes and all that stuff. She's like, "No, I'm not confrontational and all that stuff." And then that's when we like it came up with. She said, "I hug lions and all that stuff." So that's how confrontation she not because she
Exactly.
rather love.
Yeah, you don't always have to be confrontational when it comes to
Yeah.
people who are going through adversity. Sometimes you gotta meet people where they're at because you may have been there first.
Yep. I get you.
I mean, I can say that. I mean, I ain't never been on SSI or disabled or to that point, but I was homeless. So I understand not having something or
Yeah,
someone around you that
yeah.
can help. So I had to rely on myself. But guess what? Like a complete stranger didn't know me from a can of paint, gave me some type of funds to help me get on my feet.
Mm.
And to this day, I'm grateful. I'm thankful. I'm humble. Because when someone I feel God leads me to that person, I try my best to help much as
That
possible. Whether
that
Hmm.
it's being a friend, understanding how to be the friend. I'll try to be financially if because hey, we ain't all rich, but what I
Right.
have, I can give to you so you can get on your feet. Because as they say, pass it down. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't mind helping nobody if they're being totally transparent and honest about their
that was
situation.
right. That wasn't no stranger. That was God
Yeah, yeah,
your testing your I had the word in my mind. I just slipped. He was testing your I
Discernment.
say that again.
Discernment.
Yes, to see the well testing your pride.
yeah.
If
Yeah, your
somebody want to
pride.
help you, and I'm gonna take it. No, I don't need it. I'm gonna continue to struggle, and then you miss your opportunity to get that then, so you could be
Hmm.
where you are today, instead of finding yourself later on and say, "Hey, I had an opportunity, but I passed it up, and
Hmm.
I could have been further along today than where I am now."
That's true. You
Yeah,
know,
it's pretty good.
that's why I say when I was homeless, man, my pride was up there. I ain't want nobody to know. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind
Mm.
telling nobody my story. You know what I'm saying? My pride and my ego wouldn't
Yeah.
allow me to take money or do anything because I totally relied on myself. But
Mm.
when that person came to me and basically you might always say not literally, literally, not literally, slap me in the face. Here, you need
Right.
this. You know what I'm saying? And right
Mm-hmm.
then, I understood that I need to let my pride and my ego aside. You know what I
Yep.
mean? I had to fight with that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to sit here
And
and say
Deacon,
I'm perfect.
yeah.
I had to learn. Over time, I really had to learn to let my ego and my pride go and be humble.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
humility will leave you in a moment. And I was homeless too for like after I divorced my first husband after 17 years. I had a degree in everything. And I was homeless because I didn't want to go after him for anything, still stay close to my stepsons. And I stayed homeless, but it was like I would not let my pride and my ego go. But I was thankfully homeless enough to actually reach out to resources or people that were going to like help me get through that because I didn't want to let a lot of times with pride and ego, it said we feel like we failed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I just,
You
and
feel
People
then,
like
don't
you
know.
failed.
People just don't know.
yeah,
Right.
That thing,
Right.
that junk is, it will keep you from growing, expanding, doing anything, keeping
Yep.
friend, all that stuff, man.
and I agree with
That's why I
that.
talk about it
I
so
totally
much.
agree. And I agree with that because I was at once at that place. You know what I mean? I stayed stagnant. I stayed upset. I stayed mad. I stayed confused.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Grudges.
I was mad at the world. I felt I had that
Yep.
entitlement. I felt that entitlement until, you know what I'm saying, when that happened, all that was what for what? You know what I mean? And the bad thing about it is, I had my mother and my father still here. I
Right.
was living in a totally different state. My pride wouldn't allow me to call my parents. My pride, my ego wouldn't allow me to call my parents.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying, and
Yes.
just say,
Okay.
hey, I'm doing
To
X, Y,
follow
and
this
Z.
guy, I'm telling you.
Man, I need to come home. You know what I mean? But when I realized I came, and I can tell you exact day and exact time I came back. I was living in Orlando, Florida, 1999. When I came back to North Carolina with nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing on my. I ain't had no money. The clothes I had on was all I had. When I came back to North Carolina to my mom and dad's house, I sit right there, and you know what? I had to get some help because I was mad at the wrong people.
Hmm.
And when I got that and I lost that pride, that ego, that self entitlement, my whole life changed. And I put that on everything. Ever since then, I have not, the
Hmm.
longest that I ever been without a job is 2 months. That's
Well, you know
only
what,
because
DK?
of me.
Like what you're saying is that you're mad at a
Yeah.
lot of people, a lot of the wrong people, but 99% of the time we're mad at ourselves. We're
Yeah.
actually mad at
Of
Yeah.
ourselves.
course.
Yeah.
No, no, no.
Yeah.
We're not mad at ourselves. We are beyond frustration with ourselves. We don't know how we keep doing the same thing over and over and
Right.
over, but just in
Right.
a different capacity. And
Hmm.
now
That's my
that we're
life
so
there.
upset, we
That's
are
my life.
taking it out on somebody
Yep,
else,
we're
even
projecting
though
it.
we're pissed off with
Hmm.
Project.
ourselves and just can't sit there and say, you know what, I'm the one that needs to change. Because at the
Yeah.
end of the day,
What?
we can't change
Hmm.
anybody but ourselves.
Man,
Right,
you
and
better say
We about to cool all
that's
y'all
what
down. Y'all need
keeps
y'all to
people like
chill.
us.
But
That's what keeps you from wanting to reach out to other people. Because then, guess what you got? Accountability.
that. That's
see,
why.
Hmm.
and
Oh,
that's what
good. Good. Go ahead.
that's exactly what I went through. Exactly those same
Look at her
things. I
comments,
had
bro.
to
Her comments, bro.
put my responsibility on myself. And it's sad that most people wait till they get 50, 60 years old and figure life out. I'm 54 years old, and it took me this long to figure life out. I can't blame nobody but me. Me. And it brings tears to my eyes to hear y'all talk about that because it took me to be 54 to figure this out. It took 54 years to figure this out. And it's nothing
Hey,
wrong
look,
with it because
that's when it was
life is
meant for you to figure out, though. This is when
right.
it's meant, so you can't
Right,
regret
there's no
anything.
time frame. There's no time
Ain't no
frame.
time frame in it.
Right. Right. And that's what life is about. And I tell people it's three things about life. And I tell the younger people, I tell the older people that life is just like the four seasons.
Hmm.
Come on now.
You live, you're gonna learn, and you're gonna
Hmm.
die. When you
Yep.
Exactly.
die, things are going to steady revolve. Al Green said this world keeps on turning.
Yep.
And once you understand that,
Mm.
everything goes through a recycle. Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
And once you
Cadillac,
understand, yes, ma'am.
you said you were how old when you started figuring out life?
I start figuring out my life at 54. I'm 54 years old. Yeah, I
When
start about.
my 18-year-old was 16, he told me he figured out the secret to life. So, if you want, I can have him call you to help you.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because I told him if he wrote a book, he would probably make
You ain't got
millions.
no
But
18-year-old.
yeah, yeah,
I have an
yeah.
18-year-old. He also doesn't
You
know. He
younger
also
than me.
doesn't.
It sound like you younger than me. Trying to
I
act
have a
like
feeling I'm older than you, Kev. I have a
no,
feeling. What year were you
you're not.
born? What year were you born?
I'm not about to say
Hold up,
that.
hold
Just
up.
know
We ain't
I'm
supposed
in
to
my
ask a lady
30s.
what her age is.
I'm in my 30s too.
Uh oh.
I'm I'm
I'm in
30.
my
I
40s.
done forgot my age. I'm
Oh,
32. I'm about to be 33.
You're such a
welcome.
baby.
Y'all make
Don't
me
say it
feel
like
old.
that, man.
Y'all
Look
make
at
me
your
feel
little
old.
baby face. Oh, but
So,
I
but
I
you know,
mean
I
it's
don't
But
like
that's the
her,
thing.
man.
That's the
I,
thing, though. Age ain't nothing but a number. Remember, I mentioned this earlier in the live when I was on here earlier. I said, at what age do you have choice? At what age are you determined to be knowledgeable or to be wise or to
right.
be knowing of everything that goes on in this world? If you haven't experienced everything, that's why you need to know how to respond to other people who come with different experiences that you haven't been through. Because sometimes what they've experienced actually is what brings you
The age you can hold
Yeah.
yourself accountable.
wisdom
The
too.
age you
You don't
are
have to go
aware.
through it, but at least you
I,
got the knowledge of it.
I tell
Yeah, you're
people,
aware.
and I look in the mirror and I practice. I mean, I'm just sad to say, but I practice what I preach. I tell people the life of cycles every 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Every 10 years, your life changes.
Yes, sir.
And to try to instill this in younger people and older people and things like that, I find it challenging to me that I can be probably overasserting myself in how I speak to people that they may get offended. And I had to learn to tone it down a little bit. And even when you learn to tone things down, people don't tend to get it. So, but you keep with your kid. You're not gonna give up. You're not gonna give up. It's just, having a
Mm-mm.
child. I got a 2-year-old baby coming up. I have a 2-year baby, and the challenge that I set to her to be a part of that, because my other kids, I was an alcoholic doing what I was want to do, run the streets. Hey, I took care of the house. You take care of the kids. I didn't have much influence in my kids' life. But this young girl today, she's going to have more than 100% influence of me in her life. And I accepted that challenge because it's like, I don't want no baby, because I always didn't want no another child. And, and God, I thought we was in connection with that, but he gave me something that helped me change my life around. I had to start looking at things different. It took a while. It took up into probably, I guess, when she was probably 7, 8 months old, that I start to accept. But that
Mm-hmm.
helped change me in a way to make me who I am today. But we never gonna ever stop teaching, learning, giving, accepting,
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
in life. We never. We never. It's
Mm-hmm.
like,
Right.
oh, I can't wait till my kids get 21 years old. No, that's your child for life.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
As long as they're doing right, you're gonna do right by them. And when they're not doing right, you're still gonna fight to do right by them so they can do right in this life
Mm-hmm.
until the day that they get it and understand it and come back and thank you later. And some of them go out to be football and basketball players and buy your houses. Hello?
Well, and think about it, Cadillac.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of times, where a lot of people kind of fall off is they get stuck on the fact that other people hold their past upon you, hold your past
Yeah,
upon
yeah.
you, that,
Yeah.
and you aren't even holding your past. You're trying to move. You're trying to
There
grow.
you go. I
You're
like
trying to
that.
maneuver,
That's
and
me.
they're the ones holding your past against you.
That's
Those are the
me.
ones you got to get rid of.
Yep.
Woo.
Old friends, family. It doesn't matter who you get rid of when they start holding your past over your head. You know, I had to do a lot of that. I had to do a lot of
Wow.
accept. You know what I mean? I thought I had to keep my family. I thought I had to keep my same friends. But actuality is, since I've been on TikTok, I met some wonderful people on this app
Like,
that, you
yeah,
know what I'm saying?
likewise.
That,
Likewise.
even
Likewise.
with Kev, you know what I mean? When he first came out with the accountability, I was like, man, this man don't know what in the world. Then I had to
It's
understand.
all your fault, Kev.
You know what I mean? And then I had to sit and understand what he was saying and totally get it of what he's saying. We all
Right.
got to hold ourselves and people accountable for their actions.
Yep.
If people
You
gonna
know what? You
continue
know
to
what's
hold your
crazy?
life over your head, that means you're not holding them accountable for their
You
life.
Right.
know, you know
You know
what's
what I'm saying?
crazy?
So
Kev's been on this live for a while, and I've been following Kev for a long time. And we have one. Remember Kenny Pops? Kenny
Yep.
Pops made, and I can't show my camera. It
Oh,
doesn't give
hold
me
up.
the
I
option
got
for
you.
some
Hold on.
reason.
Let's get it going. We
And
go
yeah,
in.
put your account. I wore my accountability or my accountable shirt today, literally. And on the back of it, it says, "Are you?" with a question mark. And on the front, it says accountable. I wore that shirt today. And the fact that we're having this conversation, it just speaks volumes of the fact that you can meet people from all across the world, from different states, from different
yeah,
countries, from different cities, uh, different governments, different laws, different
Yeah.
everything, different races, different
Yeah.
nationalities, all that
Yeah.
stuff. We have to not be divided, because what we're divided in is the fact of whether we hold accountability to ourselves or to each other.
hmm
It was I know you have that shirt, Kev. I know you do. I can't show my camera.
Yeah,
It
right.
won't give me the option. Every once in a while it does. Yes, I have the gray one on today. Yes.
I got a red and a black one. And then when we turn it back
Kenny
around,
Pops,
right?
like, and this was someone that we met on TikTok, and we had this conversation about
They say, "Are you?"
accountability. Is like, man, now we're spreading that word, spreading that word. And this is the thing that we always ask and we always talk about on here. What are you doing when you get off this platform?
and
Yeah,
this
that
What do you do when
that
you get
word
off this
separates you
platform?
from the victim mentality type people. You know what I'm saying? So, and I always notice that, and I tell
Yes,
people that
sir.
too. And I'll be real though, because I realize I don't get along with people that want to play the victim and stuff. Because I'm big on like playing victim, right? It don't get you nowhere for real. Like you would never grow in that situation. What's the deal? Close to soul. What's up, man? How you feeling? How you feeling? I just talked to her earlier, man. We had got a good little decent live, you know what I'm saying? We try to understand each other and stuff, but
yeah.
but
I mean, you're right. You're right, Ed. Every bit. If we start holding people accountable, you know what I mean? Then you
only
weed
we
out the
grow.
bad ones. Yeah, you will grow, and then you'll weed out the bad ones.
Yep.
You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
Right. And
You
that's where the
Exactly.
start
You see
weeding.
why I
discernment
do that?
comes
Because
in.
everybody can't handle that pressure.
Mm-hmm.
There
I
you have
literally look, even Lovely, she done seen like she's been around since I done started this thing, right? So she done seen because of holding people accountable, I have lost friends. I've gained some,
Mm-hmm.
and that's just how it is. And that's
Mm-hmm.
why I talk about any and everything because I know everybody ain't gonna get with me, right? Because I
Yeah.
need a strong crew that's with me, that's on this mission of trying to grow. You know what I'm saying? We gotta grow mentally before anything, right? We gotta learn how to control
it.
our emotions and all that stuff. We can't let stuff slide past and give, you know what I'm saying? Oh, but this and but that. What about that? No, nobody got time for excuses now. We got to keep it moving for real. Because
Yeah.
everybody
And
getting babied all their life. That's all we've been doing though. It ain't no time for that stuff. Ain't no buts. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
We grown.
it's all
We got.
about
Yeah,
getting on
because
an intellectual level. Intellectual level.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's all about. It really
Yeah.
is.
You
yes,
gotta
Kevin.
find like-minded people that is on
Yeah.
that same basis, that same wavelength
Yeah.
that you're on. You know what I mean? Don't
Yeah.
grant it.
Yeah.
Don't think you're gonna go through life and it's gonna be simple and it's gonna be easy.
Right.
Life is
Right.
hard. You know what I'm saying? So we have to weed out those
Exactly.
people that we are accountable and we are compatible with. You know what I'm saying? And even in relationships, same vice versa. Take time out to know people. Just don't jump right head in with a person
Yes.
and find out they flawed from the word go. Then you're mad. And just like they say, lower
Man.
your expectations
Yep.
when you meet people. If
It
you
was
lower
a
your
song. I
expectations,
think it
you
was
never get hurt.
Boys to Men. Correct me, the song. The song I tell somebody today, and it goes, "Mama told me one day would happen, but she never told me when.
Right,
She said it would happen when I got
Mm-hmm.
older, but I wish it would have happened then."
right.
Yeah,
That word
Ooh,
stands true.
yes.
That word stands
yeah,
true. My daddy didn't tell me things was gonna happen the way it happened. Oh,
right.
my daddy said, do the best that you can to prepare for what's coming. Keep God first. If you keep God first in your life, hey, everything else is gonna be easy. And God
Yep.
never said it's gonna be easy because you're gonna have some days where you don't feel it at all. And it's gonna be some days you don't want to be bothered with people. You know what I mean? It's just
Mhm.
like we just gotta be able to move around,
Yeah,
grow.
Right.
I pre-
Because on those days that you don't feel like walking with people, guess what? When you be still, when you sit still, when you sit in your own,
I had to
I don't
do it,
want to
guys. I'm
cuss because
sorry.
I got in trouble for cussing earlier.
right, right, right.
When you sit in your own stuff, it's like who are you with? You're with you and God. That's it. Just you and God alone. Like that is the best conversation, the best inner dialogue that you could ever have.
He's the sweetest
You know,
thing
but
that I
that's
know.
your guide.
I hear
I had to block her because she wasn't. Out of
uh
all the stuff, I had to look at it. I'm looking in the
Yeah,
comments. I'm like, no, she's still in there complaining in here.
yeah.
uh
She,
I
I'm gonna
done
do her a
I was
favor real
trying
quick.
to. I wasn't even commenting.
I
I'm like,
I
bro, I
done,
had to look up. I'm like, hold on, did she say? Did she
right.
say anything we said?
She
She
no, she
maybe
here.
You know,
I,
she
I'm
could have
starting.
scrolled. She could have
I'm starting.
scrolled.
I'm starting to think she may be doing some little ex what they call it, extracurricular activities
Oh yeah.
and
trying to
coming
get some
sponsors
side
and
hustle
stuff
type
like
stuff.
that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's
But
why I'm like, that's
BK,
because I be running to people that's like that. You know what I'm saying? It's
yeah,
like, dog, how long you gonna keep pushing this little sorrow story for somebody? What you want somebody to give you
right,
something? You keep talking about how
right.
broke you is and all this stuff, but how you
Hmm.
online talking about? I never got that. Like, bro,
See,
why is you on TikTok talking about this? You got enough money to pay for TikTok, and then talk
right.
about I'm going through this and not like, bro. I really don't have time for that. I'm sorry. I'm not even
Yeah.
trying to be mean or nothing, but it's just
Well, I
like,
think what
bro,
we're trying
like,
to do is,
huh?
Yeah.
well, we can't enable people anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
We can't enable people anymore, and just give them that sense of entitlement. It's like, oh, you're the victim. Poor you. Poor you. Let me give you this. Give you
You gotta
that.
be
Because then
straightforward.
they get used to
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she came with this sob
Yeah.
story, and this is what I had to really listen to her. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna harp on that. You know what I mean? And this is what boggles my mind. You say you have the greatest husband in the world. If this man's so great, this man should make sure you're straight, even no matter the age. You know what I mean? And now here you coming with where he's got this and this and this that. Now now you start to how do I say, you're starting to dwindle this man in everybody's eyes now. You hype him
Mhm.
up to be this great man. Now you bringing him
Hmm.
down. You know what I'm saying? That he ain't got this or he ain't got that. You didn't start out with that this man was disabled in the beginning. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Uh,
So
he
now, and I
did.
Mm-hmm.
He
understand
did.
she wasn't holding herself accountable for the things that was going on in her life.
Yeah.
Right.
I
Hmm.
mean,
Exactly.
you come with
I
this
Well,
gotta
and
get her
that's
one
the
spirit.
of these
thing with
shirts
the
too. Maybe she'll get.
that's the thing with TikTok. It's like we don't get you don't get the whole truth when you don't meet.
No,
I
no.
think it was you, Cadillac, that you
Yes,
were
ma'am.
talking about, like the pandemic and
Yes,
how that affected everybody. It
yes,
actually, to me, it actually brought back. It made people really look at their family, look at themselves. It
yes,
brought them to a standstill.
yes,
And it brought us to a standstill. It was like, oh,
yes,
dang, man, I'm looking at people way different.
yes,
Way
yes,
different.
yes, 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 yes.
That's when everybody begins to have this discernment about people. You know,
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
if you're over talking and you're talking more than the next person, you're not listening.
Right. That's what's
Listening to
my whole
respond
point.
What's up,
to
Yeah.
a
Snugs?
person's
Mm-hmm.
what they're saying instead of actually listening to understand.
Right.
And that's why I really didn't say too much because I was listening to what she was saying.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So they always say you allow a person to continue to talk, they will talk themselves right
Yeah.
in a hole. And
Yeah.
that's why
Mm-hmm.
I had, when before you dropped her, I was about to let her like, be sympathetic, but then also let her have it at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because there's no way that
Right.
you got this. And you said TikTok, Kev. I say, how do you have a cell phone?
Right.
He
There's a
Yeah,
sound like a
you
cell
did.
phone
Buddha.
bill. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If your husband, she's came back with, he only getting $1,700. $1,700 is a lot of money.
That's like a
Right.
mortgage or rent for most people.
And thank you, but you got a cell phone. And I know
Exactly.
9 times out of 10, you're drinking. You know, you're drinking Pepsi. Pepsi ain't cheap no more.
No, it's
No,
not.
You know what I'm
you ain't had
saying?
a fake Pepsi either, right?
And it didn't have a fake Pepsi. And look, and then it was cold. The soda
Listen,
was cold, so that means you got a refrigerator.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's go a
Boy
little
tried
deeper
to
now. Let's
investigate
go a
on her,
little deeper.
right?
Come on
You
now.
digging,
And
BK?
I know you wash clothes, so you got a wash machine and a dryer in that house.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got
Mm-hmm.
So
and then she ain't even talk about it. She talked about it. She got 3 animals. They are expensive.
Yeah, you gotta
so
Feeding
feed
them.
them.
Come
Gotta
You
on
feed
now.
gotta
them.
feed them too. And that's the
way
thing I
back in
think
the
that a
day,
lot of
no.
people discount is like, when you wake up in the morning, what are you grateful for? What
Right.
are you grateful for?
But I want to interrupt real quick. I want to go back at BKH. I don't know your name, but I want to piggyback on something you said not too long ago about what your dad said.
Mm-hmm.
When I was growing up, my mom and dad, my dad was an alcoholic
Mm-hmm.
and my mom was an alcoholic.
Mm-hmm.
My, I felt that I never was raised to be a man by my dad. When it came to discipline, my mom probably did a little bit more than that. And what hurted me, most hurtful thing I ever heard they ever said was talking about separation. I'm like, hold up, you mean as in divide? And so they never did, thank God. But through the grace of God, me, my brother and sister, I'm the only one got in the most trouble. But through God, I got out of it. And I pretty much raised myself to what I guess I thought was being a man. And kind of going back a little bit further, it took me to be 54 to realize what a man or becoming a man or what a man should be
Mm-hmm.
because I had to go through a lot of things, figuring things out in my own life.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
dad and mom was in the household. But I hear you say things that my dad said this. I talked to other people, my dad, my mom, this. They were interacting with their siblings in the way that he or she should never depart from the raising. But I never was raised like that. And
Mm-hmm.
sometimes, my mom and dad have passed on, bless their souls. I think back that I get a little upset sometimes that my dad never raised me to be a man. And I get mad at my mom about some things that how she did my dad, but that's here nor there. But when it's coming to dealing with me, my brother and sister, we all turned out to be successful
Mm-hmm.
people,
Yeah.
And like I said, I was the only one that did some wrong turning and all that. But for the most part, without having that structure in the household, and we turned out to be the best that most kids have
And the
being
old.
raised
Mm-hmm.
by a parent
Right.
Mm-hmm.
and stray from their raising than some kids who actually had parents in the house. So I just wanted to share that with you. And I appreciate that because it's always positive to
Mm-hmm.
hear that because it helps me going forward to be better.
Right.
It's influencing
Yes.
me.
And that was your whole. And I thank you for sharing that story. You know what I mean? I thank God that I have both of my parents. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times our parents only know what they know. You know
Yes,
what I'm saying?
Yes.
yes,
No
Yes.
yes.
one gave them
I think that's
no
what it
one gave
was.
them a book to read to
There you
teach
go.
us how to be parents. You know what I'm
There you
saying?
go. There you
They
So
go.
love it,
they
man.
taught you the best that they know how. And then a lot of
Yeah,
times parents have kids and they have a lot of hurt, a lot of anger, a lot of
yeah.
disappointment in their lives. So the
Hmm.
only thing they would know how to do is cope the best way they know how to cope with it.
Yep.
Exactly.
I'm so
So
glad you
in
shared that, Cadillac. I'm
in a
so
good
glad you shared that. I'm
in a
so
Thank you,
glad you
Cam.
good
shared that.
in a
Thank you.
good or negative way, they try to show you what not to do in your life.
Yep,
Right. They
So they
do.
taught you
exactly,
something.
DK.
They taught you something in life. It might
Yeah.
not
Mm-hmm.
be where, Cam was raised or I was raised, you know what I mean? Everybody
Right.
Mm-hmm.
showed things differently.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
So it's a blessing. You're still here. You're 54.
Word.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
still have your
Mm-hmm.
strength. You still have your health. So, it was a
Mm-hmm.
Amen.
reason that God that allowed you to be with those parents.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody parents ain't the best parents. Hey, my
Nope.
Right.
parents when I never knew what love was until I got my first son. Then I really knew what love
Mm-hmm.
was. You know what I'm saying? Then that's the type of love that I want to experience. I want to be able to love someone unconditionally without
Right.
limitations. You know what I'm saying? So, and I
Yeah.
thank my parents for a lot of that. You know what I mean? God rest their soul. They've been gone now. My mom been gone for 17 years, almost 18 years. My
Mm-hmm.
dad
Mm-hmm.
gone for 11 years, 10 years actually.
Mm-hmm.
So that being said, they showed me things that I didn't look at then that I look at now.
Mm.
That's true. That's true.
I got
Cadillac, you,
5 minutes,
you talk
guys.
about your age at 54. My parents were alcoholics too until I was 5, and then they got sober. But then we dealt with like different experiences within our life that dealt with abuse. So we had to move to my grandparents' home, and then they came back. My mom passed away at 54. But
Mm.
while I was just trying to do, and I was already an adult, I had just got my bachelor's degree at the time, and she died of guilt. I believe that she died of a
Yeah.
lot of guilt because what she allowed within the home, within
Yeah.
whatever, with my stepdad or whatever. But it's like 54. We look at the ages of times. Look at the ages of the Bible that people pass away. They were like hundreds of years old.
Yeah.
And then they
Yeah.
pass away. It's like nowadays it's like 50, 60, 70. It's like we don't have a lot of time to really make up for these circumferences or
Right.
these circumstances that everybody
Mm-hmm.
is going through. It's like we got to make the most of what we got. We need
Yep.
to focus on the joy. We need to focus on the love. We need to focus on unity. Everybody wants to talk about all this divide. It's like, but if we only focus on that, then we're focusing on solutions. Then we're
Right.
not focusing on what really is good because there are a lot of good people like everybody on this panel is talking about this is look, we've been through some shit. Now we can actually get through it. And this is
Mm.
how
Mm-hmm.
we do it.
Right.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
crazy to
Yep.
see that a lot of people lose hope so easy and they want to
Yeah.
stay in that victim mentality. They
Man.
want to stay in
Sad.
that like, pittiness and stuff. Not me and not me.
Mm-hmm.
I want to experience this life as much as I've got to give, even in the flesh, because I know the spirit is working through me. I
Mm-hmm.
know it's working through me.
I be
Of a
I
soul.
be trying to focus more on trying to like pray for people that's like that than rather than get angry at them. That's my one thing I've been learning as I've been on this app though, because I know I'll be getting angry and stuff. But it's just I
Right.
gotta realize that that they got that mentality and it is. I mean, God probably made them that way, or I mean, just like gave us
Right.
all our own
Right.
mentality and stuff. So I can't get mad or look down on somebody or any of that, even though I don't never try to do that anyways. Nah, and stuff. I try my best to not talk
Right.
down or talk bad on people and stuff because I could have been that person that had the victim mentality, right?
Right.
So it's just like all I can really do is
Yep.
pray or hope the best for everybody that's like that. So that's what I've been focusing on lately.
And the sad
Me
thing
either.
about it,
And
Kenny,
cop.
we all once was had that victim
Yeah,
mentality.
yeah,
Some had
Yes.
it worse.
Yep.
Some had it worse than
Yep.
others. We all had that. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
We always looked at that, and I wish and I pray that everybody change their mindset, change their heart. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Look at
yeah.
things
Yes.
differently.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And just like I said, coming into some certain people's lives, I've looked at myself a whole lot more than what I used to.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? To better myself and to get the things out of life that I need. You know what I mean? From people. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mm-hmm.
I have more life behind me than I got in front of.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, I
Exactly.
got to learn from each person that I come encounter with, because
Okay,
everybody's here for a
BK.
reason.
I feel assaulted behind that because I got less.
You know what I'm saying? So
Right,
we got to start from today, and you know what I'm saying.
right.
Make the best of it.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
yes,
Because we only got this one body, this one life to live. You know what I mean? Yeah. People say, well, you get
yes.
up every day, you live another life. Yeah, but you think about you got more life behind you than you got in front of you. So make the
Mm.
best of it. You know what I'm
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Yep.
I'll
Love who
say
you love.
something else too. I used to walk around, and I'll say probably within the last, I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt, 7 years. I used to walk around. I didn't smile much, and
Hmm.
I could tell people would be intimidated by that look. And one day when I started smiling, it made me feel good, and I could tell
Mm-hmm.
by me smiling the impression that I put on other people.
Hmm.
Because people be wanting to say, "Hey, good morning," or people want to be want to interact with you. But if you just
I
have
was a
that
girl
look
or boy.
up
Oh, no.
about yourself, then it seems to rub people wrong. But when I started smiling, that was a beautiful thing. The first step
Mm-hmm.
to me changing was the most beautiful thing that could ever happen in my life because I love to smile now. I
Hmm.
love
Hmm.
it.
Me
And the
too,
old
bro. I
saying
love
is,
you,
Yeah.
brother.
Well,
yeah, it takes
if you
less.
think about it, Cadillac, like when you walk into like go get a coffee or you're walking into a restaurant or something, sometimes it's life can be so simple.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is just a smile. It is
Hmm.
just a thank you.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
just the opening of the door.
Yeah.
And it's like keep it so simple. You know, you can change somebody's life with a simple move, a simple action, or a
Yeah.
simple comment that is kind.
Yeah.
I think we don't even have manners like that anymore. Me,
No.
I make sure to be like, I'm gonna open the I'll open the door for a man.
You
I
Like,
know
just,
one.
you know?
let me cut you off real quick. I want y'all. This is weird. Do y'all have quick trips where y'all at?
What do you mean?
Mm, what's
Quick
Plaza?
that?
trip. Quick
Yeah,
trip.
we have like a fast trip. We have a fast trip out
Y'all
here
had,
in Cali.
where I'm at, we had quick trips.
I don't
Those
know what
are
it
the
is.
most friendly. It's a gas station, sells deli food and stuff and all that in there. But that is the most place that you can go and find the most friendliest people at our quick trip. They hold the door open for you. They speak.
Mm-hmm.
They say, I mean, thank you. They do all that. Other
Uh-huh.
than that, around here, it's like you hold the door for a woman, you be like, uh,
Yeah.
you welcome.
An entitlement.
Thank you. You're right. Or they
Hmm.
might not say
For
that,
real.
but our quick trips are the
That's a
most
man's job,
respectful places to
anyways.
go to. Yeah.
That part.
But don't say
I
don't
mean,
don't say that's a woman's job. That's when you get canceled, right? And that's what
right,
Yeah,
right, right,
exactly.
right.
the
But
world we
people,
live
Oh,
in, bro.
that's the most friendliest
I
gas stations
can
in our
Cadillac,
city.
Cadillac love. Hey, listen, I enjoyed y'all, man. I appreciate this live was amazing. I got to go pray with my son before he go to sleep. So
For sure.
Yep.
I
I'm gonna
Yeah,
get
man, I'm
Yes,
off
about
here
to
in a minute
BK,
call it
too.
you're
quits too
amazing. And I
myself.
followed you, BK. I hope to
Yeah,
see you
follow him
soon.
for sure. I'm gonna try
of,
to get people
of
more people
course,
to follow him, man.
you know,
Okay.
My man's be
Cam's the
catching
way
me
I
in all
be.
my lives, man. But we be on the same page, man. I mess with him for sure, man.
Yes,
He
yes.
understand me a lot. That's probably why we connect. So connect.
I
Yeah.
Um,
like that. I like
It's
I
about
wanted to throw
learning.
this in the air real quick, as y'all had said that. I just wanted to say that I realized I think the people that really grow out that victim mentality or start learning that. I think that's the people that start being when you learn how to be alone and be and figure life out for yourself. Because I think most of the time people are
that.
stuck because they always rely on other people and all that stuff,
Hmm.
or gotta have find love, or I need love, I need this person, all that stuff. Them the one I realized from just talking to so many people. I realize the ones that actually, that's more hold themselves accountable and stuff is the ones that actually took time to be alone and find themselves. That's what I noticed. But I think everybody
Hmm.
can change. I think everybody can though.
I believe
Yes.
that
Yes.
too.
Yep. And like I said,
Thank you, BK.
Oh, you're
real
welcome.
quick, real quick before you go.
Yes, sir.
Um, everybody can change, and I think what we need to change as adults, it's
Hmm.
not so much that our teenagers or the ones just a little bit above them generation has
Hmm.
already had predetermined set minds. I think we need to start at birth, at
Hmm.
pre-K. I work for the school district. That's
Hmm.
where we need to start to change the concept to that, to uh, start a new generation of respecting one another, loving one another, hugging one another. And once
Hmm.
we start there, we could change the
Forgiving.
trend. But right now,
Hmm.
we in a fight between that and now because none of us wants to really step back that far because man, I didn't
Yeah.
raise kids. You know, they had that
Hmm.
mentality, I didn't raise kids.
Right.
I don't want to deal with raising no more kids. But we need to get out of that
Mm,
concept and get back to that so we can raise those little ones in the way
a
that he or she would
community.
never depart.
So basically, what you're saying, Cadillac, and I know you're old school. We try to bring the village back.
There you go.
You know what I mean? If we bring that village back, I
We're
guarantee
raising a
you,
community.
There
and
you
that
go. That's what I'm saying.
too. You know what I mean? So we want to get back to that era
Yeah,
where you can sit and you know what I mean, watch other kids, but and like you said, if even adults they have to learn how, they got to know how to change.
there
You
you
know,
go.
a lot of times are they willing to change? They don't see
Nope.
no wrong in what they're doing, the lifestyles and the things that they choose. You know what I mean? Hey, I don't have a heaven to hell put nobody. But at the same time, we see where we're going. We see where we head. People got to open their eyes and see it.
Yep.
Ain't nobody tell them. They just have to open their eyes and see it. You know what I mean? We
Yep.
could build a community. You know what I mean? And I was telling that to someone else before. If we have 500 of us, imagine how 500 people come together on this app. What we can do
Exactly.
together.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
So,
saying?
Yeah.
Instead of
so
having this division
Exactly.
between sexes, between races. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah.
got 500 people.
Hmm. That's
That
why I'm
can
building that
turn.
podcast, Kev.
You
That
know,
my,
podcast is coming.
see, that's
I'm
what I'm
telling
saying.
you.
I mean, we have to really sit back and be observation of what we need in our communities.
Yeah.
We need a lot of love. We got to have a lot of
Hmm.
understanding. And the main key part, we have to be able to communicate, to understand, not ridicule, not judge. You know what I mean?
Right.
It starts
We
at
got to
home
have
though. It
it. Do
starts
starts
with
at home.
the individual at home. So when
Hmm.
you start
Hmm.
at home, it branches out.
It
You
does.
know,
It
yeah.
does.
So
But
that's
when
where
Hmm.
it has to start at.
but when a lot of these kids don't have a home, where did
Yeah,
it start then?
Exactly.
You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? So we got to
Many
look
of these
past the
kids
home,
don't have a home.
right?
They don't have the resources at home because their parents are conflicted or they're in a
Yes.
single parent household or they don't have the resources
Mhm.
that are even allowing them to do that.
Right. So that's
right.
why I say we want, in the perfect world, yeah, everything just starts at home. But
Yeah,
what happens when these kids are at school and at the mentor programs, at the football games, and you know what I'm saying? This is where we start teaching, showing them, you know what I mean, bringing them closer. But you know what I mean?
Hmm.
We got to be right with ourselves in
right.
order to get that.
Right,
You know what I'm saying?
right,
So.
right. I've worked in the schools for a long time. I worked in the schools, worked in foster care, and then now I'm in higher education doing the same damn thing. And one thing that I saw with a lot of the children that I work with was a lot of times the only reason they would come to school was because they got a meal,
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
because it's what fed them.
Hey,
And so it made me recognize and realize the depths of the, and I've been in working in this field for over 15 years. But there was always something that was lying in my spirit that says something ain't right. It wasn't even just the children, it was the parents that I wanted to help because I have to used to go into the
Yes,
home
yes,
to work
yeah,
with the parents to help them provide the parents resources that they didn't even know about.
yeah.
So it's like
it,
the knowledge and the wisdom
I'm
that
sorry, I
we
gotta
have,
shut it
that
down,
we've
man.
been
I'm pushing
gained.
it.
Yeah.
I
You
know
pass
you
your
do.
limit.
I know you
You
do.
gotta
And
push
I
your limit.
appreciate you guys
I know
all
it can
so
get
much.
real juicy because
You know
It's
me,
juicy at the
I'm
end.
I'm gonna
very.
be on
Okay, let
tomorrow
me go
though. We
hug my
gonna talk
lion.
about
Let
some
me go hug my lion.
right.
Definitely.
I love you all. I
And this
love
is
you
good
all.
talk for sure, man. I appreciate tonight for sure, man.
Of course.
Uh,
okay.
I'm gonna
Look
catch
forward.
y'all though, man.
All right.
Deuces.
Look forward
And
to
don't be
talking to
like
y'all
us. I know
again.
I'm talking
Love and
to.
peace.
Love
All
and
right.
peace, my brother. Y'all be safe.
Oh
All
yeah,
right.
for
Love you
sure,
all.
man.
Have a good night.
Peace.
Have a
All
good
right.
night.
You too.
I'll
Yep.
catch
Yep.
y'all, man.
Yep.